Hello, hello. Welcome to OPTIC 2022. We have a jam-packed couple of days, and we are super excited. We are in person, but we are also virtual, so if you're joining us from home, thank you so much for being here. We are super excited to bring you all these presentations. We got a virtual trade show. We got 2 live stages, so there's so much. Make yourselves comfortable at home, grab some snacks, because it's going to be a great, great day. I'm going to be your host here on the second stage. My name is Michael Hollander. I am a longtime B&H employee, but I've also been a landscape photographer for as long as I can remember. I'm a Sony shooter. I love getting out there. I'm a national park hunter, so I'm just like all of you at home, all of you here in person. We are getting inspiration. We're going to find new places to travel, lots to see, lots to do. Grab a pen, grab a paper. If you're here in person, there's a goodie bag, and you got that pen and paper, so you're ready to take some notes. I quickly wanted to thank all of my colleagues here at B&H. We have worked so hard to bring this event back in person as well as virtual. If you joined us the last couple of years virtually, it's been fun, but we're so happy to be side by side in person. So if you are at home today, and you still have time to come over tomorrow, so we have another jam-packed day. I also want to thank our vendors. We couldn't do this without them. They are here in person in our trade show as well as a virtual trade show, so we're doing both. This is a big hybrid event for everybody, and it's really cool to see this new normal happening both at home, here in person. Thanks for coming to the New Yorker. We love this venue, so thank you to the great people here. They are right around the corner from our offices as well as our superstore, so this is great. We get to come and learn and be inspired, but we get to walk around the corner and go and shop and pick up at B&H. It is going to be a really fun day. But let's jump right into all of the action. Our first speaker, Esteban Toro Martinez, so happy he's going to be joining us. Travel photographer, nearly 50 countries, unbelievable. A Sony ambassador, just like me, I love it. The Sony fam is in the house. If you're from home, I want to see those comments. Let us know what fam you're part of. A creative workshop instructor, here teaching in New York City as well. He will give you all the great information about his history and his style and his work. So please join me in welcoming Esteban Toro. Let's get him up on stage. Good luck, enjoy. Yes.
Thank you. Hello everyone, I'm really happy to be here. My name is Esteban Toro. I'm a travel photographer, Sony ambassador, and I am represented by Yellow Corner Gallery all around the world. I've been working in this industry for the last 12 years and a half approximately, and I have had really good experiences just enjoying with my camera. So today I decided for the first time to talk about something that I am really passionate about, that is aerial photography. It's something that I have actually not discussed in the past, and it really excites me because I've been working on this topic for a really, really long time. So our conference today is called Aim High, Aerial Photography Strategies. First, I want to start how this got really exciting for me, and it was with a drone. I remember that when drones came up, I was really, really, really fascinated by this technology. I really love technology. So I couldn't believe that I was able to just to control one camera that was able to fly and show me a new point. So I got the first drones that were available in the market, and I started flying. I started playing a lot with these drones. I started understanding how they work, and at some point, I started making kind of good pictures. Actually, to make this presentation, I had to dig very, very deeply into my drone photography to find something that I still found kind of like good. This is my city. This is where I come from. This is Bogota, Colombia. This is a beautiful sunrise morning that I was able to capture. And something that is really interesting is that I started discovering really easily is that I was able to fly my drone, but it didn't mean that I was getting actually really beautiful pictures. And the reason for that is that, you get a very specific and beautiful point of view, but it suddenly became kind of popular that everyone will be having a drone and showing how their houses or their cities will look like from the air. And then I was just like, okay, how am I gonna create something unique and different? So of course I start using stuff like good lighting that we will be speaking a little bit later about it in order to create these beautiful images. One good story about this picture is that I told you it was a sunrise morning. I didn't want to, I didn't feel that the light was going to be good, but I had a friend who was pushing me like, hey, let's go and capture, let's go and have fun with the drone. So that kind of helped me to get in the morning and capture this beautiful picture. So just wanted to show you what I have been doing with drones. This is Iceland. I was just capturing from the air some parts of some icebergs and some stuff flying, just having fun with the drone, understanding how to make aerial photography. And this is one picture that really will impact on this conference and on my career as a travel and as an aerial photographer. And this is New York City, the city where I live now. I was always fascinated by the buildings and how the combination of the blue hour with the sunset will look like, and the city, the lights on the buildings. So something that got really interesting here is that this was the time when the rules about flying a drone were still confusing. So I remember that I was just visiting here in New York. I had my drone, and I was like, all right, whatever, let's just gonna fly it. I think I made a terrible mistake by then, but all right, it's fine. I got this picture, and it's pretty nice. You can see there's some good detail. The light was beautiful. But what I have found with drones, and still the technology is developing and getting better and better, is that the quality is not enough for what I'm actually looking for. And the reason for that is that I love to print my pictures very, very big. It's really important when I'm doing exhibitions, when I sell it to galleries, or when I'm going to print them in magazines. All that is really important. So drones started to become a little bit like not ideal for me, and also the fact that I couldn't travel to majority of the countries with my drones will make things even more difficult. So I really had to change my strategy, even that I love drones. I think they're really fun, but also it's really important to understand how to fly it properly and be responsible with these devices. So I started changing my strategy, and I discovered that I could fly a balloon, something that might seem pretty obvious, but I was just understanding that if I was able to go up in the air and actually carry my camera, that was going to give me better results to actually obtain just better quality images. So that's very useful. It's easier to find in certain locations, like you can find here in the States in New Mexico, or you can also find in you can also find in Turkey. I have flown in many different locations. That is really beautiful, especially with that sunrise morning light. I think is gorgeous. But there is one problem with balloon photography, and the problem is that you can control where the balloon is going. So that makes it a little bit challenging, because you might be dreaming like, okay, I want to see this location when I'm up in the air, but then you're all the time depending on the air, where the wind is going. If the wind is going to the wrong direction, you will be heading to a different place, and you might be looking at like, oh, that's the spot that I was actually interested in capturing, but it's gone. So it's kind of a box of surprises that you will discover just as you go how it looks like, but that's interesting. Something that I really like to consider when I'm doing aerial photography is to photograph or to include in my shots the actual aerial device or way of flying that I'm using. So if I'm speaking about balloons, of course I want to include like this big like box where I'm just flying and just see something through there. So I think this is in Myanmar, really beautiful flight over the pagodas. That's in a sunrise morning flight, and I was able to get this photograph. Something really useful when you're flying a balloon, and this is a tip that I can give you, is that when you're starting to rise, at the very, very, very beginning, you can see a little bit of the city on the same level. So ideally, and this happened to me when I was flying drones, I was just raising the drone as high as I could to get the highest point available. But the reality is that I have discovered with all these years that photographing from certain level that is not too high, not too low, will give you a very special perspective. So that's how I got this picture. I'm flying really near to a temple, and that's how I got it. I love to include balloons within the shot. So I think it's important, like when and you have to calculate these things. Like if you see that the sun is there on the horizon, and you have a balloon that is just coming and crossing over, you can just get a beautiful silhouette. In this case, I'm just exposing for the highlights for the sun, and that's how I capture this photograph. This is Turkey, really beautiful place to photograph. It's a beautiful, beautiful location. Just to give you some other ideas of how it looks like. And this is again Myanmar. This is kind of the same shot that I was having with the actually showing the balloon. But something that I want to show you is that how you make your shots even better when you show actually how you're flying it, how it looks like. Because to be honest, I can create this with a drone. While if I fly my drone here, even that it's illegal in the country, and you will actually have to kind of smuggle the drone within customs, well, you will be able to get it. This is something that maybe will go a little bit on the side of aerial photography, but I think it's important if you're considering flying from the air. It's important to include and have some beautiful imagery from the the devices that you're using to fly. So after I was really insistent on getting a beautiful image from Cappadocia in Turkey, and she's my wife Lara, who is standing there, and every day I told her let's go in the morning and capture the balloons, and she was like, again, at first she was like, oh, we will go on a sunrise every day, that's gonna be beautiful to see the balloons, and then she was like, do we have to wake up again tomorrow to see the sunrise? Really? So this was one of maybe the 8th time that we tried, and she was just standing, we were just literally waiting for the sunrise, and suddenly we saw this huge balloon just coming out from our right side. And I just told her look, just stand up and look. And this is how I created this beautiful image. I know, don't judge me. I know this is not aerial properly, but I think it's linked to all that we've been talking about. Another thing that I found really interesting, airplane photography. Airplane photography, I have to confess that I'm not a big fan. It's just photographing from airplanes when you're traveling. I think it's good. You see some really beautiful places. But many times, I don't know about you guys, but I have found that the windows are so dirty and so scratched that it's really hard to get something decent. I think it's nice to make Instagram pictures to say hey, I'm traveling from here or there, but it's quite hard. This is a picture I was flying into Russia that I kind of like. It was very nice, very dark. But as you see, there are some lights from the cabin, even though it was a night flight. And I had to literally remove my shirt and just covering the camera because I was able to see a little bit of the Milky Way. But still, I have to be very honest with you. This was not my favorite shot. So that's the reason why airplane photography is really not what I like the most to do. Fixed wing photography. This is basically another kind of airplane, but just smaller. And it's really nice to fly. I love to photograph and when I'm flying in a fixed wing airplane or little airplanes, just to photograph the cabin and show how the pilots, all these machines. I found it very fascinating, this mix between technology and the landscape. I think it's really beautiful. And again, I love to include the device that I'm flying when capturing, because it really gives perspective. It really gives a different feeling. I know this is not a shot that will look so beautiful if it wouldn't include the wing of the airplane on the side. So I think showing these details, many times we're trying to avoid it, but I think it's really important to include it. This is flying over Colombia. This is just the perspective that I can get. Usually when I'm flying on a fixed wing airplane, what I have to do is that I just have to use a telephoto lens, so I can actually cover and kind of ignore all the flares and reflections that I get from the windows, or I can just open them or clean them before, if you have the chance to talk with the pilot, hey, can I clean the window? But then you just take off and everything gets super dusty and dirty. But you're able to get some decent stuff. This is a picture that I very much like. This is captured from the air on the Andes Mountains, and this is really nice. Actually, it became the cover of one magazine that I was working for on assignment on this one. So, this is some of the light that I was able to capture and to get. And these are some other shots that I got during that day in these beautiful mountains. And here comes my favorite category that I have discovered it's the most amazing. I don't know if it's because it's exotic or it's like, I don't know, it's the whole experience, but it's absolutely great. Helicopter photography. I think it's, yeah, definitely from all the options that I have, my favorite. So this is flying here in New York City, and I don't know if you can tell from the very first picture that I show you with the drone to the quality of this one. I mean, it's completely different. And yeah, I'm the guy who's flying there. And I was showing this picture to my mom the other day, and she was like, "Oh my God, you're about to fall down. You're on the edge. Be careful. Are you flying every time like that?" And I'm like, "Nah, Mom, I'm just modeling for that picture." But I will get to that story later. This is flying over Iguazu Falls in Argentina and Brazil. This is the first time that I flew in a helicopter was actually here in New York City, which is great. I think it's a beautiful city to fly. But then I was just flying over these waterfalls. This was looking absolutely amazing, and I discovered, if you see, and I want to see you the progression, if you see on the right side of the frame, you will be able to see that there is the reflection of the window of the helicopter. And then it came, after taking this photograph that actually was purchased by National Geographic after, I realized like, hey, is there any way that I can remove the window from my helicopter? And then I just made the question. I just went to a helicopter company and I said like, hey, is there any way we can remove the window? And they were like, sure, we can remove the door. And I was like, you can remove the door? And yeah, sure, go ahead. Like, there is no problem. And I was like, boom. I don't know, maybe it sounds obvious now, but I was really thinking like, I can have a clear view while I'm flying in the air with my 42, 62 megapixels camera. That's the one that I want to do. So here is what you can actually achieve when you don't have a window in front of you. This is the Himalayas, and actually the mountain that you see in the middle is the Mount Everest, the highest mountain in the world. I wanted to fly at sunrise. And let me share a little bit of the story with you. I came with this crazy dream that I wanted to photograph the Himalayas, but all helicopters will take off after 8 a.m. and sunrise was at 5 a.m. So I was like, how am I going to solve this? The reason for that is that there are so many mountains that it's very risky to be able to actually take off and see during the night, so they usually don't do it. I went to the kind of FAA of Nepal and to the office. It's a really small office, and I spent all day just sitting down there waiting for the general manager who was supposed to help me and approve my permit to be able to fly. And I wait all day, and he was like coming out like, okay, I'm gonna, yeah, sure, let me just get another meeting. And I was like, all right, I'm gonna wait and wait and wait until he was actually leaving the office. And I just said like, please allow me to show you my pictures for 2 minutes and just let me pitch you my idea and you will decide. And he was like, go ahead, you wait all day. And I was like, look, I'm planning. And I showed him the map, and I said like, look, these are my pictures, this is what I'm planning to do. He allowed me to actually fly, me and the pilot to actually take off at night and just be flying over the Himalayas at sunrise. So that's how I made it. It wasn't easy at all, but I love this picture. I don't know if it's because it was so hard to get or because the picture is actually good, but the light was absolutely gorgeous. So that's how I get it. So it's not only about flying in the helicopter or flying with the drone, it's also thinking about the light and like kind of passing all these difficulties that you might have while flying. This is Namibia. This is called the Three Sister Mountains. These are the highest dunes in the world, sand dunes in the world, and the oldest desert that we know in history. This is flying over Colombia again, the mountains, the Andes. I think again, if you see, I'm trying always to point a little bit of the helicopter. Every time that I fly, even that I'm pointing at things without the window or without the door, I'm trying anyway to include a little bit of the framing or frame the helicopter within the shot, because I think it gives a different perspective. Like you get the feeling from where I'm looking. This is another picture that, again, I had to discuss a lot with the pilot and show like, look, this is where I want to be. This is I don't know if you're familiar with this beautiful place that is called the Dead Play, that are these dead trees on the desert of Namibia. And I had to really discuss with the pilot, like, look, I want to be flying here at this specific time when the light will be looking like this. And I had to discuss all the situations in order to be able to get that picture. This is flying over Alaska, the mountains, the snowy mountains. That's really beautiful. Actually, this is an assignment that we did with B&H and Sony last year. So if you want to look the behind the scenes of how we did it, the video is already online on YouTube. So you can just go and check it out. All the tips and how we did all these pictures. Well, you will see some of the pictures there. I like to, and every time that I'm flying in the helicopter, I like to carry 2 cameras with me. I know this is a question that might come to you, like, hey, what kind of gear do you use when flying? I usually include a camera, the same cameras, A7R4, one with a 16-35 millimeter lens and the other one with a 70-200. And the reason for that is that I might have the chance to actually switch lenses, but I don't want to have, like the risk of something happening or that I will miss the shot or the light. So I just carry 2 cameras with the 2 lenses there. And that helps me to get shots like this one, that is a very, very, very wide angle shot. And then shots like this one that are very, very telephoto and close-up lens, close-up picture. Or a picture like this one on the Denali National Park. So let's get to a point that is very important, that is called understanding the weather. That I know seems like a little bit impossible maybe, but it's actually possible. And I want to introduce you to this free tool that you can start using today that is called Windy. So if you Google windy.com, this is the tool that pilots and everyone in the aerospatial industry use. And it's a very accurate tool that you can just literally write the location where you want to fly. And you will see many interesting things. The first thing that you will see is that you will have a pattern of how the weather is going to behave during different days. So you will be able to see if it's going to rain or if you will have like clouds in a very, like very high level clouds, and then you will be able to have a beautiful sunset that will just paint the clouds, or whatever, snow, whatever you will have, and you can find it anywhere in the world. It works very, very good here in the US. And also it has some live cameras that actually helps me to monitor the weather. So the weather is changing all the time. I use this tool constantly to check how the weather is going to behave and take decisions, because the more that I get into this, I realize that aerial photography is more a short notice call, where I just have to call the pilot and tell them, like, we're flying tomorrow in the morning, are you available? And they're like, wow, tomorrow, like, but these are negotiations that I have before with them. Because if I plan, like, okay, I'm flying in October 15, maybe that day it will be terrible in New York City and I will not be able to get anything. So I really need to make like short notice calls and understand the pattern of the weather. So if you really want to dig into this, just to give you some good examples, there, like, you go to Meteogram and then you will be able to see all the clouds and how they're going to behave. And there are different models. The first one, that is ECMWF, that's the European model. Don't ask me what this letter stands for, because I really don't know. I know that is the European system. Sometimes they work better in certain cities, and sometimes I like to use the NAM, that is the North American model. That works really good, for example, here in Manhattan. So if you ever want to fly, or even just to see how the weather is going to be, Windy is really amazing tool, and it's completely free. And they are not sponsoring this conference, by the way. Understanding the light, second point, noon versus golden hour. So let's see these 2 photographs. My experience as a travel photographer is that I love to photograph all the time during sunset, blue hour, sunrise. That's my favorite light. But let's face reality. We can't always take pictures during that time. So sometimes we need, or we have just the option to capture during certain other lights. So days like these ones that are just overcast and you have the light getting through, I think they are completely beautiful to photograph. But if you compare with how the golden hour looks like, well, maybe you will go on my side. If you just have the option to fly during the day, try to schedule it during a very cloudy day. So you will have this dramatic, extreme, weird kind of feeling in your photograph. That will really make a really nice picture. Not like this. I just brought this example like something that you shouldn't do. This is boring. But this is Dubai. I was just flying there and you see all the kind of pollution. It doesn't get really interesting. There is no clouds in the sky. No, it's not as dramatic as this New York sky over here. But then again, like I flew here. That was a morning day, during the day, just a noon flight. And I was like, I don't like this very much, so let's try during another day that will be a little bit more dramatic. And here you have something more dramatic, you know, that feeling in the sky that is just getting there and is just getting more and more beautiful. Understanding the light, sunrise versus sunset. Which one to choose? That's a tough one, because it's like, all right, I already talked to my pilot and they are fine with flying anytime. So which one should I choose? That will depend on the location. Certain morning light will create a beautiful, usually during the night, clouds are like you get more clouds during the night. So when you wake up, it will be like probably you will have more these dramatic skies that the light will just cross through. I'm not saying that it will not happen during the afternoon. It might happen, but it's a little bit difficult. Usually the days tend to clear during the day, along the day, throughout the day. So you will have this beautiful, beautiful light during the morning. These are pictures that I just took in early morning ones that are, you know, like just the sky gets super painted. If you want these skies like to be super painted in yellow, sunrise ones are the more accurate one, because they tend to stick on the clouds, and that's really, really, really beautiful as the day warms up, and you will have different formations with the clouds. This is flying over Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. And this is flying over the Andes Mountains, so you will have this beautiful light. Again, telephoto lens, that's what I use for this. I've been flying in places that people said that you cannot fly. I have brought helicopters from one city to another, and we have just stayed in order to get there, to get the picture. But let's face it, sunset flights are also beautiful. Sometimes, as I was telling you, you will get this dramatic sky too. This is especially if you're flying in a very dense place like the Amazon. You will get this beautiful feeling, the light just coming through the clouds. New York City. Let's talk about New York City. We're here in this beautiful and gorgeous and marvelous city that I very much like. So when it's better to fly? Well, basically, if you think about it, the sun rises through the east and the sun sets through the west. So if I think about it and I'm thinking like, all right, I want to photograph the Empire State, and I want the Empire State to have some light on the building, I should actually be photographing it. It depends. If I want to photograph the Empire State and Brooklyn in the background, I will need the sun to be on the west side. So it means that I will be flying on the sunset. But if I want to have something like, let me just skip 2 pictures and I will go back. If I want to have something more like a silhouette, I will like to have a sunrise or like a sunrise that will be coming from the east, and you will be flying on the Hudson River through the east, so on the west side. So I'm sorry, I'm still getting like oriented here. So that's how it will work. Something that you have to be very careful, and we will get to that. It's when you're flying. Be really mindful when helicopter companies offer you a sunset flight, because this is a sunset flight. They offer you something that you will see the sun setting on the horizon, but there will be no light on the city. So as you can see, there's nothing like the light is not painting the city, so that's not very interesting. And we will go a little bit more into some tips that I will want to give you after. Understanding the light, day versus night. This is flying over Nepal, Kathmandu, this beautiful temple in the middle of Kathmandu. If you've been there, it's an amazing place. So I was just able to fly here during the day. So these are some of the shots that I was able to get, but you get this kind of colorful feeling, not so dramatic as the other ones, but still you get something very interesting. And I think when you want to choose, you have to decide what's going to be better for you. For example, a city like New York City, it's really interesting to photograph at night, especially during the blue hour, because you will have all the lights popping up from the buildings. That's going to be really beautiful. And then you will have this like the blue hour that will, like kind of emphasize the area as here on this H&M building, or then the Empire State just lights up and you have something really beautiful. But you can also fly during the night, as I did here in Vegas. So all we were aiming for was to get the Bellagio fountains while we were up in the air, which is not that easy. We actually had to go in circles around the city, just waiting for the right time for the fountains to start playing the show, and that's how we got it. That's how we actually were able to capture these pictures. And again, the light will be just different. I don't think there is better than other in this sense. I just think there are different ways of capturing photographs from the air. So this is New York City during the day, kind of a noon flight with dramatic sky, and this is also Las Vegas at night, just flying kind of a sunset night flight to capture this. And of course, as you can see, I love to get the shot of I'm flying from a helicopter. I think it really adds to the story, especially if I want to sell my photographs after. I think that makes a really different result. How to plan a flight. So these people that I'm showing you is the most important partner that you might have in your flight. Talk to your pilots. Don't expect them to know exactly what you want. Many times we just think like, they will just take me around sightseeing and they know exactly where I want to go. They don't know. They just, they're just doing their job, that is taking care that the helicopter flies, that you're safe, that you can go back home safely. That's all they mainly care for, and of course for the airspace. But if you have actually a debrief with them before and you tell them like, hey, I'm interested in flying in this location. Can we fly here? Can we actually fly lower than usual? What's the lowest we can fly in New York City? Anyone here can tell me? Over the river, we can fly even 300 feet, which is very, very low. But if you fly over the city, like once you get into the city, you have to fly 2,000 feet. So this is the information that you as an aerial photographers need to know in order to be able to take beautiful and outstanding photographs. So really talk to your pilots, plan with them a lot. And again, this is like anything else. If you get a good vibe with your pilot, that's great because you will do an amazing job. If you don't, probably the results won't be so successful, unfortunately. Avoiding mistakes when flying in helicopters. I already told you one, but I really want to emphasize on this. Be really mindful with these tour companies that offer you helicopter flight, really cheap, and sunset flights, because they don't care for the light. They are caring just to give you a really nice experience. But they are not caring for photographers. So be really, really, really careful with them, especially in places where the sun will just hide and you will have no light on the city or on the forest or whatever, because you will lose your opportunities. But also be mindful that if you fly in these kind of helicopters or these kind of tours, you will probably be seated accordingly to your weight. So you will be sharing the helicopter with other people, which doesn't make it easier. And depending on the size of the helicopter, if it's a Bell 206, you will be sitting on the middle, and you will have a couple here that will be taking selfies, and you will have the Empire State with the great light, and there's a rainbow and a thunder, and everything's happening there, and you just have the couple in front of you, and you're like, so I don't want you to get frustrated. Ask if you can have a window if you don't have any other option, but I will definitely suggest you, if you can have a charter helicopter fly just for you, if you want to take aerial photography seriously, that's the best you can do. I know that many of you are thinking like, yeah, but what's the price of getting a charter helicopter? I mean, like, what are you talking about? Don't worry, we'll get to that. Go fly, capture, learn, and repeat. Don't think that just because you went once to fly over New York City, you will get the best. I have seen people who have told me, like, I just made a flight and I'm just going to print a aerial book of New York City because I already got everything that I could. Like, I've been flying New York City since 2015, and I will show you something. But just be mindful. It will take time. You will spend a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of effort. You will be really frustrated when you will be like, oh man, I almost got the shot, but something got in the middle. The tower told us to go back. They push us out of the way. Just go, fly, capture, go and see your pictures, learn from your mistakes, and repeat. go and do it again. That's the only option you can actually become a IRL photographer. Look, I show you a picture of the Mount Everest from afar, and that makes me a little bit ashamed because it's like from afar. Needed to get a picture really close up from the Everest, and I didn't get it. I got a beautiful landscape that I have to tell you like, hey, the Everest is there, but you can barely see it. This is the picture that I wanted to get, but it's not the light. And the reason for that is that I convinced the guy in the FAA from Nepal just to get the permit, but we were a little bit late until we got there close to the Everest to actually get the picture. So yes, I have this photograph that documents the Everest, but this is not the picture that I'm looking for. So I'm really looking forward to go back to Nepal at some point of my life and get a decent, beautiful picture of the Everest that I can actually bring you here and show you that I feel proud of. I don't say that the other one is not good, but it's not the Everest one, you know, this close up. So these are the picture. This was the picture that I was looking for. So I will have to repeat it too. And I want to share with you this project. I've been photographing New York City since 2015. I already mentioned to you this. I've been photographing the city in different conditions, different seasons, just trying to get a different feeling. I just love the city, and I know many of you will say like, hey, this is not from the air. This is from the Rockefeller Center. Don't try to trick me on this one. The truth is that I discovered that I wanted to photograph New York City from the air when I went to the Rockefeller Center, and I discovered like, wow, this view is amazing. I just wish I could be a little bit closer, a little bit further. I wish I could be on the east side and the west side, and that's when I knew that I really wanted to work from helicopters. And that's what I've been doing for a few years now. I've been just photographing New York City in different conditions. This is a snowstorm. This is just like this beautiful light reflected when the sun just set, when the sun is just setting on the horizon on the west side. Pictures like Central Park, just to get this beautiful light, just to get, this is the Upper East Side photograph from the west. I wanted to get a picture of Brooklyn. I was really looking for this picture that I was just getting Brooklyn with some light and Manhattan a little bit darkened, like a little bit, you know, like gray here. And the way I did this was just looking at windy, as I show you. And I was like, all right, the clouds are going to be a little bit low enough that they will be covering Manhattan. And I will have a little bit of light coming here. So that maybe we'll be able to do it. So hello, pilot, can we go today? Let's go. So that's how I did these kind of pictures. Just getting some light through the Brooklyn Bridge that I think is really beautiful. If you want to do this shot, you will have to do it during October. That is the right time where the light crosses through the bridge. If you go today on a flight, you will not see this. So it's again planning, just getting different shots. These dramatic skies, as I love them, that are just absolutely gorgeous. The first snowfall that we had last winter, I was just like, all right, when I'm gonna have snow and a beautiful sunset. That sounds a little bit like ironic because it's like snow and sunset. What are you expecting? But it happens. You just have to plan it with Windy. And again, Windy is not sponsoring this conference. But there you have something really beautiful, that it's Central Park with snow and the light just crossing through the west side on Manhattan. And I still can't decide. Maybe you will help me which picture is nicer. I find this really nice for my phone. I found this really nice for my computer. I like both of them. I don't know. This one? All right. Winner. So it's really beautiful. It's just the Central Park with snow. It's very dramatic, and you're getting Midtown. Downtown it's not getting any light. It's just fantastic. And actually, I have the shot with the sun on it. I've been photographing, of course. This is an icon, you know. Like, I mean, this is a symbol from the city. So of course, I need to photograph it during the summer, during the winter, to see what's the difference and how I can get something better. And look, guys, finally, after 7 years of photographing New York City, I have a first decent picture that I like from the Empire State. I recently took this one maybe like 2 weeks ago that I just downloaded in my computer, and I was like, oh, yes, finally, a beautiful shot from the air, from the Empire State that has the right angle. As you can see, I'm not cropping the Empire State. I'm not cropping. I'm just cropping, you know, it's the right angle that I have to tilt the helicopter to one special side. It took me years and multiple flights to be able to get this photograph. Don't forget to photograph the people that fly along with you, that you have fun with. So I have invited some friends over to just to join me on a helicopter flight, and sometimes I just make like photo tours to just to fly people and explain them how to get beautiful pictures from the air. And of course, don't forget to get your beautiful portrait in the city too. And I'll just take a couple of minutes to explain you this shot. This is very interesting and really kept me wondering and questioning about the role of us as photographers. I planned this photograph a lot. I actually talked with a very good friend of mine who is also a photographer, and I told her, like, look, I want to have New York City in the background. I actually sketched this one. I want to have the Empire State, the Madison Square Garden, and the Edge on the same picture. And I want to be flying really close. And that's the picture that I want for me. And we tried the first time, and everything, like, we practiced, we understood, we talked with the pilots, we had a debrief. And the first time, even that we tried very, very hard, the helicopters were still very far one from another. So we had to do a second flight early in the morning, very pricey ones, in order to get the shot that I was looking for. And the reason why I question myself is because sometimes I wonder, like, like when I saw it, I was so happy, but is that feeling that I was in the helicopter, I knew the light was perfect, I knew the background was good, but the picture didn't depend on me, and I wasn't gonna be the one who was actually gonna click it. So I start wondering, like, what do I care for? To get my picture and be the one who is shooting, or I care for the beautiful final result? So it's maybe the first picture. I really put months of effort in planning this one, and with the pilots and with everyone, all the team, just to get this picture. But I was not the one who was going to actually take it, which is very, like, interesting for us as photographers. So thank you very much. I'm Esteban Toro. Here you can follow me on social media and look for some other of my work. And now I want to open the mic just to have some Q&A. If we have some questions from the audience on the live or here at the audience, and thank you everyone for joining. They will handle you the microphone. Mike will help me with that, right, Michael?
You mentioned an application, I don't know if it's on Windy.
Yeah, the Windy. That's the app.
It's called Windy, like
Windy, yeah, like wind, windy.com. And you will be able to get really beautiful forecast from there. So that's really useful. Got another question over there?
Hi, are you using a gyroscope for stabilization?
Nope, I'm actually not, just handheld camera. Breathing in, that's maybe a good tip. Before I shoot, and that's what I do. I don't use any stabilization on the helicopter. It depends on the wind, if it will just be bumpy or not. I try also, we go maybe 40 to 60 knots on the helicopter, so I let them know in advance this to the pilots. And I have tried to understand a little bit more of this aeronautical language, so I could be able to communicate with them, to tell them, like, okay, we're approaching the target. Let's just go 40 knots. I know that for many of you will be like, what, 40 knots in a helicopter? What does it mean? But that's how I start communicating. And I got this learning.
Are the choppers dual rotor, tri-rotor, quad rotor?
Sorry, what was that?
In other words, how many rotors? The more rotors, the more stable it is.
Yeah. I fly in the helicopters that are just available. Sometimes R44s, R22, or Bell 206 will help me. So it really doesn't, it goes more on the pricing than the stabilization of the helicopter. I'm not flying with, like, I'm looking for helicopters with very stabilized, like.
No, but I mean, if it has, the more rotors it has, the more stable it is.
It should be, but it will depend on the wind as well.
I understand. It's all relative, right? All right, thank you.
All right. I don't know if we have some questions from.
I got one for you.
All right, go ahead.
Altitude.
Altitude, yeah.
I'm not sure if you really touched upon that, but especially here in New York, you showed so many New York images. Is it a special request? Do you want to fly high? Do you want to fly low? What's your favorite is really my question.
Look, for example, for this photograph, I had to actually get a special permit in order to be able to fly 2 helicopters. We are flying here 800 feet over the river. I know that it might look like we're flying over the city, but we're actually both flying over the Hudson River and one over New Jersey, the one with the cameras. So, yeah, we had to definitely get a special permit in order to be able to fly here. if you're flying over the cities, don't think to go too high, because sometimes too high is not ideal. It's too far. I think sometimes getting on the same level will give you this kind of cinematic feeling that you're flying in the helicopter there. So it will depend from city to city. As I show you in Namibia, next time that I will be in Namibia, I want to fly a little bit lower if I can. But New York City, if you fly over the city, you have to be 2,000 feet or send a special request, which is, it takes months to actually get it.
One more question.
Awesome.
You mentioned A7R4s. You have
That's
two
correct.
bodies on you.
Yeah.
I don't know if everyone else is as lucky to have two A7R4s around them, but if you had to choose one lens to be on a helicopter, which one would it be?
That will depend on the location, so it's a tricky one.
Focus on
But let's say that that we don't have any that we don't know anything about the location. Something that I will do: Google Earth, start looking for how different points will look like, and try to imagine and understand. Like, okay, if I'm shooting this from a 24-70 millimeter lens, maybe it will look good. So the answer is there. 24-70 will be my ideal if I just have to pick one.
Hey. Not technical. Can you speak a little bit about the emotion of being up in the air and photographing?
Oh, I love that question. I think is really, look, the first 5 to 7 times that you're flying in a helicopter, you're not thinking about the photograph. You're just feeling, oh my God, this just start. I'm gonna be safe. All right, let's hold. I have to take pictures. All right, and where are we flying? And where's New York City? And where's the west? And where's the east? And where's the north? Like what is like what's happening here? So I think that it's important to understand that your first flights, if you have never done it, will be a little bit like more about the emotion. And then you will be able to focus on the flight and actually on the pictures. That happened to me. I feel that just recently that I've been flying more and more and more, I have become to have this understanding of like, all right, now I can actually fly and just think about the framing and not about the helicopter. It's just overwhelming, especially when you fly incredible places, as I have been lucky to fly. Like, I still think that my favorite is New York City. When you see the skyline from the air, there's nothing that compares to that. It's just like, wow, this city is, and you know what? It's super quiet. You know that Manhattan is super noisy, everyone honking. Like, I mean, it's, all the sirens. It's super quiet from there. So you can just like relax and feel it. And of course, when I go with groups of photographers who come with me, I just tell them like, take some time just to turn down the camera and like enjoy it with your eyes, because it's a really lifetime experience. It's just beautiful. Sometimes it's so beautiful that you just want to cry. I remember in Alaska, it was so gorgeous flying over Denali. I was just like, this is gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. So you just have to breathe it in and just take the pictures. But it really fulfills you. That's great. Yeah. Well, I think we're right on time. So thank you, everyone. If you have some questions, I will just be here. Remember that we'll be having some portfolio reviews, and we have amazing speakers all week, today and tomorrow. And if you want to join me, I will be tomorrow speaking about how to photograph strangers on the main stage. So I will be there talking about other of my passions that are portrait photography. And we will be having a cruise to do some whale watching on Wednesday and some photo walk on Tuesday over Dumbo. So join me, and I'll be happy to talk to you. All right. Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome back. Thanks, everyone. A lot of familiar faces. I love it. Make sure you network while you're here and say hello to your neighbors. It's such a good feeling that we're all back here. And then, of course, everyone from home, they're somewhat joining us, but, we few are the lucky ones here in person getting to explore the entire event. So our second speaker coming up on the second stage, Jack Fusco. Super excited for you all to see this. Professional landscape astrophotographer, time-lapser. I'm not sure that's a word, but you'll clarify that for us. Super excited. You guys are going to get a lot of inspiration. We're going to talk about locations. We're going to see dark skies. We're going to see stars. I think every type of photographer has that somewhere deep-rooted inside them that they want to get out at night and suffer through the cold and suffer through those conditions. This is going to be the inspiration that y'all need. So without further ado, Jack, join us on stage.
Thank you so much. Thanks for that awesome intro. And thanks everyone for hanging out and listening to me talk for the next half hour, whether you're in person or online, and B&H having me at OPTIC Fest, and of course Sigma. I am super excited. So let's get rolling. It's going to be a lot of information in the next 30 minutes. So I fully expect by the end of this, everyone's going to be advanced astrophotographers and ready to head out on a multi-mile hikes by yourself to the wilderness. So we'll get started. My name is Jack Fusco. So I'm originally from the East Coast, which means I know what good pizza tastes like, but I also know what living with a lot of light pollution is like also. I lived in San Diego for 7 years, and then I moved back to just south of Philadelphia. So close to Jersey, but not too far from where I grew up. But I do travel all over the place in search of dark skies, often very, very cold places. This up in Yellowknife, Canada. Chasing dark skies often means being in really uncomfortable conditions. It was -36 when I took that. But also it means some really exciting conditions. This was Comet Neowise, which if you've taken some night sky photos a couple years ago, you were probably out chasing Neowise a little bit. It was a really, really awesome event. That's my boxer, Kona. He comes with me as often as possible. He's gotten really good at standing still, debatably better than I am, which is surprising. But in this talk, we're going to kind of go over, like I said, everything you need to be prepared to head out and take photos of the stars. And so astrophotography over the last 5 to 10 years has, like, the barrier to entry has just gotten so much better. Gear has, you no longer have to have like the top of the line camera. You can spend a couple $100 on camera. You can also just have your cell phone and take some photos of the stars. So we're going to start off just kind of talking about some of the gear you need. So camera, like I said, pretty much any modern camera is capable of taking a really nice photo of the stars, whether it's a mirrorless, a DSLR, we're using a Google Pixel or your iPhone, whatever you own, there's a way to take photos. So don't let that be your barrier to entry and kind of say, I really want to take photos of the Milky Way, but not yet. A lens, that's a really important aspect of it. When you're picking out a lens, ideally we really want a fast aperture, something 2.8. Or if you can find a prime lens, f1.4, just lets a whole lot of light in. For tripods, don't underestimate the value of a really sturdy tripod. Taking long exposures to capture as much light as possible. So you want to make sure that it stays really still the whole time. A remote shutter release, just another aspect to kind of help keep your tripod and your camera still during that whole exposure. Just that little bit of pressing the button down can kind of have a little bit of shake, and those little movements in the back of your camera don't really show up too well, but then when you look at it later on your computer, you notice it's not super sharp. So anything we can do, I'll kind of mention that a few times throughout this. There's going to be these things that can kind of help you get some really nice results. And then I always just bring a whole bunch of extra batteries. You're using the back of your screen a lot more than you do during the day, the long exposures, and also the temperature drops a little bit more at night, so batteries drain a little bit quicker. So it's really important, especially if you're making the effort to drive 4 or 5 hours somewhere really dark, that your battery doesn't die 3 hours into your night and you have to call it. A headlamp, if you have a headlamp has a red light. Red light is a little bit, it's a little less harsh on our night vision. Again, you're putting in all this effort to hopefully see a really beautiful view of the night sky, and it takes our eyes anywhere from 30 minutes to 3 hours to fully adjust to being able to see as much stars as possible. And a red light kind of helps preserve your night vision a little bit. And that's also something to just kind of keep in mind too if you're out with other people, just kind of headlamp etiquette and make sure you're kind of communicating with people around you. And then again, going back to the temperatures dropping, make sure you're dressed appropriately, you layer up, and then coffee. I mean, I have coffee kind of throughout the day, 24-hour cycle of just drinking coffee, but at night it kind of helps you stay awake a little bit, so you don't have to call it early. So quick look at my setup. It changes quite a bit. My primary camera is A7S III, and I put a plus and a question mark, because depending on what project I'm working, the secondary camera I bring will kind of change, whether if it's a video project, I might bring one of the, like an FX6 or FX3, or it might be another S3. But I primarily shoot with Sony camera bodies for a while. My secondary camera was a Nikon that just refused to die. I had it for a very long time. It had a hole in the body, but even at -30, it still lasted. So just recently, I had to trade that out for another Sony body. The Sigma FP, I'll head out with that. Again, it kind of changes. I'm happy to head out with whatever gear. It kind of goes back to what I mentioned before. Whatever you have, anything modern is pretty capable of taking some awesome photos of the night sky. I am a Sigma ambassador, so it shouldn't be any surprise that the lenses I have with me are all Sigma lenses, and that I also have access to a whole bunch of awesome lenses through them. I primarily shoot with the prime lenses just because they let as much light in as possible. It kind of switches up a little bit depending on where I'm going. If I'm heading out to the desert or I'm shooting time lapse, that 14-1.8 is always in my bag. The 28-1.4 I feel like is a really underappreciated lens, super sharp, and the 35-40 and 85. Again, I'm just trying to cover a pretty decent range. Kind of same idea that a lot of people do with the lenses they select. But again, most of the time, I'm going to have some of those prime lenses with me, the Art series, or some of the new contemporary series is also really nice. Tripods. How many people here own more than one tripod? How many people here have broken a tripod or have like a tripod that is a little questionable in sturdiness? I'm kind of the same thing, so whatever isn't broken. I end up traveling quite a bit, so if I'm going to be hiking for a really long time, I may not bring like a real big robust support tripod, but yeah, whatever's not broken, whatever's sturdy at that time. But for a while I thought that I was like, man, I just can't find a great tripod, but I'm starting to think it's maybe me a little bit. That's the problem. Camera bags I feel like is another thing. How many people here own more than one camera bag? I think that's just about everybody. I think that's like a welcome to being a photographer. I think that's when you finally you can call yourself a photographer when you have a closet full of bags that you almost never use. I finally settled on a Peak design very recently. Before that, I was using a Low Pro. Headlamp, the brand I like is Black Diamond, but again, any lamp that shines light and hopefully has a red light is suitable for heading out. And then I shoot a lot of time lapse, and again, same thing with kind of cameras. I switch back and forth between time lapse gear, whether it's dynamic perception or the Rhino or Syrup. They all kind of do similar stuff. They move your camera slowly from one spot to another. And then I edit everything on a Dell, which is Windows, which feels like a lot of people don't do here. Big Mac crowd. And then I wear all of our own gear. So I put a link to the bottom because my gear list changes, and this is not extensive, and I don't want to spend the whole half hour just talking about stuff that I use. But so if you're interested in checking out, I have kind of broken down to different scenarios where if I'm maybe mountains or deserts or coastal. So if you're interested in that, just check out my website, just the About section. But moving on to actually getting into how to shoot this stuff. So how to find the right settings for your camera. Again, we want to find what works best for what you have. So very often you get the question, hey, what are the settings you use for that photo? Everyone's asked that before. But that's not always super helpful because we have so many different variables, whether it's the conditions or the gear you're using. So what worked best for one photo may not work best for the other. So we're going to take a look at each one of these: exposure, ISO, aperture, white balance, the file format, and noise reduction to kind of go over what's going to be best for your approach. So we're starting with shutter speed. That's the maximum length of time that we can expose for while keeping the stars sharp. Because the Earth is very slowly rotating, we have to determine how long we can expose while keeping those stars actually looking like stars and not short little lines. So previously, you've probably heard of something called the 600 rule, or then it was kind of changed to the 500, 400, and 300 rule. It's no longer super accurate for a lot of the higher megapixel cameras, but you can kind of you would take that number and divide it into your focal length and give you a rough estimate of how long your exposure could be. More modern, we use the NPF rule, which is 35 times aperture plus 30 times pixel pitch, divided by your focal length, and that will give you your exposure time. But nobody is doing that, especially in the field. I'm sure if you're kind of into astrophotography, you've probably heard of photo pills. They have a really cool feature on there called spot stars, and that will give you both of those, the 500 rule and also the NPF rule. My advice is to kind of experiment a little bit. If one says probably 10 seconds and the one says 15, when you're heading out and you're kind of trying to figure out what produces best results, and take a range of photos and just see how they look. But always the goal is going to be to let as much light in as possible. So in that long exposure and all of these things like the aperture and the ISO, they all help us pick up more detail from the sky. So just kind of like a quick representation of why we're taking these long exposures. The left, kind of the amount of stars you would see with the human eye, and then 5, 10, and 20 seconds, you can start to see how much more detail we pick out from the stars. Our ISO is probably going to be the thing that varies most camera to camera, because each camera has different limits. And generally, a higher ISO is going to be more noise, so a lower ISO is less noise. And generally, the range you'll fall for astrophotography is somewhere between 800 and 6400 if you're taking single exposures. So there's a lot of other techniques where you can take multiple exposures and then you stack them in post. But I don't think we have the time to get to that today. But something to keep in mind, there are ways around having a camera that maybe doesn't work really well at high ISOs. And if you're not sure how your camera kind of reacts in these situations, it's kind of the same advice for when you're figuring out your exposure time, would be to head out, keep all of your other settings the same, and then start taking different settings of your ISO. And that way you can review it later on. Because the back of the camera, you're going to look at it and you'll be pretty stoked, because it always looks really good on that small screen when you haven't been looking at anything else. And then when you look at it large, it's like, oh, there must be another photo in here, right? Like, that one looks terrible. Clearly, that wasn't the one I was excited about in the field. But unfortunately, that isn't always the case. So when you head out, take a range of photos, and then it's time consuming the first time, but then what the range and what setting is going to produce best results for your camera. So for our aperture, it's kind of the best way to be able to let more light in while still producing a really high quality image, as opposed to increasing the ISO, which degrades the quality of the image by introducing noise. And as I mentioned before, for most cases, 2.8 or faster, whether you're shooting like a new moon or the Milky Way. If you're single photos or you're stacking your photos, again, as much light as possible with that aperture. If you're using a star tracker, which is a device that just slowly rotates to the left, then you can kind of slow down your aperture to like f4 or faster. A smaller aperture will kind of tighten up the corners of photos a little bit. But then as you start shooting with a bit of moonlight, maybe not headed towards those new moon nights, get a little more light on your landscape, and you can start changing your aperture again, f4 or faster, depending on the position of the sky. If the moon's really bright overhead versus at the horizon, when it's at the horizon, it's not super bright. And then blue hour. How many people have shot in blue hour before? So the light changes really quickly. So you're going to generally fall between that f4, f2.8 range. I love headed out towards the end of blue hour, where you still get some detail in the foreground, and the stars slowly start to appear in the sky. We'll take a quick look. It's a little darker on here, but this was shot at Convict Lake in the Eastern Sierra Mountains. It's shot at f2.8, 15 seconds, ISO 3200 with the Sigma 1418. And that same shot, but now the aperture is 1.8. And you can see the difference in how much more light is let in by just changing the aperture. So that's why those faster aperture lenses really make a huge difference. So our white balance. This is depending on how much time you spend on astrophotography and astronomy forums or comment sections. It's an interesting debate because it kind of falls between the artistic versus scientific side. If you use a custom temperature of between 3,000 to 4,000, your photo ends up being slightly on the bluer side, which may be a little more aesthetically pleasing. But but the night sky isn't blue, so there will be someone that tells you you're wrong. And they're kind of right in a way, but also they're kind of wrong in a way because it's your art and you can kind of do what you want, but you're still kind of wrong if you're looking at science. So if you want that kind of accurate color of the night sky, which unfortunately is not as aesthetically pleasing, it's between the temperature of 4,000 to 5,000 on your camera, or as long as you're shooting in RAW, you can have it on auto and just fix it later on. Or you can, forget and say you did it on purpose and fix it later on. And then generally, you want to turn off your in-camera noise reduction. At some point, cameras did a pretty nice job of cleaning up your photos, but some of them, tend to do too good of a job cleaning up the photos, and they get rid of some stars. Or, now the software does such a nice job too, we can just kind of control that ourselves. And certain in-camera noise reduction will also take what's called like a dark frame. So if you take a 30-second exposure, your camera will then take another 30-second exposure and use that dark frame to subtract the noise from your first one. So it does a good job, but it kills time in the field. And who has 30 seconds to spare? So focusing at night is something that I feel like is really tricky when you're first starting out. Generally, we're going to focus our lens to infinity. Certain lenses will have a little infinity symbol. It's more of a guide than it is, a hard stop in some lenses. But that generally, focusing to infinity will allow us to capture most of our foreground in focus, all the way to the stars. To practice this, if you've never done it before, you can have your lens on autofocus and kind of focus on like something on the horizon during the daytime, and then switch your lens back to manual focus and kind of use that as a starting point at night. If you have a mirrorless camera, using the live view and then finding a bright star or a planet, then you just kind of slowly rotate your lens until you'll see it kind of look like a little bit of bokeh. Then it'll get smaller and smaller and smaller. And then when you hit that focus spot and you go past it, it'll start getting larger again. That's when kind of back it off. But always take the time to review both your foreground and the stars. Again, this is something that on the back of your camera, it can look really great, but then later on when you look on your computer and you view it full size, it's very easy to miss if you haven't taken the time to review, like just something just out of focus. So how many people have seen a map like this before? Cool. So it's a color-coded map of the United States using something called the Bortle scale. The Bortle scale is a 9-level numerical scale that measures the night sky's brightness, with 1 being the darkest and 9 being least dark. Clearly being on the East Coast, you can see where we're situated. So when I'm planning a shot, a light pollution map is generally the first thing that I'll look at for new areas to kind of see what I'm going to be dealing with when I get somewhere. A couple places that you can check to kind of find what different conditions exist are, cleardarksky.com, Dark Sky Finder, or all else fails, just the name of the location you're going to in the light pollution map, and you'll get a map that looks like the one that I just showed. Or the app Clear Outside. It's a free app, and it'll give you some weather conditions, and it'll also tell you the estimated sky conditions there as well in terms of light pollution. So now that we understand light pollution maps and selecting locations, the other important thing to check for traveling is the moon phase. Obviously, shooting near the new moon, the moon will wash out a lot of light. Right now I think the moon's just about full. So unfortunately, I hope people are really excited when they leave here and feel like they want to go take photos of the stars. The bad news is you have to wait a few days because the moon is very bright, so it'll wash out a lot of the night sky. So if you're planning a trip, maybe somewhere to those darker skies on the West Coast, or even just a couple-hour drive, check the moon phase so you don't show up under conditions that aren't ideal for capturing something like the Milky Way. Also, you don't want to travel to Arizona in monsoon season. So all these things that, if you're just shooting landscapes, maybe aren't as important because you're just hoping to get some nice conditions in the sky at sunset, whereas an astrophotographer, you have a whole lot more to consider, unfortunately. I guess fortunately, it's rewarding. But again, you want to plan out what can be seen in your shots before you get there so it's not a surprise, and you can spend as much time wandering in the dark with a purpose as opposed to just kind of wandering in the dark with a hope of finding something. A couple apps that I use, depending on the purpose. For My Moon Phase. All these other apps show the moon phase as well, but My Moon Phase it's a free app that literally just does exactly what it sounds like. It's a little widget on my phone screen that shows the current phase of the moon. You can just use a calendar. Photo pills, again, I mentioned that for that spot stars function for calculating your exposure time. Super, super in-depth app. If you've never used it before, I promise you will feel overwhelmed when you open it. But they also have an amazing YouTube channel full of resources that you probably don't have time to consume everything they have on there, but it's a really powerful app for planning. You can check the location of the Milky Way, where the moon's going to be rising, where the sun's going to be rising, all sorts of really cool planning stuff. And then there's also a whole bunch of other apps that just like Star Walk is one that I prefer. You just hold your phone up to the sky, and it'll tell you exactly what you're looking at. So if you're learning or you're trying to find something, you can kind of spin around in circles and look like a crazy person in the middle of the field. But it's really nice for learning, because if you're not too familiar with the astronomy side of things, they have like little search functions, and if you want to try to find like a planet, or if you're out shooting a meteor shower, you can put the name of it in there, and it'll kind of put a little arrow on the screen and tell you where to look. It might be a couple hours in advance. You can also change the location and the date. So I'll use these if there's a really cool tree somewhere that I want to take a photo of, because as photographers, we go hundreds of miles to photograph a tree that's in the middle of nowhere. You can drop a pin and see exactly where the Milky Way is going to be, so that way you don't have to waste time when you travel to the middle of nowhere. And then the Photographer's Ephemeris is another app. It's also a website that kind of does that. They all have overlapping features, but they're really great for planning. So finding the Milky Way is something that I feel like anyone that wants to take photos in the night sky wants to do. Now, you'll often hear like, oh, it's Milky Way season, but the Milky Way is technically visible all year round, and you can see on the left versus the right, different parts of the Milky Way are visible at different parts or different times of the year. So it's sticking up in Jasper National Park, and this is the winter Milky Way. Winter Milky Way looks more like just kind of a cluster of stars, not quite as photogenic as the summer Milky Way, or like the galactic core of the Milky Way. That's generally what people will refer to when they say that I want to take a photo of the Milky Way. This was taken in Malibu, of all places. It's very close to Los Angeles. So, using that light pollution map, if you look where Malibu is situated and using those apps to see where the Milky Way is going to be, I can kind of plan this out along with the tide to see when the Milky Way will be far enough away out over the ocean from Los Angeles where I don't have to deal with the light pollution or deal with Los Angeles on any level. Sorry, if anyone online is watching from Los Angeles, I'm sure you understand. Yeah, so that's, again, using those apps, you can find really cool spots and places that you may not expect. Like South Jersey has a lot of places where you get south of Atlantic City, and you can find some really cool spots to take photos of the stars. So focusing on that core, the galactic core of the Milky Way, it rises over the east-southeast horizon, and it's visible starting in the early hours of March each year. Most of the time, people wait a little bit later because it starts being visible for just a few minutes after 4 a.m. before sunrise at that time. But then what's really cool is that everything in the night sky kind of moves. The time it's visible is a little bit earlier each month. So March 30th versus April 30th, a month later, the Milky Way is in the same exact position, and so is everything else in the sky, 2 hours earlier. So we're right now, kind of middle of summer, we're kind of at that nice spot where you don't have to wait till the middle or super early to take photos, but that's something to kind of consider while planning. So if you go to a spot, like, cool, the Milky Way, it looks great there, but some clouds, and then you go back later in the year. That same time, if you're back there May 30th, now at 4 a.m., the same time you were there earlier in the year, the Milky Way is in a totally different position. Now it's south, and it's different orientation as well. And by the 30th of August, that core of the Milky Way is already below the horizon. So again, use those apps and really kind of plan out so you don't travel or just have a really ideal shot in your mind and then realize that it's not going to work out. So going back to avoiding light pollution and light pollution in general, this is something I wanted to touch on because we are on the East Coast and we have so much light pollution here. It can be a little bit tough to find spots that are completely free of light pollution. So one of the things I like to do is I spend a lot of time on Google Maps looking for compositions that might aid where light pollution is. So a photo like this was taken in South Jersey, not too far from Atlantic City, where if I would have aimed my camera a few degrees to the left, that entire part of the sky would be blown out because of the, that huge light dome from Atlantic City. So, I went on Google Maps, I dropped pins on these pathways that seem to be facing a little bit further south away from, where that light pollution is. And then I used a longer lens that was shot at 35 millimeter to kind of block out some of that light pollution. And then using, getting creative with your composition to kind of hopefully, not make it look like you're shooting somewhere with a lot of light pollution and having focus on the important parts of your photo. So finding your composition in astrophotography, like any other type of photography, can be a little bit of a challenge sometimes. So sometimes you have really dark skies and you're not a whole lot in the sky, like if you're in the middle of the winter. This is up in Jasper National Park. It's super dark skies there, but at the time there wasn't a whole lot going on, so I framed this with just a little bit of sky in the photo, then a longer exposure for the foreground to kind of bring out the detail. So it's more like a traditional night sky or landscape photo as opposed to an astrophotography photo where we have the whole sky in view, like something like this out in the Anzo Borrego Desert. The Milky Way was incredible there, so instead of having most of the landscape, kind of frame my photo to have that focus of the image be the Milky Way. And then something that we generally, I feel like people stick to really wide angle lenses, which I love using for astrophotography, but thinking about what your focal length conveys with your photo. So shot this at 14 millimeters, 8 seconds, ISO 3200, and it's a beautiful reflection. It's really cool mountains in the background, and it's kind of split attention across the photo. But then simply, without moving my tripod, I shot this at 35, and now it brings the mountains a lot closer. You can still see a lot of stars. The mountains are lit up by moonlight, and it kind of shifts your attention to the mountains a little bit more. And then shooting that same shot at 50 kind of brings that real close, and now it's not so much about the night sky, it's about the mountains under the night sky. That's another example of just changing your focal length and what it kind of changes in that photo. So this was shot with a 14 to 24 f2.8 Sigma art lens, and one photo shot at 14 millimeters, and then one shot at 24. All the settings are the same, tripod didn't move. One of them is very much about that trail leading to Mount Rainier, the Milky Way above it, and then shot, same lens, just at 24 millimeters, and all of a sudden the focus of your photo isn't so much the trail, at least initially. You kind of see the mountain and the Milky Way a little bit more prevalent, a little bit, kind of grabs your attention a little bit more. So as you're shooting, try to switch up your focal lengths and think about what you want the focus of your composition to be. So, just kind of, I know we're flying through a ton of stuff and I'm pretty much almost out of time, but your camera mode, you're gonna make sure you're shooting on manual. Your lens, manual focus. If you're using a zoom lens, make sure image stabilization is off anytime you're on a tripod. Your aperture, ideally f2.8 or faster. Exposure, I recommend using that feature in PhotoPills, or just gotta get an idea and experiment, but generally you're gonna land somewhere between 10 and 25 seconds. ISO, again, experiment, figure out what's best for your camera so you can review your photos later on, somewhere between 800 and 3200, sometimes up to 6400. And then the white balance, you can pick your stand and we're gonna make this fight on science or art or somewhere in the middle. Again, 3,000 to 4,000 will get you a nice blue aesthetic look. 4,000 to 5,000 is a little more natural. And then auto fixing it later. And focus is to infinity, and that'll get most of your foreground and the stars in focus. So think about your approach, the techniques, and what you're aiming to utilize, whether or not you want this to focus on the foreground with the stars above it or the stars with the cool foreground. Always double check your focus. Take a ton of test images because you're going to mess up, I promise. It's a real bummer if you don't take multiple images and you think you nailed it and you didn't. Vary your compositions. Something I try to, at all the workshops I give, I try to get people to take as many different compositions as possible. Take it landscape and portrait. Sometimes, what you see in the field you don't like as much later on. Or someone asks to license a photo that you didn't take because they want it for a different orientation. But most importantly, slow down and enjoy. If you're making this huge effort to go out and be under the night sky, it's a really, really awesome experience, especially if you've never done that before. Getting to look up at a sky full of stars is, it's very overwhelming in the most beautiful way possible. So have everything prepared, but also try to take your time and enjoy it. So real quickly, if anyone is interested, because post-processing is a huge barrier to entry also. If you can visit astrophotographypresets.com, I have a whole bunch of different presets on there for Lightroom and Photoshop. And if you use the code OPTIC, we'll be 25% off. I will be hanging out at the Sigma booth for a while. And thank you again for everyone for listening to that huge bit of information. I know that, so I'm happy to chat with everyone, but I know I'm right up against the next speaker and I don't want to be rude. So thank you to B&H. Thank you to all of you. Thank you to Sigma. Really appreciate it.
Cool. And I just need a chair. I'm on.
Mind if I give you a scratch test here? Oh, there you go. Perfect. All right.
Give me 30 seconds.
Hello, hello. We are on a roll, and I hope you guys are ready because we are bringing the energy for this talk. Creative post-processing techniques for fun. And if you're not smiling and you're not having fun, you're doing it wrong, and hopefully you guys are here and you're going to learn a lot. Quick intro for our speaker. Alan Shapiro works with Wacom, a Canon shooter, has a good knack for teaching. You know, he's going to be up and screaming in your faces, and you guys are going to get all that energy, and you're going to bring that when you go home and you start editing your photos. So, without further ado, Alan, welcome to the stage.
I was told not to scream.
You can scream.
I can scream?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, everybody awake? At least in this room? Because it's Sunday. Like, I wanted to come in my pajamas. How about the rest of you? Okay. So, I've been thinking a lot about life, because it's weird, and the relationship to this creative passion we all have, right? Some of us take pictures. Hopefully all of you then go home and process them. And for me, the processing is almost as much fun. Some days it's more fun than the actual taking of the pictures. I do a lot of work. But as I think about this day and age and what's going on, I find myself feeling like this a lot more than anything. This is my new suggestion for a Supreme Court justice. And another one, because for sure they'll do better jobs. And I was told not to be political, so I'm not. But I'm going to sit down. So Wacom asked me to come here. And I love Wacom because this is a tablet. And how many of you grew up not working with a pencil or something to write with? Anybody? Right? So it's natural. This is natural. Mice are not natural. Now, we all get used to them. Touchpads are a little bit more natural because we grow up touching other things, right? Which is sometimes good, sometimes not so good. It has to be nice touches. The tablet allows for all of that. Now, another thought as we're talking about like work and life and that balance, it's pronounced Wacom. The wa is the kanji word for harmony. Harmony. That way you'll remember the name, Wacom, wa. Say it with me, wa. We all need a little bit more harmony, a little bit more unity, a little bit more art therapy. So that's what today's going to be, okay? So I do a lot of work, as you've been seeing. I try not to limit myself to just one thing. I started as a portrait photographer. Then I got bored of people talking back to me as a New Yorker, so I went to the zoo, and then I started traveling, and the animals, they started talking back to me sometimes as well. I must have bizarre pheromones. The monkeys would go crazy. And so then I went to a garden, and I found flowers, and I found a beautiful place. And then I said, okay, well, I can't always be out and about, especially during this crazy pandemic life we've been living, so I started shooting at home. Truth be told, I shot earlier, before the pandemic. But so now, in some cases, I would take still life and I would merge it with my love for animals. I have a pet tarantula at home thanks to a daughter who's in vet school. And I would go for walks, and I hope you're noticing the different looks as I'm cycling through some of these things. And sometimes I would go on walks and I'd find people, but I wouldn't want to talk to them, so I'd step way back and I'd just let them do their thing and I would do my thing, because again, we're living in a pandemic and whatever. And I found myself always looking for color and something to brighten my mood, right? We all need that. So I found colorful walls, because I found if I didn't and left to my own devices, sometimes this would come out of my twisted brain. So there's a range of work, there's a range of looks, and I want you to think about for a minute this sort of Venn diagram that I've been using lately when I teach, because I love to teach. We're all students in this room, and we're all learning and sharing, and that's the beauty of it. So we all have a story that we find or make, right? Those are the two genres. We're out looking for things, or we're in making things. Sometimes we're out making things. Hopefully, each of us has our own perspective. By that, I mean, you know, I can take 20 photographers into a garden and plant ourselves in front of a dahlia, and hopefully we're not all going to take the same basic image, but that happens more than not, right? So how do we stand out? How do we shift things a little so that we stand out? That's where your perspective comes in. Hopefully you're spending time as you're shooting exploring different angles and getting the expected stereotypical image out of the way. But then when you get home, you can make it a little bit more artful, a little bit more unique, a little bit more your own. That's where having an understanding of the craft and the techniques are important. So you can do any of these separately, right? You can go and you can find stories and you can just shoot, and you can practice having perspective. But when you start marrying two, or in some cases all three of them, that's where you get to a special place. And that's what I'm gonna hopefully bring a little bit of today. I just want you to remember all of that. So I'm gonna come back to that. I'm working right now in Lightroom. And before I do that, I'm gonna give you a brief commercial on Wacom. only because I want you to see how easy it is to get started. So I've got my device, this, and if you're left-handed like I am, you hold it like this, right? So you can hold your stylus in one hand, and you have a track wheel in the middle with 4 buttons that are programmable, and then you've got these hotkeys that are able to be set up and customized, which make it really, really incredible and very intuitive to work. So if you look, I've selected my Intuos, and now I've got my function set up, and by default it's set to all other, but if I go over here, you'll see that I've set up specific keys and commands that are pre-programmed in the applications that I use most. So I want you to remember that. I always forget to switch back and forth, so when I do a little Photoshop later for you, or this afternoon, for those of you who want to attend, I'm going to forget, and so forgive me, because remember, this is for fun. And I should put my glasses on because I'm used to working with huge monitors because I'm old. Anyway, so what you can see here is that I've set up 4 buttons on top for my typical keyboard commands: Shift, Control, Option, Command. And on the bottom, because I'm working in Lightroom, I've got undo and redo, I've got pan and zoom, and I've got a space bar. What I want you to do is I want you to think about, for those of you who work in whatever program you work in, think about the commands that you're using the most often based on the task you're doing. So I'm doing photo editing, and in some cases I'm doing painting, right? In Lightroom, I've got sliders. I can do that with anything. But when I'm working with brushes, with local adjustment brushes, this is where magic happens, because now I'm pressing on the screen and I've got pressure sensitivity built in, so it's incredible. And I can control the size either with the trackpad on my computer or the trackpad that's built into the tablet. I've shut it off because I find that sometimes when I'm drawing, if I press my hand on it, it gets confused, right? That's my fault, not the tablet's fault. So I've got it shut off, so I will be using both of these things, okay? Any questions so far? Really easy and totally customizable. I probably have 10 different sets of presets just when I work in Photoshop, because sometimes I'm painting, sometimes I'm doing more a different kind of editing, sometimes I'm doing illustration work, or sometimes I just want to doodle. Now, you may be saying, I have an iPad, can I do that? It's like, yeah, but the pressure sensitivity on an Apple Pen doesn't compare. I think 8,917 levels of pressure on this puppy. I've gone through at least 6,000 of them. I still have a few that I haven't found yet, but that's that. So let's talk about some basic editing. I'm going to reset this, and you're going to see where it starts. Raw, always raw. Please, always raw. No JPEG in this room, right? Nod your heads. No JPEG allowed. All right? I know it looks good in camera. I know it's maybe easier, but you want to have more control. Okay? So now some basic adjustments. By the way, we've got basic and we've got, sort of localized. Some of the things that I typically do is I will reduce my highlights, increase my shadows, and then take my whites all the way up just to see what I'm working with. The Adobe default preset profile is Adobe Color. I'm a colorful guy, so I usually go to Vivid. There are lots of options to explore here, and I encourage you to do that because not only will your own specific camera show up with the range of presets they have. I'm a Fuji shooter, so I've got a ton of Fuji presets that Lightroom automatically loads. But then Adobe's given you a whole bunch of different looks and feels, and if I were to just cycle through a couple of these, you'll see how it immediately transforms the image and gives me a starting point. It gives me an idea where I may want to take it. So sometimes this is part of my initial exploratory, right? I'll just cycle through a whole bunch of the profiles and see what turns me on. And then invariably, unless I'm doing something really special, oh, you're in the front row. It's like a Cirque du Soleil show. You may get wet. Just careful. So I will take my whites up, and sometimes I will take my blacks all the way up. And if we do this already before and after, makes a difference, right? But it's not very creative. It's just I have now gotten to a basic starting point in my typical workflow. Now, what do I want to do with this? What fun do I want to have? Sometimes I will go to curves. Curves. So invariably, I will put a couple of points down, and I'm in the luminosity curve here. So this is going to affect the lights and darks in my image. And if I go all the way up, I'm going to start what's called crushing the blacks in the industry. It's going to start getting that matte velvety look, which I kind of like right now. I'm going through my black velvet painting phase in life. So I will do something like this. And then I will invariably take up my highlights a little bit. And now again, let's look at that as a before and an after. So it went from something that was sort of a true representation of what I saw to something that for me expresses my mood, expresses something a little bit more artful. And that's what I want you thinking about as it pertains to some of your work. What is it you want to say? How do you want people to feel is more important? Put that on top of things. So now if I want to play a little bit more, and I'm not suggesting these are good or bad, I'm like improvising a little bit now for you all. I'm now in the blue curve, and now if I shift my darkest points up a little bit, look at what happens to the black. So I'm in the black corner of the curve, and as I shift up, and I'm going to take it all the way to an extreme just so you can literally see it. Do you see how blue it's getting? So now if I want to introduce a little coolness in the shadows, I can do that. If I want to go the opposite way, and I want to introduce a little bit of warmth, because in this particular curve it's blue and it's yellow or orange, so I'm going warm or cool. And I don't have to do that a lot to get a really interesting effect. And I can come down here, and if I want to introduce some warmth into the highlights, I can do it this way. Now that's one set of things, and you can obviously put points anywhere you want. So if you want to make your midtones a little bit cooler, which is going to, affect things overall and then bring things down. The thing to remember with curves is you want them to be smooth. You don't want it to be too jagged or awkward, because then it gets awkward, right? Things get too close together. Don't like it, just double click. So let's shut that off, and let's go down. Actually, I'm just going to reset it. Boom. And let's go down to another little favorite hidden trick of mine, the calibration module. Has anyone played around with the calibration module? Yeah, a couple of hands? These are my rock stars, good. This was originally developed so you could correct for the different algorithms that a particular camera had, right? So if your camera shifted a little bit magenta, you could correct for that. But if you play around with it, it becomes a global color changing tool, because what it does is it allows you to change every pixel in your image. And I'll give you an example. So look at this, and I'm just going to go to the blue, and I'm going to shift it. Did you see the change? Here's a before, here's an after. Somehow, and I'm not a color scientist nor an engineer, so I can't explain why it works, but what it's doing when you increase the saturation in the blue channel in particular, this is like a secret weapon of mine. It affects the overall luminosity of the image. It just changes things. It makes colors a little bit brighter and purer. So now, we can do other things. We can play with each of these. And I want you to remember, though, these are global adjustments. Every single pixel in your image is made up of red and green and blue. So this is truly a global adjustment. For instance, if I want to shift the hue of my red, look what starts to happen. So in an image like this, where reality doesn't matter, where I want to just play with things or get to a certain look, cool things down, warm things up, this is a very interesting place to start to experiment. Okay? Now, by comparison, we've got the HSL module, which allows me to go in, and this is, think of it as a local adjustment. If calibration down at the bottom is a global adjustment, this is local. So now I can go in, and if I think my reds are a little bit too strong, I can take it down. If I want to increase certain colors, so this is where we can start playing a little bit. I can adjust my luminance. I keep all of these open at the same time because I find myself going back and forth and playing. Some of you may want to just do one at a time. You can easily just do that by going in saturation, luminance, or all. Okay? So let's look at another image. So here's the after, a chrysanthemum. Let me reset it. Raw. We like raw, but it's lacking something. So what do we want to do to this? Let's do something totally different. Let me go back and I never want anyone playing with their exposure unless they've just had a really bad shooting day and you just weren't able to control it in camera. I would much rather you work with shadows and whites and, just exposure changes everything. So it's really like it's going to an emergency room and stopping the bleeding before you die. But it's like working with a sledgehammer, okay? So let's think about opening up the shadows, maybe reducing the highlights a little. I do that only because I don't like highlights as much as I like the brilliant whites. So now this is my version of working with contrast. So I can increase contrast globally, and I find myself working with this a little bit as a 1-2 punch. So I'll take my highlights all the way down, not all the way down in this case, and I'll take my whites almost all the way up, and then I want to look and, this feels kind of nice, but I'm missing something special. I want to pull out the yellow, for instance. So what do? I'm going to go down to my HSL, and I might just start here and slide that all the way. And now it's getting truer to what I remember seeing, certainly what I remember the flower telling me it wanted to look like in her portrait. I tend to do that. I anthropomorphize everything, and we have dialogues with our subjects. And she said, I feel I need to be very yellow. So here we go. Now, I could do this, and it's good. But what I also want you to remember is that you have this targeted adjustment tool. Oops, don't want to do that. Over here. And the reason I like this is because sometimes there's more than just yellow in an image, in a part of your image. So this gives me a clue that, oh, by the way, there's a little bit of green here. Now, why do I care about that? I hate the color green, personally. I just do, which is really weird for a macro photographer, it's hard. But so knowing that there's green in here, I may go and up my yellow and take my green down, but I'm not going to take it as far down as I normally would because I don't want to affect the center of that flower. What I may want to do is increase the luminosity a teeny bit. Probably more than anything, I'm going to now go to hue because I've learned from the targeted adjustment where I was just playing with saturation. Here's how they interact, that I want to take my greens and I want to shift them a little bit. Again, I'm not worried about reality. I want you to feel a certain way. So I can make them very blue, or I can warm them up. Here's a hint for those of you who remember, when you're shifting the hue, you're invariably shifting it towards what is either above or below it in Lightroom. So, in this case, I'm shifting my greens toward yellow, which now is a good thing because now I could take my yellow saturation up even higher and I can reduce my greens a little bit. And now I'm back to a place that I'm happy with. Now, let's do some local adjustments. So, Lightroom recently made a huge shift in their local adjustment palette. Has everyone played around with it? Everyone figured it out to some point, right? So many more choices. So I can choose a brush, I can choose gradients, I can add and subtract. I've got all these crazy tools like color range and luminance ranges. So all of the things that were a struggle in times past now become easy tools to play with in order to fine-tune a selection in Lightroom. Of course, there are some of you, who, and myself included, who many times will just jump to Photoshop because either you're more comfortable with it or you just think it's better. Personal preference, but you can do a lot more here. So now what I want to do is I want to start doing some localized adjustments. So I'm going to pick a brush, and oh my God, this is way too big. So let's see, I'm going to go here. That's panning and zooming, I don't want to do that. There we go. Sorry. Okay. Go away. Don't want to do that. So I'm going to come all the way down here. Another thing I want you to remember, so if I were to paint, if I were to paint in right here, I'm now painting with pressure sensitivity. So I don't have to go over here and worry about my feather or my flow per se, although I've got them set a little bit lower because I want to be subtle. I do not have a good track record of being subtle in my life. Sorry, so I'm working on it. This tool helps me do that. So obviously I can work with sliders, I can work with my tools. Really important, you can change the color of the overlay mask. So, boom, 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 let's do this. Let's go up to 100% so you can. So now you can see where you're painting, if that's important to you. I've got auto mask turned on. Sometimes I like it, sometimes I don't, particularly if I'm working with something with a little bit more contrast. I'd rather come in, zoom in, and be a little bit more painstaking with my masking by hand rather than turn it on. I find that it will often not select enough, and so I'll get speckling if I zoom way in. And many of my pieces get blown up to wall size, so I can't afford that. So now that I've got that, now I want to maybe see what's possible as I start drawing your eye around the image. So now here's where having a tablet is just perfection, because I can sit and I can paint and I can make things bigger and smaller and just finesse the image to a point where I'm really, really happy. And now I've got that. Let's turn this on or off. There's off, there's on. So I'm not going to do the whole thing here. Are there any questions, by the way, while I'm doing this? Because it's like I don't want you feeling like you're watching paint dry. I'm going to create a new mask. And now, instead of using the gradient tool, I'm going to create a radial gradient. And now I've got that. And I want to see where it is. But the default is the inside of the circle, which I find really awkward for some reason, no matter how many times I play with it. But remember that you have an invert switch. And so now I've got it, and I can create a very subtle vignette exactly where I want the vignette to be, as opposed to where Lightroom, if I used the edge vignette, wants me to have it. So I can move it around. So I encourage you to avoid the vignetting tool in Lightroom, particularly. Use a radial vignette. Use a linear vignette, because in some cases, if I want to, so I took this down. What did I take it down? I took my exposure, because here I don't need subtlety around the edges. I'm drawing your eye to the center. But let's say I want to darken just the bottom. Now I can just add another. Now I'm going to go to a linear vignette, and I'm just going to drag up. If I hold shift, I can strain it. If I don't hold shift, you see I can move it, so I can get subtle angles to follow the pattern. And now I could do that. Okay, so there's enough on this image. Any questions? No? Cool. Everyone awake? Yes, eyes are open. Good. Perfect. Yeah.
The pressure.
Yes.
Do you work in this section too?
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's the beauty of it, because it is automatically recognizing that I'm working with a pen. I've got the pressure the flow set lower, and then it's working for me.
So you never modify your flow anymore?
Well, I do, because sometimes, and I'm going to show you this next. I don't know, let's see, what time is it, 12 o'clock? How much time do I have, Michael? 30 minutes. 30 minutes, oh, good, plenty of time. I'm going to jump around a little bit.
When you, is it the pressure also on this when
Yeah.
you're doing the gradients and doing that, or when you're,
No, with the gradient tool, it's,
or when you're using the brush tool?
when I'm using the brush tool, absolutely. Here, let me do something. So I'm in this image, and I want to set a brush. And now, just to give you an example, I'm going to take my exposure all the way down, so it's gonna darken things. Okay. So like if I draw light, see what's happening, right? And I could do much lighter. If I press and hold, that is the difference between flow and opacity, right? If you set your opacity, you'll never get darker than that opacity that you've set. No matter what you're doing, if you set your opacity to 50%, that is the darkest stroke you will be able to make. Whereas flow is, again, similar to drawing or painting tools. So work with your flow, not your opacity. The lower the flow,
Density, the opacity on this, or?
I'm sorry, say again?
This doesn't have, I mean, you don't have opacity here, you have.
Right, this is all flow. I'm jumping around between this and Photoshop.
Oh,
Okay? So, and if I want my flow to be now, boom. Okay. So now if I wanted to do something really silly, so now I just changed everything. Why isn't it showing up? Okay, so I've got my flow way down. If I want to build in some bokeh into my image, I can do that. Now I can even go in and I can play with the color, with the temperature of what I'm drawing in. And it's going to be really subtle. If I want to do a different brush, and I just want it to be a temperature-based brush, so now I want to paint in some blue or some whatever, I can do that. So again, this is where you can get really creative, and that's where the fun starts happening. So we'll get past this. Ultimately, what I want you to sort of recognize is you can start with something, and then in the same session, you can explore all sorts of other things. So converting things to black and white versus color, looking at color grading, looking at different iterations. So here's a before, here's the after. Here's a different after. So I have what's called acute chronic perfection paralysis, meaning nothing's ever good enough. Sound familiar to any of you, right? I have some images that I have literally reprocessed hundreds of times because I look at it and it's never good enough. Okay? It's awful, but it's wonderful because it keeps you humble. It keeps it fun because I never know what I'm going to get. So there are times I will do what I call like creative sketching. I'll open an image and I'll create 4 virtual copies, and then I will just do 4 very different looks to get started. Sometimes it's with color profiles. Sometimes it is just playing with different curves to get a look. So here's one exercise, a little still life. By the way, those of you who know me, blueberries make everything better. If you don't like an image, throw blueberries in. It will make it happy, right? Guaranteed, no matter what, okay? But I wanted to do something a little bit more editorial feeling, and I wanted it to be a little bit more elegant, a little bit more painterly. In a past life, I believe I worked for some crazy king or queen during the Renaissance time, and I was like an official court painter. So I always look at things through like a little bit of a more painterly effect, right? I love working in black and white. So let's talk about like how we make this a little bit better. Actually, no, I'm going to save that for later. That's this afternoon. I've been playing with a new technique based on, has anyone heard the phrase pentimento? Pentimento is it's a painting term where, and I'm probably going to misquote it because I like to do that, or just make up my own definition, where in the olden days, painters would reuse their canvases. If they weren't happy, they would just paint over things. And in some cases, with wear and tear, the underpainting would show through. So sometimes it was literally an underpainting. Other times it was a totally different painting that they had regessoed over and then painted again. So they, you would see things through it. And as I'm getting older and getting a little bit more distressed myself, a little bit more cracked and worn and faded and all of those things, some of you may be able to relate to it, I find myself drawn to the textures in the real world. So this is a dumpster. I love painted metal and how it ages and rusts and looks. And then I took an image of a flower that I didn't really love, and I started playing with it. And here's another one. This is a crumbling concrete wall that I found. So now I'm obsessed with collecting textures of walls and things. And sometimes they're a little bit more literal. And sometimes it's like, when I have my own villa in Tuscany, I want all the walls to have murals on them. So let me see what that would look like. And then I show my wife, and she says, yeah, that's very nice. Who's going to paint it? And I said, you are. And, but so this is playing. This is a brand new technique that I've never taught before, and I'm going to teach it for the first time here. So let's go into Photoshop. And hopefully I've got some things ready. So now what do I have to do? I have to go and I have to change my preferences. There we go. And now I'm in Photoshop. Good, done. So I've got one thing done, and I want to open another one. Let's see. Which one do I want to open? Let's see if this is the right one. Ah, it is. Okay. But it's not, because I opened the raw file, not the processed one. Doesn't matter. We're just going to open it anyway. So this opened in Adobe Camera Raw as opposed to Lightroom. So now I have this image. And actually, I don't want to do it like that. I want to come back in. And I want to get the right image. Let's do this. There we go. Okay. So now I'm going to take this image and I'm going to drag it into this image, and it's going to come in a different size because it was shot on different cameras. And I'm just going to scale it. And in this case, I'm not being terribly precise with my scaling because I don't care about the proportions because I'm just demonstrating it with you. So now I've got this and this. What the hell am I going to do with it? I'm going to shut that off, and I'm going to come in here, and I'm going to go to Select, Color Range. Anyone played with color range before? Most of you know it, like if you want to replace one color with another, right? You've got a blue awning, you want a red awning. You've got a pink dress, you want to make it a green dress. For me, it becomes a little bit of a creative tool. So now, what it's doing is it's showing me different parts of the image as I click on it. And if I click and drag, it is sampling different parts. You see there's a little eyedropper there. So now what I want to do is I want to take this middle part, and watch what happens when I up the fuzziness. So it's selecting more of that middle thing. What this is doing is making a selection from my image. and it's making it based on the color that I want to work with. So I'm going to click OK. Now I've got a selection. Now I want to turn this image on. Whoops, and I did the wrong thing. And I want to mask this. Now, what I don't want to do is leave it like this. I want to use blending modes to play with it. And I want to take my opacity down a little bit. And now I've got this interesting merging of image and other image, and I can start playing with it. And I've got it masked out here. And in some cases, depending on how I do this, now I can make some creative decisions. I can come in, and I can add an adjustment layer. So remember, I was working with a raw image, so I want to change the saturation on this top flower a little bit, and I maybe want to brighten it up a little bit. And we'll do that. And then we're just going to lock it to that layer, so I'm not affecting the underneath layer. And now I'm going to come back here, and I think I want to add a little bit of sharpness. So what I'm doing now is I just hit Shift, Control, Option, E. So I grabbed every one of the layers, and I created a composite layer. Now I'm going to go up to Filter and High Pass. High Pass is one of my little secret things to play with. And I'm going to get a dialog box, and 10 is too high. The trick here is it's giving you that. And now you want to work with it in overlay mode. And now if I were to come in, whoops, and zoom in, oops, I did the wrong thing, sorry. Yikes, things are lagging. Sorry about that, folks. So then I would be able to sharpen and then mask things out. Okay, let's do a different one of these, just because it's sort of fun. Let's go in. Let's take this image. I'm going to edit in Photoshop. And I'm going to go back, and I'm going to find a new texture. This is what I've been doing the past couple of weeks, just working with all sorts of new things to see what shows up. And I'm looking for a colorful one. Let's do something like this. Now the other fun part of this is that it's always a little bit of an experiment, as it is when you're playing with new techniques and trying to figure things out. So here it comes. Okay, so now I'm going to take this image, and I'm going to drag it into this image. Shut it off. Select color range. So sometimes I get lucky and it gives me a really interesting mask to start with. I can play or not. In a case like this where there's a lot of color going on, I want to probably have more of my flower show through. I'm going to turn that top layer on. I'm going to create a mask. I'm going to go, and here's where I may cycle through some of my layer modes and get to hard light. opacity down a little bit. And now just for fun, I'm going to duplicate this layer. I'm going to get rid of this layer mask. And I'm going to create a new one. And I'm going to change to just overlay. And now I'm just going to do a hide all mask. And now with a white brush, I'm going to start painting in. Okay. So now we can turn this on or off. And you'll start seeing that now I am bringing in with another layer, I'm adding in a little bit more detail in areas where I want more detail. If I wanted to, I could take away some of the distressing. So again, just a fun thing that I've started playing with, and it's bringing me a lot of joy, so I thought I'd share it with all of you. In the interest of time, I'm going to sort of pause and see if anyone has any questions.
Where are you finding your textures?
I find my textures, anywhere there's a strip mall or a large grouping of stores, there are dumpsters. It's summertime in New York. It smells awful. But dumpsters have been a huge source of joy for me, as have old walls. Drive around Brooklyn, find an industrial part of the city, go to Brooklyn, go to the Bronx, and just drive around. And I'm that crazy guy who is going either 10 miles an hour, sort of looking at all the walls, and pulling over and jumping out of my car and taking pictures. They're everywhere, and it's so cool to have your own textures rather than counting on someone else, because now I know that if I find a great bit of distress, something, I can frame it so it's in the top left or the top right or the bottom left or the bottom right. So I've got total flexibility in my own work. And a lot of the work that I do, in fact, I'm teaching another course this afternoon on texture blending. It's totally within my control now, which is good. We want that, right? Okay. Any other questions? Anything? Anything I didn't show you that you want to see? No? You're all very quiet. Why are you so quiet? And have fun and make big, huge mistakes, because that's where growth comes from. At the end of our lives, we're not going to be known for the image that looks like everybody else's, right? Think about Picasso in art school. It doesn't look like the rest of the classes, Pablo. That's good. That's really good. That's what I want for all of you. Okay? Thank you for coming. Thank you for sharing.
Hello, hello. One after the next. You guys look nice and inspired. I hope everyone at home is comfortable. I had a little quick break there to adjust before our next session. So thanks y'all for being here. Thank you all from home watching. Hey, we're here tomorrow if you're at home and you want to come over to the New Yorker, just so you know. But thank you all for being here. Say hello to your neighbors, network, getting back in person. It's kind of amazing to have that feeling again, see new faces and smiles and meeting people. So please embrace that while you're here and enjoy all the extracurricular activities we have going on later tonight. We'll be at the edge. Hopefully we get a nice window and we could see out there. It might still be a little wet and rainy. Tomorrow's the cruise, always the best. If you've been to OPTIC before, you know our sunset cruise is just really an amazing, fun time. So I hope to see you guys there. So next up on stage here, we have Hanna Wondmagegn. Really excited to start working with you. It's been amazing to produce these events and find new speakers and listen to some of our other ambassadors and VIPs and say, hey, who should we be working with? And your name was right at the top of the list, and felt super lucky that it was a Sunday and that you can join us today. So Ethiopian American, been traveling 14, 15 countries. You'll see that represented in her work, and of course exploring the States as a visual storyteller. So I can't wait to hear you speak. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause real quick.
Hello, thank you for the intro. That was so kind. How are y'all doing today? Good. It's so funny. I moved here a couple months ago in January, and people are like, you're from the South, aren't you? And I'm like, how do you know? And they're like, you just said y'all with a Southern drawl. And I was like, oh, okay, so I'll take it. But thank you all so much for having me. Thank you, Michael and B&H. I'm really excited to be able to sit and join the conference. This is my first OPTIC conference. It's really cool to walk around and see everyone super excited about photography and visual imagery. So I'm very excited to talk to y'all about storytelling with a purpose, how you can use your images or whatever visual medium you use to be more intentional and tell some stories. And we can get started. So yes, my name is Hanna. I'm an Ethiopian US American visual storyteller. I picked up a camera about 4 years ago. It was 2018, and I was in the midst of what I call a journalistic identity crisis. I started out as a journalist, a writer in high school, and I went to college and did broadcast, and then I did audio podcasting, and one day I signed up for an intro to photojournalism class and walked in, and it solidified everything, and 4 years later, here I am. And I love this image of me on the camel because it looks like I'm having a good time, but I'm not. I was struggling to balance while also using my non-existent abs to like turn and hold on to two different cameras, and that honestly defines my career so far and what I've been able to do. It's just you never know where your camera takes you. But I'm really excited to talk to y'all about, again, ways that you can really use intentionality in your work. And a lot of my background is photojournalism. That's where I come from. So stories are very important. And we're going to be going through that. But kind of wanted to start off with a technique that my photojournalism professor used in our intro class, where we walked in and we were surrounded by screens, and he would start off class every time showing us different images, and we'd sit in silence and look at them and talk about them later on. And it was his way of kind of convincing us to stay along with the field. I don't think I have to do much convincing, because if you've opted to come to a photo conference, I imagine everyone here likes photos, so I don't have to do much work there. But I did want to share some of my favorite images from over the years, and also I feel like you'll learn more about me and how I see the world through that. And I really want y'all to just like sit and take it in. We're gonna spend a couple of seconds on each image. You can really think about how it makes you feel. That's one of my favorite things about visual work is how it makes you feel and what questions it asks. So just really enjoy the next few seconds, hopefully enjoy, and just take it in, and we'll kind of come back together and talk about how it makes us feel and how to make images that makes us feel as well. Without further ado. We're almost there. All right, that was a little journey. I think the images looked a little different because of the calibration, but yeah, if anyone wants to share how it makes them feel, no pressure. I can tell you how I felt. That was nerve-wracking. But yeah, I mean, that was just, again, every day in class, our professor would start us off looking at images, and that's probably the best advice I've ever gotten, is to just always consume visual imagery and get inspired. And we're going to now break down some of the images that you've seen and kind of go towards how to imbue your work with intentionality. So first off, define what storytelling means for you. So ask yourself why. Why are you doing this? I know, like, that sparks existential dread whenever I hear, like, why are you doing this? Like, who are you? But it's a very good question to ask and a very good thing to come back to all the time, you know. For me, I grew up in a small immigrant community in East Charlotte, North Carolina, and I was surrounded by stories all the time. None of us spoke the same language, but we understood each other through food, through music, through images, kind of all living together, and that's how I got involved in storytelling, and that's what led me into journalism and now visual storytelling, broadly speaking. But kind of see what it is, what it means for you. Why are you doing it? I mean, it's probably not for the money, as we're not getting paid much here, but exactly, you know, like, is it because you want to make a difference? Is it because you just want a pretty picture, or you want to share your images with your family on your travels? Once you learn where you're coming from, it kind of really defines the purpose of the images that you make. Next, I would say learn the rules. Learn why certain rules exist in visual work and go from there. Things like composition and framing. So I was working on a story about a food delivery service and was trying to look for different ways to make it interesting. Decided to go in the back of the van and shoot through the van, so you kind of get the idea of this is someone who's delivering things, unpacking from the car, and you want to know more, you want to know what it is. So using the composition and framing with that. Same thing with this. This is in Portugal, I believe. It was really beautiful lighting, and I wanted to find a way to take a photo of the space, and found like these posts with the little rings of string going through them, and kind of use that to frame, and that just was more interesting to me. So really using the methods of composition and framing to add some context to your work. And another example, this is a painter in West Jefferson, North Carolina, Stephen Shoemaker, and this was him working, and so really using the easel to kind of frame him. You want to know more. You're like, what is he doing? You can't really see any painting, but you get the sense of it, that he's in some kind of room, and that makes you want to know more and want to learn more of the story. And I was on a Ferris wheel, or I think that's what they're called, and just wanted to make it look interesting. So shot through, you get the idea of you being in it. It's a different look from just standing outside and getting the view of the Ferris wheel. Is that what it's called? I think. Yeah. Okay. Ferris wheel. But yeah, just really using these methods, and I think it helps to, again, add some. It adds, like, you're being intentional about it. Rule of thirds. For those who don't know, I'm sure everyone does, but just imagine you've got grids going horizontally and vertically, and putting your images or your source of interest in the points where they intersect. So this would be over here. Over here we've got multiple. You've got like lines this way. Your eyes kind of draw this, and it's just where your eyes will naturally go towards. So you're attracted to this area. You're attracted to the shadow, the tree, the lines, things like that. Makes it more interesting, and it's intentional that that was done. And then lighting. There are great times to go out and take photos. This was on a ship, and it was just great lighting. I don't edit too much in post just because, again, my background's photojournalism, so we try to keep things as true to what the situation was. But this was great lighting, great reflection. The colors worked really well. Same thing here, golden hour on the side of a mountain that I really thought I was going to fall off of. But it was worth it, I think, hopefully. Same thing with, I try not to use any flash. I use what's around me. And so this was at a nighttime concert in Rome. And I knew it was going to be a hard thing to photograph because it was night and there weren't any lights. But they had these like 2 lights surrounding them. Use that to kind of get a framing of the silhouette. You see enough to want to know more. You see enough to get an idea. And then that itself is just very interesting. And then there's this photo, which isn't that like visually interesting, but I chose to put it in here because there's a lot of different lighting elements happening. You've got like the back lighting over here, the shadows, you've got the sunset over here, and you've got this like beautiful golden light on the grass. And that's just very different examples of what lighting can do for you, and choosing when to go out and take images, and making all these decisions and really asking yourself again, why? Like, why am I choosing to do this? Well, I want people to know more about this person who's performing. Same thing here. I want people to get the environment, feel like they're there. And then a little more examples. This was my friend standing at Horseshoe Bend, and same thing as well. Landscape photography I've had trouble with because I would always go out at like the worst time at noon, and there's shadows, and it just did not look great. This was closer, I would say, to like 4 or 5 p.m. And it was actually when there were a lot of wildfires out west. And so there was a lot of smog, and there was like an orangey cast to the sky. Not hoping for wildfires to make your photos look better, but using the lighting situation, it did make it look softer, made it look more interesting. And that's where that came from. So once you learn the rules, break them. Again, everything comes back to why. Like, what is your intention with taking photos? What is your intention with the story you want to tell? What do you want to show? Bless you. So pushing lighting limits. Before, I probably would never have even attempted to take a photo at this time of night because I wouldn't have thought it was capable or it would have worked. But I tried, really pushed the ISO up, and it worked, and it looked pretty cool. The kind of like, I called it a study of light and shadow. And same thing here, just like using the lighting reflection, really like using the suggestion of the water and the woman posing, and kind of like just pushing what you can do. And then breaking the rule of thirds. So these 2 examples aren't, I mean, they're still kind of rule of thirds, but I chose these because they're centered. Some people in the photojournalism world are like, no centering images. Everyone has opinions. But the reason I chose to do so is, again, the context. So this woman over here, she's an herbalist, and this tree means a lot to her. So I centered her in the middle of the tree. You get the idea of the tree framing her. It just works really beautifully, and she's kind of looking off in the distance. And same over here, put her smack in the middle of the photo, but I just love like the draping of her sweater, the peacock on her ear, the peacock feather on her ear, just the look on her face. It just worked really well to where I decided I'm going to place her in the middle as opposed to putting her on a rule of third or more in a corner of the image. And again, it goes back to like why I decided to do that, and it goes with the story. Conveying motion is one of my favorite things to do. So working and really testing what you can do with shutter speed. So this is a performance in Morocco, and just, I mean, out of necessity I had to because it was dark, but also was like playing around and seeing what could happen. Another example, I love this one because you can see the dancer and get the idea of that with the guitarist right behind her as well. And then this is on Route 66, and I thought it'd be cool to take a photo of a small, tiny path of Route 66, but was like, what could make it more interesting, and waited for cars. And this was on film, so it was harder. I had no idea what it would look like, but you get the idea of the car moving through, you get the motion, and that, again, adds to the story there. And then same concept, showing energy. This was at an underground street car racing event, and we only had a few seconds before the cops showed up, maybe like 5 to 10 minutes. And so it was a big circle. They were just like doing donuts. It's like, how am I going to show how intense the situation is? Like, you have no idea when the cops are going to come and break everything down. Everyone's like excited. Like, how am I going to show that? So I really, really mess with the shutter speed here, and you get enough of a suggestion of a car to get the idea that it's like an intense, high energy, fun situation. And in a completely opposite direction, same thing with, this is on election night, and this is in Raleigh, and there are protests, and so, you know, there's like a slight shifting of the frame, so you get the idea that it's kind of chaotic. There was a lot happening, and that is something that also kind of shows energy and goes towards showing what was happening in the moment. And then channeling art. I think it's really cool when photos look like paintings, which is why I loved the last session we were in. But these photos were in Belize. I was following around some fishers, and I really just like, the morning light was beautiful. It's flowy. It kind of looks like a painting a little bit. And that was really fun to work with. And then using and challenging space, you know, like getting up close, like using like, again, framing and getting close and seeing what you can do with that. And you really get to see the energy versus moving back out and really placing something, like making it use as minimal space as you can. And that also kind of tells a story and gives an environment as well. And I got really lucky with the bird flying through there. So yeah, all of these methods, you know, learn the rules, break the rules, always just go back to, again, why, like, why are you doing this? What story is it going to tell? And then your medium. One of the sayings, I'm going to mess this up, but I think it's like, you're only as good as like the best camera you have or something, as well. Like whatever you have works for you. And so this is my favorite example. It was when everyone found out that Biden got elected. And of course, this happened days after election night, so no one knew when it was going to happen. And I broke like a photojournalistic rule and did not have my camera on me. I was just hanging out with my friends. And then it happened, and there was so much happening. Like there was like, you know, like people were hugging and kissing, and there were cars going down and celebrations. And I left my camera in the car, but I did have my film camera on me, which I wasn't really comfortable with using at the time, but this is the only photo that exists, and it's not the best, but it was an example for me where it was like, I wish I trusted my iPhone camera or my film camera more and just used what I had. And these are taken on my iPhone. iPhones now are really great, especially the ones that are like newer. Honestly, you don't really need cameras. I don't know if I'm going to make anyone mad by saying that, but it's really cool what they can do. And so, you know, use what works for you, and also just think about the situation you're in. Sometimes it's like really awkward to walk into a space and you've got massive amounts of gear, especially as a photojournalist, and that being my background, people just like instantly stop and they're just like, and you're like, okay, well, this is not the ideal situation here. I'm like, don't want anyone to notice me. So sometimes I'll just bring a smaller camera. And sometimes people use their phones. So use what you have. You don't have to do anything fancy, but it's really just, again, seeing what works for you. And also on that note, in terms of mediums, like sometimes audio works better. If you're in a situation where the sound is just more important than the visuals, use that. If you're in a situation where visuals and sound works, use video. Really just like whatever makes you happy and works towards telling the story or whatever you want to share best. And this is my favorite. Look around you, look away, and then wait. My favorite things whenever I'm traveling and visiting tourist attractions is to turn around. I think that's the most fun. This is at the Trevi Fountain in Rome. Everyone's crowded around taking photos of the fountain. And then you turn around and everyone's just like in the best positions, and you're just like, this is honestly more interesting than the fountain. So always just look around you and see what's happening, and that can be fun and can tell a different story and a different perspective, so you're not all taking the same photo. Same thing with this. It's kind of hard to tell, which I like when things are hard to tell because it makes you want to know more. This is at a mom and pop shop in my college town, and I used the reflection from his refrigerator to kind of get his photo in there, and it makes you want to know more. And that's always something that I want to happen, is for people to ask more. Look away. One of my favorite things is also to look for reflections. This was on a story about how campus was vacant because of the pandemic. And so using the reflection of the water. It had rained to show how empty it was. And this isn't the best example, but there are other things you can do if you're traveling. There's like a monument or anything of such. Find a puddle. It's really fun. Depending on your ethics, you can like spill water on the ground and do that. Whatever you would like to do. But yeah, and same thing here. There was this kid, we were working on a story in Belize, and he just kept following us around. And so I turned around, he's just doing this really cool pose. And then I looked down and saw the reflection, and I was like, oh, this is cool. And also just for anonymity, it just worked great as well. And then wait. That's my favorite thing, and that is a golden thing about photojournalism specifically, is waiting for the moment. And any type of photography, you have to like really wait and sit there. And these are some of my favorite examples. This one was, we're doing a portrait shoot of a rapper, and we had a backdrop set up. And I had this like really cool idea of like what I wanted to happen. And I was like, it's going to be an album cover. It's going to look so cool. And the wind was like, no, like we're not, like it just kept knocking down the backdrop. I didn't know what I was going to do. And of course, like you've got to like adapt really quickly. And so he's trying to help out, and he's like trying to hold it back. And I'm just standing there staring at him like as it's happening, because I've given up with the backdrop. I'm trying to like frantically think of something else. And then this moment happens where he's holding it back. He's kind of looking at it to see if it's going to fall, snap the photo. And this was probably one of my favorites. It looked like it was intentional. It looked like we planned it. But really what's happening is like a couple seconds after this, the whole thing fell. And then I was like, all right, we're done. Like this is it. So that's a big moment of waiting for it. Same thing with this. You can't really see it here, but there's birds over here. That wasn't planned. It wasn't until later I was like, wow, that's so cool. But because I just kind of gone and like pressed down the shutter, it worked, and we caught the moment. And then this is also another wind situation where we were at the Salt Flats in Utah, and I was trying to take portraits of my friend, and the wind, she was trying to fix her hair. It wasn't working out, and she gave up, and she's just like, oh, and I was like, boop. And we got this photo, probably one of my favorite photos. So really just wait and see what happens. Another waiting moment, it was a 24/7 prayer event with the on-campus organization, and there was a sliver of light. He knew I was there, but there was a sliver of light, and I was just waiting because I saw he was really emotional, waiting for that moment, and really caught the moment when he was tearing up, and it just worked really well. And then this was in California. This is also on film. So I really have loved using film recently because you have to trust your intuition. You've only got so many rolls to go through. And so this is just a really cool moment where they were running, and I just took it, and months later got it developed, and it worked really cool. And then one more example. This was in Italy, and I saw this graffiti spray paint thing on the wall and thought it looked really cool, and I was like, okay, well, like I don't know how to make this look interesting. And then this guy walks into the frame, and I like at first was kind of annoyed. I was like, oh, like I've got to readjust. But then he's like looking at his phone. I was like, wait a minute, this is kind of meta. Like think about it, right? Like she can represent the phone and technology and how like it's got everyone in their grasps, and look at this person who's on their phone and not looking around. Like really just like messed around with the metaphor, and it just like also worked, and there was a lot of juxtaposition there. Or I'm just looking way too much into it. I don't know. But and then pigeons. One thing I've learned since moving to New York is the pigeons do not move. Like they're just so used to everything. So I didn't realize how long I had to stand there for them to fly away. Again, ethics-wise, I was like, do I like run into it? But I was like, I can't. So I stood there waiting for it, and it worked out. But yeah, again, these are all just ways that like you can add some meaning and some context to your photos and be really intentional about it. And then comfort and conversation, especially if you're working with portraiture, if you're working with people. It is hard to get folks to get comfortable when you do have a big camera on your face. I have friends who are photographers, and they'll make me pose sometimes, and I'm like, oh, this is what it's like on the other side. Like I get it now. And so one of my favorite things is to engage with folks. This is an example of this was at a farm in rural North Carolina. It was a story about Black farmers, and this was an okay portrait. The lighting was great. Don't know what it looks like, but I was like, okay. And then I asked her, where do you feel most at home on your plot of land? And she said, by the sorghum plants. I was like, okay, so we go over and I frame her, and this is what we got instead. I love this a lot more. She's happy, she's comfortable, the framing is great, and that happened because we had a conversation about what made her comfortable, and there's also just more context to the story now. Like, there's more to talk about than just this person is standing for a portrait. Now it's like, this person is standing in front of a sorghum plant. That means this much historically to her, and this is what it means. Same thing with the underground street racing. This guy who's in charge of it really decorated his car. Something I learned a lot about car culture that night, as well as the most effective way to like high speed chase cars away from cops, like 50 cars running away. And he really loved decorating his car, and that's like a big part of car culture. And so I wanted to show the car without showing the car, and we got some details of it. He pinpointed what was his favorite things, and that's how we got that. So these 3 photos together kind of shows stuff, like shows the story without showing too much. It makes you more interested. And then finally, context. Context is so important. And you can provide that in different ways, whether it's through captioning, whether it's through a written story, whether it's through your Instagram caption. It's really important to, again, adding purpose and being intentional with how you want to tell the story. So I think I showed this image earlier. If you're looking at it, it just looks like someone who's looking at trash from the side. This is, I believe his name is Radford Chaco in Belize, and he was looking for plastic. He has he has a huge family, and he collects plastic to sell in order to make an income and send his family to school. And this was taken in the larger context of a climate change story and how Belize was going to ban plastics, which is great for the environment. However, you think of folks who have used these situations and their circumstances to create livelihoods. It tells a larger story. And so without that context, now, with the plastic ban, what are folks going to do without the ability to collect plastic, because it's banned now, which is great again. But it just starts a conversation. It's like complicated, it's nuanced, and you wouldn't know that if I didn't tell you now, or if I didn't add a caption or a story. Same thing with this. This isn't, it's just a man standing. Without the context, you wouldn't know that him standing is a big deal, because a couple months before I'd met him, he's from Eritrea, and he got into a car accident. Someone stole his car. He was trying to stop them. They hit him and run with his own car. He went to Germany to get treatment. They treated him, and then one day came and said, "You've got to go." Kicked him out, put him on a flight with other folks from East Africa and across the continent, sent them to a refugee camp in Italy. And he had to, after surgery, he got hip surgery, back surgery, like he couldn't move. Had to teach himself physical therapy because he couldn't afford it, was living on not that much at the refugee camp. And I met him at an Ethiopian restaurant, an Eritrean restaurant, because the owner would feed him and take care of him, and they became friends. And so him standing there for this photo was a big deal. And so that's what the context was for that story. And it was told within the larger context of stories about refugees in Italy. And then finally, enjoy it. It goes back to why you're doing it in the first place. Just always come back to why you love it. For me, I love meeting people. I love the moments that happen, and I'm just honestly so honored that folks will let me into their lives. And just being able to share that. And one of my favorite quotes from a colleague is, he said that what we do shouldn't work. You go up to someone, you're like, "Hey, can I take photos of you?" And share it with everybody. If someone came up and did that to me, I'd be like, "No, that's weird." But people say yeah all the time, and it's really cool. And so I like to, I love what I do, and I'm really lucky to do what I do, and just enjoy it and have fun with it. Even if it's just, again, taking photos for your friends and family, or to document your trips around the world, or if taking photos for your friends and family, or to document your trips around the world, or if it's you're trying to change the world through images. It all is great. All has meaning to it. So yeah, that's it. I really hope that y'all enjoyed, and I hope that y'all can, it helps you think a little differently about the next time you're traveling or taking photos, or pull your phone out to take a picture. But yeah, that's kind of all I have for y'all. This is my contact. Feel free to reach out if you would like. Yeah, thank you so much for being here. I don't know if anyone has any questions. I think we got some time also. I know it's lunchtime too. Yeah. So I was part of a class where it was kind of operating as a newsroom, and we had to look for stories all the time. And the writer I was with had a friend who had mentioned street drag racing. And one time I was out at a cookout, which is like I don't know what the equivalent is in New York. It's like a McDonald's, but not really. And I saw like a massive crowd of cars in the distance, and it all just clicked, and we went to one event, and they were there, and they're like, for sure, come through. And yeah, it's a conversation. I mean, because for them, and this is a great thing I love about storytelling, and when you meet people, for them, they were like, we always get bad light. Like, we always get like dragged in the news. We're always told we're being a nuisance, and they're like, this means a lot to us. This is community. A lot of folks here are, during the day, they're ignored by most of society, but at night they found meaning through their cars in this like community. And so they were totally up for being like, yeah, please show what really happens. So it was really cool. Yeah, thank you. Awesome. Thanks so much. Have a good one.
Hello, hello. I hope everyone had a good stretch after that morning full of education. But you guys are packed in here, ready to learn more. I love it. I love to see that. And thanks everyone for joining from home. Give you a little wave. They're watching from the back, everyone. So we are here to do some learning, and a man that does not need any introductions. Any of you guys can come up here and say how you know Scott, where you've seen him from. You may know him from Kelby 1, right? President, founder over there. My favorite way to consume is watching The Grid. I love that. It was like a podcast before podcasts were even a thing, but I'm a visual learner, so I bet all y'all relate. Photoshop worlds, we go way, way, way back, and I'm so happy to introduce Scott Kelby to come onto the stage. So round of applause.
Well, hi, everybody. Welcome, welcome. And everybody at home that's watching, welcome, welcome. Real quick show of hands, if you don't mind. How many of you have Lightroom, using Lightroom? Oh, this is my crowd. All right. How many Photoshop users? We got Photoshop? Oh, yeah. Anybody use plugins? All right. Who's not going to raise their hand regardless of what I ask? Anybody? No? You? All right, great. All right, well, hey, thanks. So what we're going to do in this class is we're going to look at how to edit your travel photos like a pro. I decided not to go through it like slider by slider, right? Because I imagine, especially because of the number of hands that just went up, you guys kind of already have your hands around Lightroom and Photoshop probably. But I want to show you how I use it, and I want to show you some things that are the workflow-wise that'll help. And we're going to do projects mostly in this class. So I'm going to take an image from right out of the camera, like the raw shot. We're going to take you through the steps. And we're going to start off with a doozy. Here's one now. Nice, nicely done. Overexposed by what, a quarter stop? Okay, it's a disaster. All right, but so what I want to do is I'm going to take you through exactly what I would do. And so here's what the first thing I would do is. The very first thing I do to every photo is I just run a lens correction on it. If you look at the photo, it's kind of a little bit bowed. Like if you look at the ground, you can see that it's a little bit bowed. So I'm going to start with that. I just go down here to lens corrections, and I turn on enable profile corrections. Now, if you have some of the newer mirrorless cameras, Lightroom will do this for you automatically. It'll sense it and turn it on. So if you go and you'll go there and you go, how did that get on? It's because some of the newer mirrorless cameras that automatically turns it on for you, which is a nice courtesy. So I turn this one on. Now, what it does is it looks through Lightroom's built-in, it's got a built-in database of just a ton of lenses, and it looks and sees, because it knows that there are lens problems, like the ground is bowed, right? So if you look through here and it sensed that I shot this is a shot a while ago, I shot on an Nikon. I shoot Canon now, but I'm shooting Nikon at the time. And if you're wondering, do they have your lens? Yeah, they probably do. So it has a long, giant database of lenses. So it looks through there, it applies it, and watch, you can see, I'm going to turn it on and toggle it off. Watch the ground. See, it was kind of, the whole image was kind of bowing out, like some distortion from the lens, and then just turning that on will fix a lot of stuff. It also fixes vignetting up in the corners, which is good. My next stop is to go to transform, and all I do generally here is just hit the auto button. And it's not going to do a lot to this photo. Look, it rotated it a tiny bit, so it wasn't perfectly straight. But that auto button sometimes can be phenomenal. So those are my first two steps, the very first things that I do. Now, if you notice, you can see look at the little building over here. That thing's leaning way in, which makes it weird for people in that building. They're sliding and stuff. It's weird. So I'm not going to deal with this here well, I could deal with it here in Lightroom. Let me do this, though. I'm going to make a virtual copy so I can just show you how to fix it, but we're not going to really fix it. So let me do this. Let me just make a virtual copy. So you just click on it, and I'm going to hit, Command and the apostrophe key, and it just makes a duplicate. It's a fake duplicate. Here's how you would fix it. Right under this auto button, go to the word vertical, and so watch this building when I drag it to the right. See, you're going to straighten it up. But when you straighten it up, look what it did to the photo. First off, it kind of squishes it, right? So your buildings are now kind of squatty, but they actually have a slider for fixing that. It's called aspect. And so what you can do is go to aspect and then straighten it back out. Now, you do have these gaps and stuff, which there's a couple of things you could do. You could hit constrain crop and it'll crop it for you, but you're going to wind up with a pretty small image, right? So let me undo that. Here's what I would probably do instead. Let's go and crop it a little bit ourselves manually. We'll crop to here, and that's probably enough. Maybe a little on this side. Now, to get rid of those white corners, you'll need to go back there and reshoot this the right way. No, we'll just jump over to Photoshop. Let me just jump over to Photoshop real quick. To jump from Lightroom to Photoshop, now you gotta realize Lightroom and Photoshop were born to work together. They were born, it's supposed to let you go from Lightroom to Photoshop, do what you want, and then come back. So let's press Command E on Macintosh or Control E if you're on a Windows machine. It launches Photoshop and takes that photo over there. Here we are. Here's what I would do. Get the Tragic Wand tool and click in this corner. Hold the Shift key so you can click someplace else, and we'll click on those two corners. Those two empty areas we're going to fill in. Now, you could go just choose Content Aware Fill, right? And Photoshop will look at it and go, oh, well, I see you got some beach there and some sky. I'll just kind of put something in there for you that matches that. However, it doesn't always work that great. But if you do this next little trick, it makes all the difference in the world. What you're going to do is you're going to take that selection, and all you're going to do is expand it out, and here's the magic number, 4 pixels. So you're just going to take it and expand out 4 pixels. So watch here, I'm going to zoom way in so you can see what this does. Here, we're going to zoom in, way in. So watch, you go Select, Modify, and Expand. That's where you go. So it's under Select menu, which makes sense, it's a selection. We're going to expand it by 4 pixels. Watch over here how it'll dig into the sky a little, watch. See that? There. So that little bit increases the quality of what it's going to do by a tremendous amount. So now, when I go in here and I choose, well, let me make it a little bigger for you, Fill, and the default setting should be Content Aware. Click OK, give it a few seconds. It does a pretty good job. But that little 4 pixel expansion really is the difference between it doing it did a pretty good job and wow, it did a really good job. All right, now that's one way to do it. You don't have to do it that way, but if you want to deal with all that, you can. So that's the Photoshop version. Now, let's go back to Lightroom. Now, we'll be going back and forth a couple of times, so you'll see the whole round trip as we go. All right, the next thing I'm going to tell you, I want to pre-warn you about this. You're going to go, come on, but it's really, I'm going to show you how to do something that you're not going to want to do because it's going to make you feel like a beginner. But it's a good thing. We're going to go to the basic panel and we're going to click the auto button. Now, I spent most of my career telling people, whatever you do, do not click the auto button. You know, we used to call it the overexposure button. You would click on it and it would make everything overexposed by a stop, and it was just trash. But over the years, you know how Adobe's been adding all this AI stuff and all? It has actually gotten to a point where I am now routinely clicking on it, and especially if it's a really bad photo. The worse the photo, the better it works. Now, but just hear me out. This is why I have to give you all these disclaimers, because I don't want people to go, I went to a class with Scott and he said hit the auto button. So here's the thing, because you'll do that, and I know you will. You guys at home too. All right, so here's what it is. You're only going to use it as a starting place. That's it. It's not the finished thing. Now, every once in a while, you're going to click it, and you're going to be like, done. But most of the time, it's just going to give you a starting place. But think about it this way. If you could have a friend come over and kind of get the sliders kind of in place for you, you'd do that, right? Okay, so what's wrong with clicking the button? If it doesn't look good, hit undo. All right? Now, remember what I said. The worse the photo, the better the results. So I'm just going to click auto. That ain't bad. It wasn't a good photo. The photo's okay. The exposure is horrendous. But anyway, so that gets us in the ballpark. Now, so I do this thing when I'm editing photos in Lightroom or in Photoshop. I ask myself, and this is a great way to lead yourself through the photo, what do I wish were different? That's it. I just look at the photo. Because sometimes it's overwhelming. Oh, the whole photo looks kind of bad. It's just kind of flat. What is it? Well, I wish the sky wasn't so bright. Because this is an issue of the sensor, right? So I'm either my foreground's going to look good and my sky is going to look too bright, or if I make the sky look great, then my foreground's too dark. So in this case, obviously, our go-to is to always choose the foreground, right? So now my sky's too dark. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to use that AI technology I just mentioned, and we're going to make our job so easy. Go and click up this little icon up here. It looks like a little gray circle. And inside there, there's a thing called Select Sky. You click it, it selects the sky. It does an amazing job at determining what the sky actually is. So now that I have the sky selected, all I can do is I just want to make it darker. I go to the exposure slider and make the sky darker. That's it. It's only affecting the sky. That red tint that appears, it only appears until you move a slider. And what it's trying to let you know is this is what I selected. So it is good that it shows you, here, I actually selected the sky correctly, which it does an amazing amount of the time. It doesn't do it perfectly every time, but it's got to be 90 out of 100. It's on the money. So once we've done that, then I can use any of the sliders I want. I can add some contrast. That's probably about enough. Maybe add some whites to the sky. And maybe even make it a tad darker. All right, so I'm set. All right, now I want to work on just the island. All right, that's the subject. That's the star of the show, right? So how do I do that? I go up to the same area, where it says create new mask. It should just see I want to do something else is what it should say. Click the plus sign, and I'm going to say select subject. Boom. It selects the island. Now, just it's selected, I can work on just it. And again, the red tint is only there until you touch a slider. But you got to have that because you got to know, did it work? What if it didn't select it correctly or whatever? All right, so I'm going to go in and I'm going to just maybe brighten the island a little bit, maybe open up the shadows just a bit, maybe add some contrast. Okay, well, it looks a bit better. All right, now, before I go any further, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to just go back to the regular basic panel. I'm going to do a little trick I do to almost every photo. Now, of course, this works for travel photos. It works for landscape photos, outdoor photos. But I do it on almost everything but portraits. So if it's any other photo other than a portrait, I'm going to change one setting that makes a huge difference. Right up here at the top, it says Profile. The default is Adobe Color, and that is the rendering method Adobe uses to render your raw file. That sounds like a lot of fun. But all I can tell you is this. For what's Lightroom, 14 years old? For 13 years, they had a horrible one there that was called Adobe Standard. And really, it should have been called Adobe Dull. It was just made your photos look as bad as they could. So then they decided, you know what, let's do a better one. So about a year and a half ago, they came out with this new one called Adobe Color. And it is better. It's certainly better. It's sharper. It's more contrasty. But of course, it's the default, and the defaults of almost everything are kind of meh. So all you have to do to get a better looking photo is just switch to Adobe Landscape. And again, I do this for every single photo except for portraits. All right, it doesn't look great for portraits. In fact, I would just choose Adobe Portrait right under it if it's a portrait. But I choose Adobe Landscape. Now watch the difference. It's not going to bowl you over, but it's better. Watch. All right, so let's go back and look at Adobe Color. It's all right. Adobe Landscape, it's better. It's a little more contrasty, a little more punchy. It's just a better starting place. So I do that really early in this process. All right, next, we've already darkened the sky. We brightened the island. Now, I could go and add a neutral density gradient to the sky. All right, like you just choose the tool, go back to create a new mask, and that's one of the choices, linear gradient. And the reason they didn't call it an ND gradient, because then we'd know what it does. So there's a department at Adobe that is responsible for making sure you really don't know what anything does. And then the engineer that names it the furthest from what it is wins a prize every year. I think they go to Hawaii or something. Anyway, so we could drag one up here like this, and then you could lower the exposure, and you've got the kind of ND thing in the sky, right? We could do that. Absolutely. And what's nice, this is the thing that people forget. If you darken the sky, sometimes it looks kind of muddy or whatever. You can just go up and add, look, you can add blue into the sky. You could add yellow. You can, just add in whatever color you want. So you could make it bluer if you want. But here's what I would do. If I'm going to end this, if I'm not going to go to Photoshop and I'm going to end here in Lightroom, I would probably do something about the sand, because it's too bright. It's like you want people to look at the island and you want them to look at the monastery up on the top, but we're looking at our eyes are drawn to the brightest thing, which is kind of the sand. So I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to go create mask. I'm going to go linear gradient, and I'm going to drag it here. And let's darken it. Let's darken it up a little bit. So it needs to probably go a little further, because you can see I'm still got a little bit of this sand. There we go. So the problem is it worked, and the sand's better, but it also darkened the whole bottom of the island. This is one of the most powerful things about masking and using the AI. So I drew this gradient. Unfortunately, it darkened part of the island. I can go to this word right here, subtract, and say subtract the island. Remember how we did select subject and it selected just the island? If I hit subtract and I choose the island, watch. Boom. Pops it right. I know, right? It pops it right out. So if you were pretty much, if that's where like, I don't really want to use Photoshop, I want to end it here, you could end it there. And by the way, the other gradient that we did too had the same issue at the top, right? The top of this thing kind of got a little bit darkened as well. So you could go subtract and hit select subject, and it would pop there you go. You see that? It popped the monastery out. So that way you can put, and think about this. They were very, because, you know, I try to get things as right in the camera as I can. And I carry ND filters with me, and I used to carry ND gradients, but I don't anymore. Because think about this. Let's say we're really standing there, like I was that day. Let's say I was really standing there. And I put an ND filter in it, right? It's going to darken the top half of the image and then go to transparent, right? Well, it's going to darken the top half of the castle. So this is actually better than using the real thing, because what you wish is you darken the sky, but the ND grad that you put on in front of your lens is actually going to do a worse job. So now I do it all 100% in Lightroom or in Camera Raw. By the way, if you don't use Lightroom and you use Photoshop's Camera Raw, have you noticed this is the same sliders in the same order that do the same thing? So why isn't Camera Raw called the develop module? Or why is Lightroom's develop module not called? Because the same engineer that named linear gradient said, why don't we call it one in one thing and one in the other, even though the same person wrote it, it's the same math that does exactly the same thing. Let's give it two different names. So anyway, so if you were going to end here, I would just do a little quick couple of finishing moves. Like I would go down here and I would add some texture. So I use the texture slider quite a bit. What I like about the texture slider is it does bring out detail, but it does it without changing the tone of your photo, right? So I can add detail and look, it makes it, you know, kind of a little bit, you know, crispier. If I go to clarity, it does it too, but it makes it look kind of grungy. So like, you see how it looks grungy and dirty? So that's the difference. This brings out detail, but it makes the photo look grungy. This brings out detail without changing the tone of the photo. Let me ask you a question here. Can I ask you to hold that question? And I will answer it one-on-one afterwards, but I have packed more than an hour in this hour. And if I stop and take questions, I'm hosed. But I'll be right after this class, I'll be right outside that door. And if you have any questions about anything that I said here, I'll be happy to answer them one-on-one. Okay, I'm sorry. So I over prepared for this class. Okay, now, if I were going to go to Photoshop, then I would take this up another level. So remember how you go to Photoshop. You press Command-E on Mac or Control-E on Windows. It's going to take that same photo over to Photoshop. Hey, by the way, before we leave Lightroom here, let me just jump back to Lightroom. Let's just see a before and after of where we are. If you hit the letter Y, it shows you. Now, we haven't done anything spectacular here, right? What do? We hit auto was the main thing we did. And then we added a couple of gradients, you know. We did darken the sky. The biggest thing was darkening the sky, and auto kind of started us along that path. But being able to just select the sky is a huge, huge thing for us. Okay, so let's go back. Now we're over in Photoshop. So here's what I would do in Photoshop. I go to Photoshop when it's time to cheat. When it's time to do something that's beyond what Lightroom would do. Because what does Lightroom do? Lightroom makes things brighter or darker, right? You can change the color stuff. But Photoshop is where the magic is. So when it's time to add some magic, I jump over to Photoshop. Now, here's what I'd probably do first. Let me make sure I'm doing everything in the right. Oh, I wanted to show you an example. I meant to do it in Lightroom. So I have a better example for you of what that linear gradient is doing. So let me I skipped right over it, which is bad because I have it all written right here, but I don't read well. So let me go to right here. This thing. So this is a great example of what I was talking about with this masking, with the ND filter. Because when I was saying all that ND filter, I was supposed to show you this. Get the linear gradient. We're going to darken the exposure, and I'm going to drag it over this palace. So the sky looks much better. Here, let's add some blue into it. But you can see how it darkened here. Now watch. Subtract. Hit select subject. Bang. Yeah. So that would be a lot better example had I showed it at the right time. But let's move on and pretend that never happened. So now we're back in Photoshop. All right, so here's what we're going to do next. Let me make sure I'm doing the right stuff in the right order. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to use this marquee selection tool, the standard old everyday rectangular selection, and I'm going to select the top half of this image. And to put that on its own layer, there's a keyboard shortcut, Command-J on Mac, Control-J on Windows. It puts just that up on its own layer. So it looks like that. Now, we're going to go to free transform. And free transform is the thing we use to scale stuff and change its size and all. If you right-click, it says, I can do all this stuff. I can scale it and rotate it and skew it and distort it and all. We're going to go all the way to the very last one. Flip vertical. Hit return to lock it in, and you're going to drag straight down. And when you do, it create no. Yes. Yes, there we go. We are going to create the reflection because it is usually in the water. It's not always in the sand there. There's mostly water there. There's sand is there. Well, the high tide rushes out every day, right? Now, when you, just aside, when you go there to this place, there is a sign that says danger quicksand. And I'm there with my wife, and I'm there with my buddy and his wife. And, of course, the wives are going, you can't go out there. It's quicksand. We're like, it's not quicksand. Come on. And they're like, no, you are not going out there. And then we saw two other stupid photographers already out there. And we're like, look, they're out there, and they didn't die. So they were very unhappy, but they let us go. So we went out there, and here's what we found. It's quicksand. It is, I kid you not, if you stop for a few seconds, you immediately start going down. And I didn't think it was really that big a thing and all. Like, we walk, and when you take a step, it kind of moves like jello, like, and you're like, so here's the secret if you go there. And I'm not recommending that you go out there because you'll probably die. But, well, somebody died a month before we got there because what happens is the tide goes out. But when it comes back in, the way they describe it is it comes in like galloping horses. It just comes right in. She got stuck in the sand and died out there. So it is not, I'm not saying, hey, you should go there. I'm saying I did and I was dumb. But I went with a buddy. If you have to go out there, go with a buddy. Because here's what it is. As long as you keep moving, so we're out there like this. And you're putting your tripod down, and I see my tripod start to sink. So what you do is you find a new place, and you put your tripod down, and you take a shot. Because in a few seconds, your tripod's going to sink. That's how I got this shot. The tripod's sinking. So anyway, I'm sitting there, and I think, I'm going to do an HDR now. I'm going to take multiple brackets. Stupid mistake. So I take the shot, and I'm standing there, and I'm waiting for all three, and I start going down in it. And my buddy had to come, I kid you not, and pull me out. So you only go down about this far, but you cannot get out. It is awful. So anyway, there's quicksand under there. But here's what we're going to do. If I leave it reflective like this, I don't want to put this on Instagram and have somebody say, oh, that's a fake reflection. So we're going to hide the fact that it's a fake reflection. I do two things that make all the difference in the world. One is we're going to darken it. Now, you could use levels, you could use curves, or there is a version of Lightroom's Develop module that lives inside of Photoshop. If you go under the filter menu, it brings up the camera raw filter, which is the Develop module from Lightroom. Look, exposure, contrast, highlights, same stuff. So I'll just lower the exposure a little, just like that. And watch, just that little bit helps take the heat off. But here's the next one that really makes it. Go under the filter menu, under blur, and choose motion blur. And this, we're going to apply a 90-degree motion blur to make the water look not so still, so like this. See the blur? Here, I'll toggle it on and off. Yeah, like that. And then lastly, if you want, you can go and lower the opacity a little bit so some of the sand still shows through. Something like that. Now, if you really want to take it up a notch, you can do this. Click the third icon at the bottom of the layers palette, the layer mask icon. You're probably very familiar with it, but I'm going to give you the name anyway. Go get, don't do that. Let me go find the rotate curve tool. For some reason, it just does that at the worst possible times and say, undo rotation. There we go. Sorry, so I didn't even have the tool, but it did anyway. Thank you, Adobe. Okay, so let's go, and then we're going to get a very large brush, a big old brush like this, and we're just going to paint away some of the water like this. I don't know about you. I feel guilty. I feel dirty. I feel dirty doing it's not. It's okay, really. All right. And just kind of put it where you want it. Or maybe not that. That last kind of bit was overdoing it here. And just kind of put it where you want it. All right. Now at this point, you can go back to Lightroom. However, if you're going to do sharpening, I would do it now. Do it inside. And here's why. you can apply sharpening in Lightroom, but if you've noticed, you kind of just have to have faith that it's going to work because you can't really see very well. It says blow it up to 100% size so you can see the effects of sharpening. So you have what, a 50 megapixel camera, you're going to blow the image up this big and you're going to look at this much of it. It's very hard to see. Photoshop's not like that. When you use sharpening in Photoshop, you can see the sharpening really well. And so that's why I prefer to do it in Photoshop. Now, I'm going to tell you, this is something that I've not admitted before, but I don't use Photoshop sharpening at all. Zero. I stopped using it because I use a plugin that is so much better than Photoshop's that I open the plugin, it uses AI to sharpen my photo. I don't touch any buttons except for OK. So my whole Photoshop workflow is now, when I get to the sharpening point, I open the plugin, I click OK. And it does an incredible job, better than I could ever do. And I've been sharpening a long time because I'm very old. So now, I'm not sponsored by this company. I have no affiliations with this company. So I'm telling you about this plugin because it's honestly what I use. I don't think it would be right for me to be secretly sharpening with some plugin and not telling anybody and then teaching you guys how to do it the old-fashioned way. So I'm going to tell you what it is. The plugin's $79, but last night I literally went on the web and I found a discount code for 15% off. It's not my code, it's some other photographer on somebody's site. Get 15% off, so you can get $12 off. It's and the plugin is called, actually I can show you what it's called and I'll show you it. It is called a Topaz Sharpen AI. And that's what I just took a screen capture of their website, but that's what it's called, Topaz Sharpen AI. It's from a company called Topaz Labs. That's the discount code. Some photographer named Hayes15. Guys, this is the best sharpening I've ever seen or experienced in my entire life. I'm going to show you it here in a minute, but I'm going to tell you there are some sliders and stuff. I don't ever touch them. I let the AI do its thing, and I'm getting results better than I've ever gotten. You can take photos I've gone back for years and looking at old photos that were out of focus and stuff, and I'm like, oh, I mean, it brings them literally back to life, like nothing I can do in Photoshop. All right, so now again, I just want to reiterate, because when anybody talks about these things, they're like, oh, he's getting a kickback. They don't even know me anymore. The only guy I knew there doesn't work there anymore. They don't know me. I'm not giving you my affiliate code. I got nothing in this but education. All right, let's go over to Photoshop. And what I would do, I'm going to actually open up some images and just show you here. Let me grab an image. Let me go back. And I went and grabbed some images that were intolerable. So this guy, where is he? Right here. So this was taken in the Louvre, right as you're walking through the outside area. This guy's playing cello. I had to take the shot. But if you look at the photo, let me open it in Photoshop, you will see. If you look at the photo, because I'd used the slow shutter speed to get the movement. It was a big mistake. Look, he's way out. He's way out of he's kind of a mess. So, filter, Topaz, Sharpen AI. I just open it and let it do its thing. Give it a second. And you have to wait for it to draw. Look at that. Look at the cello. Now, every time you move it, it has to redraw its thing. It's like night and day, right? It's just crazy. Here, I'll open another one for you. Let me just grab this photo. So this one was in Venice, and I'm walking and I shot it. Look, it's so out of focus. Terrible, right? So I never show this photo. The only way to use this photo is to show somebody, oh, come on, I don't even have that tool. That's the rotate canvas tool for people that have a tablet attached, and they have an actual tool for it. And it's, where the heck is it? It should be in here someplace, the rotate. Oh, there it is, reset view. Thank you. Okay, so let's go to Topaz. Give it a second to do its thing. Look at that. Is that crazy? I mean, that's just nuts. It's like it saves photos that I thought would never be saved. Now, what if your photo's already pretty sharp? So, like, what if it's decently sharp? So I'll show you what it does to a photo that's already decently sharp. So this one here. So this photo, where'd it go? Oh, I just clicked on something else. I got to stop drinking before these classes. All right, hang on. Let me get back to, here we go. Can we get that to fit here? All right. Let me just find it. It's taking me forever to find this thing. Here. So this one's decently sharp, right? It's not bad. That's 100%. It looks pretty good. But so let's see what it does for just a regular. So, I mean, obviously we're looking at examples that are kind of crazy. But let's look at what it does. Give it a second. Look at that. Look at how much sharper this is. Give it a second. I mean, it does. If you think it does good on blurry photos, look what it does to sharp photos. It just takes it to a whole nother level. And again, as long as you have this little lightning bolt turned on up here, I don't touch anything here at all, ever. All I do is I open it, I give it a few seconds to draw, and I go, wow, and I hit apply. And then it says, just give me a second processing, soon, and then it's done. And I'm telling you, the results, look at that. And that's a sharp picture. And then you realize, wow, this could be so much sharper. Guys, I hate to say this, but this plugin is the great equalizer for whatever lens you have. For whatever lens you say, man, I wish I could buy a more expensive lens. This one's is a little soft or whatever. This is going to fix whatever lens you have. And it's just amazing. I'll give you one more example here, and then we'll roll on. But I took this shot in Miami, which it's not a great shot, but I would never show anybody it because I hate Miami. No, because the shot was out of focus. No, I love Miami. I'm a Floridian, so I get to drive there. All right. So you can see it's all kind of out of focus, right? It's just not sharp, right? So filter, topaz, sharpen. Give it a second. Look at that. Come on. All right, and again, it's $79. Use that code to get 15% off and mention my name and you'll get nothing. So they're like, who? Scott. Oh, I just closed the photo we were working on. I was going to show you how to get it back to Lightroom. All you do to get it back to Lightroom is literally hit save and close. That's it, save and close, and it'll appear right next to your original. So since it only takes 30 seconds to do that, I'm going to go back and kind of fix it because we weren't done with our photo because it takes an hour to do any photo. No, it doesn't take very long. Oh, it's there. Oh, this is the one before we took it and did all the other stuff. All right, so let's pretend there's a reflection in the water and all that. So just pretend. Don't you like that close your eyes and pretend it looks a lot better than it does. Okay, now we're back. Okay, so I would just go down here. There's a couple little finishing moves that I do once I've sharpened, and I'm using Topaz. By the way, Topaz works as a plug-in to Lightroom as well. So you can do it in Photoshop, or it works as a plug-in to Lightroom. It does make a duplicate if it's a RAW file and makes a duplicate. All right, I go down here to the effects panel, and I add a post-crop vignette to every photo. And you probably haven't noticed that I do that because I add such a subtle vignette you would never know. Because if you do one of these, it's like 2002 call, they want their vignette back. I'm going to add such a little amount that you won't know until you turn it off and then you realize how much it adds. And I have a magic number. It's -11. That's the same number I use on every single one, -11. So I just come to the effect, to highlight priority, and I go to -11. Now, it barely looks like I did anything at all, and you don't look at it and go, oh, there's a big vignette because it's so subtle. But if you turn it off, watch. It adds just a little bit on the outside edge, and what that does is it focuses your attention, because I'm going to guess your subject is not on the outside edge. Whatever you were shooting wasn't along the edges, right? And the outside edges are usually kind of a little hot, so this brings them in a little without anyone knowing that you put a vignette on. So you can just make a preset and just hit boom, and it will apply -11, at the very end of whatever you're doing. All right, is there anything else I need to show you before we move on? Oh, there is one other thing that I do. So this next one, I'm going to tell you, I am sponsored. I do get money. I get tons, big sacks of money from this company, huge ones that pull up to my house. No, I don't really get that, but they are a co-sponsor of my weekly podcast, The Grid. So I'm going to show you a plugin that I do use. It's a finishing move I put at the end, but I do want to disclaim this one. My show gets sponsored by them. That's not why I'm showing it to you. I'm showing it to you because it is part of my workflow. And I just use a couple of specific tools, but I'll just show you from Photoshop here. All right, and it is On One Effects. And give it a second to launch. It launches as a plugin. And there are two things that I really particularly go here for. One of them is a filter called Sunshine. And it just adds this nice little bit of sunshine to the photo. So let me just show you what it looks like before and after. It just adds a little I've tried using the vibrant slider in Lightroom and it doesn't look the same. I don't know what little math they're using, but I like that one. And then a lot of times I go back and I add a soft glow. So I go to the glow and they have a thing called Angel Glow. Angel Glow. And that's it. I add those two things. Kind of like a little finishing move. And it just adds, you can see a before and after. See how it kind of softens the clouds and gives everything this kind of nice, happy glow. So the photo's still really, really sharp, but it has a nice, soft kind of Orton, almost an Orton effect kind of look to it at the end. Okay, so there's those. Let's move on because we're cheating. And we've got 24 minutes left of cheating to go. Let's do this. Now, I want to give you a disclaimer before what I'm about to show you, because this is going to upset some people. It always does. And people will say, there's no way, that's not ethical, that's not real photography, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm going to talk about sky replacement. And I've gone almost my entire career with thinking that this was cheating and this was wrong, and I wouldn't do it. And I had 2 photos that I had done it on, and every time I look at those photos, I feel dirty. I feel like I shouldn't have done that, all right? So then, here's where I've come. In the last few years, something's changed for me. And what it is I realized that I was the last photographer on earth not doing it. Some of my favorite photographers, these guys that I look up to that are amazing, I'd be sitting at the bar, we're having drinks and stuff, and I go, man, that shot you got in New Mexico that night, dude, that was amazing. You were so lucky to be there with that sky. And he's like, that wasn't the real sky. What? Oh, yeah, I dropped that in. That sky was taken to Hawaii. So I started asking them all. And I realized I am the last photographer on earth. All these superstars that you see their images on Instagram and they're incredible, and you're like, wow, man, they must have gone to that place 15 times to get that sky. Nope, the shot was taken in Brazil, and the sky was taken in Cincinnati. And they put the two together. I'm seriously, I was the last guy left. And I'm like, so then I have this, so here is my new ethical situation. I do sky replacement, but only with skies taken in the same state. So this is how I sleep at night. But I'm telling you, I was the last one, like all these guys, and I was just kind of heartbroken. And she'd say, yeah, I swapped out that sky. I'm like, no, please tell me you didn't. So I'm in a good place with it. And I want you to be in a good place with it because I don't want you to be the second to last photographer in the world not doing sky replacements. And a buddy of mine said this to me. He said, all right, so we went out to Arizona. In fact, he's here, Eric Kuna, back in the back of the room. Eric and I went to Arizona together shooting, and it was for a project for a book. And Eric and I drove all over Arizona and Utah for 4 days, and I kid you not, the only cloud we saw was on our way back to the airport. We saw, oh, there's one. Where was that? All right, so I'm there for 4 days, and I did everything right. I took all the right gear. We got up at dawn. We're shooting late at night. We're doing all the stuff. We did every single thing right. And you come home for 4 days, and you never show anyone those pictures. It's like it never happened. It's like a CIA operation, like that never happened. No, you put skies in, but you put skies in from Phoenix. So that's the thing. I'm in the same state. The skies are good. Away we go. So now I'm in this happy place with it. I want to show you how to do it because it's actually built into Photoshop, and it does an incredibly great job. But I would tell you this. Well, let me show you first, and then I'll explain it. Let me grab a picture here. Hold on. We can get right to it. Just jump into it. Here's the picture. Let's take it over to Photoshop because it only works in Photoshop. It's not a Lightroom thing. Okay, here's how sky replacement works. It's very complicated. Go into the edit menu and choose sky replacement. And it pops the sky in there. And that's it. And you're done. It comes with a set of its own skies, and you can just pick one. And look, it goes behind the statues and all. It's really, really good. It uses the same technology that Lightroom was using to select the sky, right? It's all right there. So all you have to do is pick the sky. But however, I want to give you a warning. Don't use the sample skies because somebody will call you out and go, that's the sample sky from Photoshop. What a loser. You don't want to be that person. So here's what you got to do. Shoot your own skies. Now, I'm going to tell you a truth about landscape and outdoor photography, and when I tell you this, you're going to know it's the truth. I just experienced this. I just led a workshop in Prague 2 weeks ago, right? We get up in the morning, we get up at dawn, we leave our hotel at 4:40 in the morning. We get in a bus, we get out on the location, we're all set up, we have all our gear, and here's where we want to shoot. It's these 5 bridges down the beautiful river in Prague. It's just an amazing location. And what's the sky look like in front of us? Crappy. Where's the great sky? Right there. I told everybody in my class, everybody, shoot that sky. Use the same lens you're shooting and the same f-stop as you're shooting this. Turn and get that. Because later you're going to want those skies, right? You want the same lens. You want the same, like if you're shooting wide, shoot it wide. But make a big collection, make a big folder on your hard drive of just skies. But you want your skies. And obviously it's better if you use, like if you're shooting aviation, right? You're using a long lens, you're using a 4 or 500. Don't stick a 16 millimeter sky behind it. Shoot a bunch of, because this same thing with aviation photography. There go the planes and the good sky is over there. They never fly. It's like the pilots go, I want to make this tough for the photographers. I want them. Adobe gave them sky replacement. I want them to use it. So we're going to fly over there. You can hear the Blue Angels. Oh, turn left. That's what it's for. So anyway, here's all you have to do. Just get a folder of them, and you're just going to bring them in. Here, let me grab. I got a folder of them here. I got a folder somewhere of these things. I call them skies. Let's go recent folders. Skies. There you go. Got a bunch of skies here. And you can just select them all and bring them in. But here's how you have to bring them in. You actually have to go to the little load your skies button. So when you're in here at the bottom, there is a load the skies button right at the bottom here. Click on it and find your skies. So my skies are here. There they are. Select them all and just hit open. Now, here's the good thing. You only have to do this once. Those skies now live inside your Photoshop. So watch. It's going to take 45 minutes to an hour now to bring them in. I'm going to have a drink while it's doing it. Meet me back here at 3:30. No, it'll just take just a few more seconds. But what's nice about it is they stay here. But here's the weird thing I want to show you. When they come in, they stick them at the end of Adobe skies. Like it's just all in there in blue skies, but I don't want to use it. I could accidentally use an Adobe sky. I don't remember what every sky looks like. So I'll show you how to make your own separate folder here. Oh, that's spiked. Okay. So watch. See how it loads them? And then they're right after Adobe skies. All right. So that was, I think that's mine. I'm going to hope that's mine. All right. So select all your skies. Oh, heck. I think maybe to there. Oh, it really just stuck them in a stupid place. And then there's a little folder. You can just call them Scott's Skies. And by the way, name yours Scott's as well, even if they're yours. So, all right. So then you just go in here, and now you can use your own skies behind there. And you have to kind of go through them and see which sky works best for your image, But isn't that amazing? I mean, the technology is incredible. It does a really, really good job. Here, I'll try a different photo for you. Now we have our own skies in there. It's pretty easy. Let's just grab let's grab another. Oh, here's one. Look at this mess. So we can start over here in Lightroom. So this is just all bad. Let's go to, auto. It's just a bad day. Let's open up the shadows a little so we can see those trees. And, maybe, that's enough. Go to Photoshop. And then go to sky replacement. And it's just going to throw that last sky we used in there. Whatever sky you use last, it throws in there. That's not what I would choose. How about this one that we just saw earlier? Oh, yeah. That's a lot better. Let's look at where we started. Now, remember, we have clicked the mouse twice now. So this is a 2-click fix. Here's where we started. And then 2 clicks later, we're here. So now, I can't say that that's a French sky. I'm not sure where that sky's from, so I would never use that sky. Okay, but anyway, the moral of the story is make your own collection of skies, put them in a folder so then they're in Photoshop and they're ready for you at any time you want to go. All right, what's next? So this next thing it's a problem that you're going to run into. I know you've run into it before, and I've got a really, really easy, quick fix for you to get rid of this. And it is when you see a situation like you're going to see here where you've got this dreaded thing. See the white glow around stuff? Sometimes it's there in nature, but it's exacerbated when we add all of our stuff and we add contrast and we add all this different stuff. I've got the best way to get rid of this, and I use it all the time. It's so easy. It is a Photoshop trick, but it's the easiest Photoshop trick you're going to learn today. So take your photo over to Photoshop, all right, and then here's what you're going to do. You're going to get the clone stamp tool, which has been in Photoshop since Photoshop 1.0, so it's a 30-year-old tool. And you're going to do one thing. All you have to do is go up to the mode, and there's all these blend modes, all right? And all you're going to do is this. Change the blend mode to darken. Right there. That's it. That's the whole trick. Now, here's how you use it. Let's go in here. You're going to click. You're going to hold the Option key if you're on a Mac. You're going to hold the Alt key if you're on Windows. You're going to Option click over here in like the oceany thing, and you're just going to go over here, and you're going to paint, and it's going to get rid of the glow. Now, here's what it's doing. When you switch that mode to darken, here's what it's telling Photoshop. Only affect pixels that are brighter than where I Option clicked. That's why it doesn't erase the C-stack. That's why you can go in between, as you'll see up here. Here, I'll make my brush smaller. My brush is a little too big. You can go up to the top where there's grass and stuff and go in between the grass blades, and it will go right. I go through trees and everything. Just go right next to it. So when you see that little circle, that's me Option clicking. So I Option click right up there, and look, it does not erase the C-stack. Watch as I go over the grass. The grass stays there. I'll just go up a little higher here. Look, the grass stays there. And that's a sloppy job I did over there. Do a better job when you're trying it. But yeah, I can go right through the grass, and it only is going to affect the pixels that are brighter. That's how you get rid of those glows. It works like a charm. And you're going to get these glows. They're unavoidable, but you can avoid having them in your final picture. Look at that. Kerchow. So let me just show you. We'll look at a before and after of the halos. Look. Look at that halo all the way around there. Let's look at the other side. Look at this. Gone. Now, I did a very fast, sloppy job. The smaller the brush you use, the better it'll be. It just takes longer, but for the limited amount of time we have here, which happens to be 13 minutes, that's what we have left. I'm monitoring it very closely because they start doing electroshocks right through this thing right here. If I go over, I've been threatened many, many times. Okay, so that's one. We have a few more, though. We have what I like to call page 2. Okay, so next, one of the things that I do when shooting travel, especially indoors, I shoot bracketed photos. I shoot bracketed photos, so I'm going to shoot on my camera. I'm using a Canon R6. I shoot 2 stops underexposed, then I shoot the normal exposure, and then I shoot 2 stops overexposed. Now, so it takes 3 bracketed photos. So I can hand hold them. You can, because Photoshop can actually align them if you hand hold them. It does a pretty good job, but obviously it works better if you're on a tripod. So I'm either on a tripod or more likely a platypod. So just like I mentioned, I spent 9 days in Prague, right, with a group of 12 photographers and stuff. And we went to a lot of indoor locations. We went to palaces and theaters and museums and cathedrals. Not a single one allowed tripods. Not one. So I took a platypod with a little ball head, and I was able to shoot in every single location, and no security guards. No one ever stopped me. No one ever came up and said a word. They look at it and they go, "It doesn't have 3 legs, keep moving." I don't know what it is about the tripod police, but indoors, you can forget about it outdoors sometimes, but indoors, for sure, it is just not a single place. It's not like Prague is unique. You go to London, there's no place that's letting you shoot inside, no place in Paris. It's just, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what they think a tripod creates. It's chaos. You set up a tripod. But anyway, so I'm shooting in something like that. Now, I'm going to show you some bracketed shots here, and I'm going to tell you a couple of little things to get us going. First off, here's 3 shots. Now, this was shot when I did my research for Prague. There were 2 unbelievable synagogues in Prague. This one is the Jerusalem Synagogue, and it's really super colorful inside. And these are the 3 bracketed shots. So there's 2 stops under. That's the regular shot, and then there's 2 stops over. Now you can see I didn't level my camera very well. This is because I'm old. Now, young kids doing this, they're down on their knees, and they're like, I'm not doing that. So what I do is a thing called photography. I put it down, and then I use my foot to Just slide it a little to the left. No, oh, it's taking it. And I can look on my phone and see, right? I use the app, right? I use the little Canon app, and I'm like, oh, a little to the left. Oh, nope, just right. But in this case, I was just getting set up. It's not perfect. So here's what we're going to do. The interesting thing, and I got this straight from the engineer that wrote the HDR engine for Lightroom. He says, yes, you need 3 photos, or you need 5 to take a bracket. So, because like I used to have a Nikon, and on it I had to take 1 stop bracket. So I had to take 5 shots. But you only need the 2 darker and the 2 brighter. You do not need any other of them. So if you have 5, if you took 7, if you took 9, Lightroom only needs. So I'm just going to choose the 2 darker and the 2 brighter. That's all you need. It goes faster, it works better. That's all you need. And to do that, all you do is go under the photo menu, under photo merge, and choose HDR. It brings up a window. It does its thing and says this is what it's going to look like when you're done. So just hit the word merge, and it merges the photo into one single image. And here's the interesting thing. Do you know that when it merges them together, the merged photo is raw? It creates a new raw photo like you shot the raw HDR in the camera. That's crazy. All right, so here is the, let's make sure I got the right one here. This one right here. You know if it's the raw one because it'll say .dng on the name. Yeah, there it is right here if you see it, .dng. Okay, so let's zoom back out. All right, so let's edit it real quickly. Of course, it's crooked as anything, so I'm going to go to lens corrections. Notice this is taken with a mirrorless camera. It already applied the lens. I don't have to turn it on. It's already applied the lens correction. So without the lens correction, it would look like that. Look at the difference. So it had distortion in it. It takes out the distortion. It takes out the vignetting in the corners. And then we need to straighten it. So I can either go here and just rotate it manually, which I like to do, or you can hit the auto button as well. I think it needs a little more rotation. Something like that. Oh, that's close. It's not perfect, but it gets us in the ballpark. All right, and you can see it's a little funky up here, right? It's not quite right up there, which that might take a trip to Photoshop, or I don't mind going to Photoshop. I kind of like it. Okay. So what else will we do here? Let's go up to the basic panel. Now, inside that HDR box, there was a button called Apply Auto Settings. It's on by default. So it already applied the word auto. Anytime you do an HDR, by default, it applies the auto. So I just generally would go in here, take the highlights down as low as they can go to try to capture as much like detail in the stained glass. I'm going to add some more contrast. And I'm going to just, it looks a little bright to me overall. Go down here, add some texture. And I usually add half as much clarity as I do texture. So if I do, 45, I might do 22 or something like that of the clarity. And then I go and add that really subtle vignette, -11. They'll never know. But look, let me show you that vignette. Look. See how it takes the heat off that edge? A nice little thing there at the end. I do need to go to Photoshop real quick. Because look at the top. Look at the very top. It's kind of tilted this way. So what you can do is I want to make a duplicate of the layer. I'm going to go to free transform and I'll show you what I would do. Just pull this side up. It helps if you make that noise. And maybe pull this side down just a hair. And so you can see here, I'll do a before and after so you can see. Yeah, that was funky, right? All right, now to get it back to Lightroom, what do? Save and close. That's it. Now, I could go and apply the topaz right here. And again, I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to wait for a few seconds. It's going to do its thing. Woo! See, I think that's a little too sharp. That's like, I don't know. It seems like it's very, if you think it's too sharp, you can say, no, go to standard. You could override it. That's better. That just seemed a bit too sharp to me. We'll hit OK. And I think we're about, oh, it still looks crooked, doesn't it? Let's do this. And I know this, you don't really need to see me do this, but I'm going to do it anyway because I won't be able to sleep tonight. There we go. That's better. Look, that was funky, wasn't it? Okay. All right, and then save and close. Watch, save, close, go back to Lightroom, and there it is. And let's look at the original. There's the original. So making those, but here's the thing. I haven't told you the secret weapon. Why else do you want to do this? The secret weapon of Lightroom's HDR is this. No noise. You can take the shadow slider and go to 100. And you know, in a regular photo, you'd see every bit of noise almost amplified, right? When you do an HDR image, the secret weapon of HDR in Lightroom is you can crank it to 100 and you will virtually see almost no noise. It is absolutely amazing. So if you have a camera that isn't phenomenal at noise, you shoot more HDRs because you can crank them wide open and that noise is going to be gone. I don't know what it is in the algorithm, but it works like magic. All right. We have one last thing to do that we can do in approximately 5 minutes, and I might even sneak a second one in. All right. What is the worst thing about travel photography? The single worst thing is tourists. Look at this. Look, I'm trying to take a picture. They have no right to be there. I'm doing serious photography. People are walking through. Look at this. This is the Versace mansion on Miami Beach. Look at this. Cars driving. No respect. So I'm set up there in a tripod between two cars, and I'm right there, and it's like, come on. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take these photos over to Photoshop. We're going to click on the first one. We're going to click on the last one. We're going to go Command E. We're going to take them all over to Photoshop. And give it a second because it's going to open them all up. Or one is going to open one up and then just make me sit there. Wow, thanks, Lightroom. That's great. I selected all of these and I hit take them to Photoshop and I think, what did it take? One? That's good. Oh, there it is. It took another one. Let's do something else. No, we'll still do this trick, but let's go and try to do it manually because obviously Lightroom today has decided to embarrass me in front of a huge audience at home, watching at home, and here in New York City. Let's go to the source files here, and I should see, here they are, tourists. Let's just open them all right here in Photoshop directly because just Lightroom's being stupid, but normally Lightroom would open all of those. Are you serious? Now it's only going to open up one again? Now, when I was doing this last night in my hotel room and there's no one there, it works absolutely perfectly every single time. Do you know why? Because in front of an audience, Photoshop senses fear. All right, there we go. All right, geez, oh Pete. Okay, here they all are. Lining up, all the people ruining my shot. Here's what you're going to do. You're going to go under the, so this feature that removes tourists for you automatically, right, is, no, you're laughing, this actually works. Go under the File menu, under Scripts, and choose Statistics. It's so obvious. I can't believe you didn't find this one on your own. Let's go to Statistics. Now, you're going to say add open files. So add all the files I opened in Photoshop. And then this is the key where it says choose your stack mode. The default is mean, and that's a bad one to choose. You want to choose median. All right. When you click, oh, by the way, see where it says attempt to automatically align source images? That means I handheld it. If you handheld it, it will try to align them for you automatically, but it takes longer. I shot these on a tripod, so I'm going to turn that off. All right. So now, here's what happens when you click OK. It analyzes the photo, and it looks at all the different ones, and anything that's not moving stays, and anything that moves gets removed. They're all gone, and it works like a charm. So what I do, my technique for this is, now if I am hand-holding, I was standing in the Palace of Versailles in France, a million tourists going everywhere. I stand there, and I hold the camera to my eye, and I go click, 1,000, 2, 1,000. I count to 15, click, count to 15, click, count to 50. I take 10 or 12 shots. The key is, as long as everyone's moving, they will all be gone when you're done. If anybody stops and waits and just sits down or starts checking their phone, they'll be in your shot. So what I do is I have a friend go literally and ask them to move. Like, hey, my buddy's trying to take a photo. Now, this is in foreign countries where we don't speak the language and all. So what we do is you just take a small can of mace. It doesn't have to be a big one. No. All you have to do, you go up, you just go up, and even in a foreign language, like, my friend's trying to take a picture. And in every single case, they're like, oh, sorry, and they move. That's all you need. They move 2 feet, they're out of the picture. But if they sit there, and this happened to me in that hall of mirrors, guys on the cell phone just sitting there talking to somebody. Just talking, standing dead still. And I'm like, he's going to be in every frame. He's not going to go away. So I said, can you go tell him? My buddy went down there. They moved him. I moved people off steps and all. No one has ever ever like they're always apologetic and they move every single time, no matter what the thing is. We have exactly 60 seconds. So first off, thanks you guys. This is my first time speaking in person since 2019. I cannot tell you how nice it is to look out and not just look into a camera, but that means nothing for you, those at home I am looking in your camera right now. And I love you guys, but honestly, it was so great. It's nice to see your smiling faces. It's so great to be out here. Thanks to B&H for having me. Thanks to you guys for coming. Take care.
was a fun last class. I hope you're all here to catch Scott. He had a lot of good tips. I can't wait to get home and edit. But we are jumping in. One of my favorite photographers is here. So honored to introduce her. Jessica Santos, astrophotographer, but we're not here to learn about astrophotography. We had a couple different classes on that earlier. Jess is going to something a little bit different, a different speed for you guys. We're going to talk about shifting hues, talk all about color theory, and I can't wait to see it. So without further ado, Miss Jess Bess.
Hi guys, how's everyone doing? Good? Good? Well, we're here to talk about color theory, and specifically color theory in relation to editing in the digital darkroom. We're not going to touch so much about color theory in the field. I'm going to do that tomorrow. But I have a lot of information to get to you guys, so let's get started. We're going to talk about using saturation and luminance to create color harmony and lead the viewer through your images, as well as understanding how colors mix together so we can create more harmonious color schemes. And then tips for working with specific hues or colors. I'm going to go through some colors that we find a lot in landscape photography and how I would treat them when I'm editing them. And a little bit of spice of color history mixed in there because I find it's relevant and it's fascinating. And then finally, I'm going to do a couple tips and tricks in Photoshop mainly. I'll show you where they are in Lightroom as well, but take all this knowledge we learned and apply it technically in Photoshop. So let's get started with white balance. And these are your temperature and tint slides. These are a global adjustment, which means they change the whole entire image as opposed to specific parts of the image. So most of you guys are familiar with temperature. Temperature is that blue to yellow slider. They don't look exactly like this. I have a little diagram to explain tint, but temperature is usually what we set in the field with our Kelvin if you're not shooting with auto white balance, and that's yellow to blue. But what about tint? When we talk about tint, usually people talk about tint when they're talking about shooting under artificial light. Let's think of like street lamps. Street lamps create a very golden overall color tone to your image. And so you would neutralize the white balance by using the temperature, or neutralize the whites by using the temperature slider, shifting it a little bit towards the blue. But then you're left with this green color cast, and that's where tint comes in. So you switch the tint a little bit towards magenta to get rid of that. But as landscape photographers, we're not usually shooting under street lamps unless we're talking about light pollution, and that's a whole nother subject. So what does tint have to do with landscape photography? Well, we're shooting predominantly in either overall yellow tones or overall blue tones when we're shooting landscape photography, because think about sunsets and sunrises and golden hour. Those are mostly yellow. And then if we think about night images, astrophotography, moonlight, twilight, blue hour, those are mostly blue tones. So we usually take care of the yellows and the blues in our camera with the white balance, but we need to adjust the tint. So when we're adjusting tint for landscape photography, we're looking at those yellows and those blue tones to tell us where we need to move that slider. So if you're going for a sunset or sunrise or a golden hour picture, you're looking at the yellows, and what you want to do is try and find a rich golden yellow. Think of the color of sunflowers, for example. If we move the tint slider too far to the green, we'll end up with lime green yellows, which isn't very natural looking. And then if we move it too far to the magenta, we'll end up with these orange tones, and we'll lose our yellows altogether to be replaced by orange. So we're aiming for this rich golden amber color. And then when we're looking at like blue hour, twilight, night, moonlight, all that sort of thing, we're looking at the blues to direct us on where we want this tint slider to go. So if you move it too far to the green, green and blue make cyan, so you'll end up with these really teal colors in your skies and your foregrounds. And then if you move it too far to the magenta, we'll end up with what we call Barney purple skies. And I was guilty of these originally when I first started photographing, so we don't really want Barney purple skies. What we're looking for is a true blue, and this is kind of like the color of blue jeans. Think of that color tone when you're looking for it. So again, when you're moving this tint slider, looking at the blues and yellows is going to give you the most successful transition. So I will stop touching that. There we go. Let's move on to saturation and luminance. So saturation and luminance, along with hue, create a three-dimensional color wheel when we talk in terms of color theory. So we're familiar with hue, which is our color, and it ranges from red to violet and all the colors of the rainbow in between, and the traditional color wheel. It's in the OPTIC logo too. So a single hue or color can be changed in two different ways, saturation and luminance. You can see over here, saturation is going to be the intensity of the color. So 100% saturation is going to give us the most vibrant version of the color, and 0% saturation is going to give us white. Now, luminance, it's not really called luminance, it's called brightness, but I'm using the term luminance because that's what they use in Photoshop and Lightroom. So think of luminance in terms of brightness. If we move to the top of the scale here over on the far right, that's the brightest version of this color red. And as we move down the scale, it becomes black. That's like zero brightness or luminance. So why does this matter when we're editing photos? If we understand what hue, saturation, and luminance are, we can more easily manipulate the color in our images using the HSL sliders. H stands for hue, S for saturation, L for luminance. So the more brightness and saturation in a hue, the image will appear more light and colorful. And the less brightness and saturation in a hue, the image will appear more dark and moody. So we can use this to make stylistic choices. For me, for example, I like really bright and colorful images, as you can see from my photography. But if you like more dark and moody images, maybe consider desaturating colors or darkening them. But we're going to talk about bright and colorful images, because that's what I do. So when we're using saturation and luminance, we want to use it sparingly and only where the light is naturally falling in the image. So on this image on the left, it looks terrible up there. But on the image on the left, you can see that these flowers are receiving some light. I took this foreground at blue hour and the sky at twilight, so just after blue hour, right before complete nighttime. But I introduced more brightness and saturation in the purples of the flowers where the light is naturally falling. And I left the saturation and the luminance more dark where it's not naturally falling, because it would look artificial if I started adding light wherever I wanted to. I did the same thing with the red rocks in the background. And then there's also green in this image. But the green, I decided to desaturate it and take away the brightness. And the reason being, two reasons, in fact. The first reason being because I wanted a more analogous color harmony, which simply means that on the color wheel, the colors in this image are falling adjacent to each other. So we're looking at purples and blues and pinks, and I didn't want to introduce green because that would throw off my color balance. So I also did not decide to add brightness or saturation to the green because you can see there's not light naturally falling on it. It's just in shadow, and if I added that, it would look artificial. This is what the color mixer looks like in, color mixer looks like in Photoshop. It's called color mixer. In Lightroom, it's HSL sliders. And I also did a little screen grab here, a little screen grab of the color picker in Photoshop, just to illustrate saturation and luminance. So saturation is moving from left to right. You can see on the left, it's all white, so no saturation, and then on the right, it's gonna be 100% saturation. And then from top to bottom, we're talking about luminance, so you can see at the top, it's the brightest version of the color, and at the bottom, it's the darkest. So let's talk about hue. And can we fix this? Let's talk about hue, and I want to talk about specific colors that we find a lot in landscape photography and how we can shift them, or how I work with these colors. And then I'm also going to talk a little bit about the history of some colors because it's relevant to how we handle these colors. I'm going to start with blue. Blue is a color I have become super fascinated with as of late, And it's not my favorite color, but it's really interesting because in nature we see this in the sky and in the water, but it's very intangible. So if I asked you to go get me a bucket of blue water or a jar of blue sky, you couldn't do it. And so early humans had no word for the color blue. And in Homer's The Odyssey, it's actually described as a wine red sea, which I thought was interesting. The first tangible color blue came from the Egyptians when they used malachite and azurite. They heated it up and then they ground it down and they created paint and glaze from it. It's that like blue-green stones in the bottom left. And then later they imported lapis lazuli, which is that one in the upper right. They imported lapis lazuli from the mountains of Afghanistan. It was ground down and made into a pigment, and that was known as ultramarine in like terms of painting and art history, and it was dubbed true blue. Now, because it came from the mountains of Afghanistan, it was only really for the wealthy, and that's where we get the word royal blue. And that's the kind of color, that true blue that we're aiming for when we're working with blue. So you can see where this gem is overlapping my photo. They are the same hue. I just desaturated and took away some luminance in my photo. But if I added saturation and luminance, it would be the same exact color of that stone. So that's the kind of blue we're aiming for when we're talking about working with blue. Now, blue is also a calming and tranquil color, and it creates space visually. So including a blue sky in your image, it gives the viewer's eye a place to rest and take a moment before they look around the image again. But in this case, it's an overwhelmingly blue image, and I did that to create this calm and tranquil effect. I wanted to create stillness. Imagine yourself sitting here in the Badlands of New Mexico and how quiet it is as you're staring up at the stars. So we can use blue to create an emotion, to evoke an emotion. So when we're working with blue, I like to shift the hue, and this is that little slider down here in the bottom corner. I like to shift it so that I get that true blue. And this might be towards cyan, this might be towards purple. It really depends on your camera and how the image comes out directly from the camera. I want to touch on blue in water. It can look really great when we lighten it or brighten it and add saturation, but only if it's naturally occurring. So imagine you're taking pictures of the blue waters of Greece. That's really true blue. That would be a good candidate for brightening and saturating that image, that blues in that image. But if you're in the forest taking a picture of a lake, you don't have those really vibrant blues, so adding brightness and saturation would just make it look unnatural. So think about that when you're working with water specifically. So again, lean away from blue-green and blue-purple. Really look for that true blue. Yellow. This is my favorite color. The earliest reference to yellow in language was yellow as honey or yellow as ripe wheat, and early yellow pigments were created from ochre-rich soils. They're clay soils, and I could be pronouncing that wrong, but. And then also yellow is the color of gold and was used to paint the bodies of Egyptian gods in their artwork, and they deemed it flesh of the sun. So why is this important? Why is this color history kind of important and relevant? Is that when we're working with yellow, we want to work with a rich golden yellow. Kind of when I talked about the white balance, but this is different because we're just talking about the hue of yellow. But I like to shift my yellow a little bit towards the orange and away from the green in that little hue slider down there so that I get this rich, warm, golden color. Now, yellow is found in nature in areas kissed by light, such as sunrise or sunset clouds, sun rays, golden hour, anywhere where direct light is hitting. And it's also, of course, found in flowers and autumn foliage, but I'm not going to talk about that specifically. What I want to point out is in this image on the right, I only added saturation and brightness where the light naturally is. This creates depth in the image while leaving the shadows alone, leaving them desaturated and dark, to create almost this three-dimensional effect, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later. red and orange. Red is a dominant color, and it's used to command attention. It will command attention, so you want to use it to direct the eye compositionally. So when you're in the field, you can think about this too. If you look at this image with the flower growing out of the rock, it's really red, and I knew it would command the eye right away, no matter where I put it in the frame. So instead of backing off and taking a picture of the overall landscape and having this tiny little red bush there, I decided to use a wide angle lens, come in really close on it and tilt down so I get this pulling in effect. So anything at the short edge of the frame will be made larger or appear larger, and anything towards the middle will appear smaller. So it gives this pulling in effect. And then I had this sunset, so the back petals on the flower, they're made smaller because they're closer to the center of the frame. So it still leads you into the sunset, and this kind of creates this conversation between the foreground and the background. And then I also added saturation and luminance to that little path in the rocks to further that communication line. So you want to add saturation sparingly with red. In this image, it's predominantly red and pink, so using a little bit of saturation in the red is okay, but when you take pictures of red, they're already pretty saturated. So if this was a red flower in the middle of a green field, I would probably desaturate the red slightly to make it balance better with the greens. Fun fact about red, red is the first color humans perceive after black and white, and it's the colors babies see first, if that tells you anything about how commanding this color is. Orange is usually found in sunsets and deserts in landscape photography. I like to shift the hue of orange more towards red. Same with yellow. I like to give it more of a rich, warm, golden tone versus you can see the orange slice. That's more of a yellow-orange over there. Avoid darkening orange and desaturating it because it tends to look really muddy and turn brown. And brown is a whole color unto itself. We don't want our oranges to be brown. We want them to be orange. So saturating them, adding some brightness will really go a long way. Green is one of the most abundant colors in landscape photography, and I tend to shift the hue of green towards blue in the sliders to create more lush and lively foliage plants. We see this everywhere, grass. So to make them look alive, I add a little bit of blue. So I shift that green slider towards blue. Unless I'm dealing with cacti, cacti tend to be yellow-green in nature, and so if I were to shift that towards blue, they would look unnatural, so just keep that in mind with the desert. Imagine a blue saguaro. Also, brightening up areas where light is hitting creates dimension in a predominantly green landscape. So this waterfall scene, for example, I don't have a lot of natural light there, but the areas of light that I did have, I brightened them up and added saturation, and I'll show you an example of that in Photoshop. And then we have magenta and purple. I kind of lumped these two together. So these are a rare hue in nature. We really only see them in flowers and in the clouds. If it was a really burner sunset, the clouds turn to that color purple. So purple is such a rare color that early pigments of purple in paint were actually made from the mucus of snails. Which is really, really interesting. They even have like a Greek story about Hercules walking his dog along the beach, and his dog was eating up these snails for some reason. He started foaming at the mouth, and it was purple, and that's how they say the color purple was discovered. So purple can be manipulated, and purple and magenta, I'm going to use these interchangeably. Purple and magenta can be manipulated quite a bit. You can add brightness, you can take away brightness, you can shift it towards blue, you can shift it towards pink. It adds saturation, desaturation. This is a wide variety of things that you can do with the color purple. For example, this twilight scene, I shifted the purples or the magentas of the flowers towards blue because I shot this at blue hour and I wanted to give an overall blue feel to it. Now, if this were a sunset scene with neon pink skies, then I might consider shifting purples and magenta more towards the pink side to create more color harmony. So you can do a lot with purple. It doesn't lose anything if you desaturate it either. So it's really, really unique color to work with. So I have two images here. One night, one day. I wish they looked better on the screen, but this will help you to understand what I was thinking about with the colors. So I'm going to start with the night one because I'm known mostly for my night photography. So we're going to do night first. This is an arch out in Utah, and it's kind of behind a more famous arch, but no one really photographs this one. I really love it. And you can't really see up there, but there's these really big, bold black rocks in the front, and this arch is red rock. And then there's this really beautiful sea foam green lichen and lime green lichen growing on these rocks. And even though I see lichen a lot in the desert, it's not something I usually associate with the desert. So I really wanted to highlight that. So in terms of coloring the teals and the aquas, they're called in the HSL sliders, I shifted these more towards blue, and I saturated them and added luminance. And then with the greens, I actually shifted them a little bit towards yellow to get that real color that I was seeing when I was there, that lime green color, and again, added more luminance. With the blue in the sky, I actually shifted it slightly towards purple, and that's because I have this red rock in the foreground, and I wanted it to have that conversation there. And then with the red, I shifted it towards magenta, again, furthering that kind of purple color overall. I didn't want to go Barney purple with my sky. It's still blue. But we kind of have this almost analogous color harmony going on. It's not completely that because we have these greens and these seafoam greens and lime greens in the foreground. But overall, besides the lichen, it's working together. The image on the right was taken in Canada in autumn, and we have this beautiful fall foliage. And the first thing I want to talk about is the orange in the sky and the clouds. I normally, like I said, when I was talking about orange, shift it to red to make it a little warmer. But in this case, I shifted it towards yellow because I have that yellow color in the foreground. So creating that balance between the sky and the foreground. And then the yellows, of course, I shifted towards orange to further that link, and I like a warm yellow. And then the blue, there's a little bit of blue peeking out in the sky, and in the reflection of blue sky, I actually desaturated that and shifted it towards purple so I could get a more complementary color harmony. So I have yellow and purple, they're opposite on the color wheel, well, orangey yellow. And so I wanted to kind of create that color harmony there. So let's jump in to Lightroom and Photoshop and show you how we can actually do these in the program, right? Let me make this smaller. There we go. Okay, so first thing I want to show you actually is in Lightroom. I'm not going to be doing a lot of my work in Lightroom because I want to use masks, and those are in Photoshop. We can do them in Lightroom, but they don't have as much control and as much things you can do to them. But if you're only a Lightroom editor, you have your HSL sliders here, and you have color grading, which we're going to go over. Okay, so let's hop over to Photoshop. I want to use this image first, and I want to show you the color grading tool, which was formerly called split toning. I don't know if anyone used split toning back in the day, but it's kind of powerful once you learn how to use it and understand it. And I wish this looked better so you could see them a little bit better. But we're going to use split toning or color grading first. So the first thing I want to do, I want to rasterize this because I don't want to be working with a smart object. I opened it as a smart object, and normally I would, but for time's sake and all of that, I want to rasterize this layer. Okay. So I'm going to create a copy. And my goal here is, these are the autumn leaves out in the Utah Badlands, and this butte behind here, if you shoot it at blue hour, it gets these beautiful blue tones. But if you shoot it at the time I shot it at, it's kind of brown, right? So I want to kind of recreate a time blending where I have the golden colors of the leaves from golden hour and the blue tones on the butte and create a complementary color scheme out of that, or color harmony. So I duplicated my layer. I'm going to turn off this first layer, and at first I'm going to work with the golden colors. I'm going to go into Camera Raw filter. When it wants to open, and over here to color grading. Show of hands, has anyone used color grading? Are they familiar? Perfect. Okay. Okay, so we're going to affect the shadows and the highlights, but only the highlights in this one. And what I want to do is add a little bit more warm golden tones to the highlights. So I'm going to do that by clicking on this little highlights box. And I'm going to click and drag this. I'm going to just drag it all the way to the edge and adjust that way so I can see what color I'm working with. And once I find a color, a nice amber yellow, we talked about golden yellows. So once I find a color, I'm going to just take off the saturation, back it off a little bit to where I want it. I'm going to do like halfway. And then you have this luminance slider down here. Luminance stands for brightness. So we can brighten this or darken it, whichever one we want to do. I'm going to add a little bit of brightness because I'm working with the highlights. And then we have this blending and this balance. And so if you hover over them, they'll tell you what they mean. But balance really refers to whether you want to prioritize the shadows or you want to prioritize the highlights. And then blending refers to the shadows, the highlights, and the midtones and how they interact with each other, how harsh that transition is, so to speak. So is it gradual or is it not gradual? So I'm going to make it so it's a little bit less gradual and move it to the left. And then I'm going to click OK. And I'm done with this one for now. So we're going to turn back on this little layer, and we're going to go again into Filter, Camera Raw filter. And now I'm going to focus on the butte here. So in color grading, I'm going to go to the shadows, and I'm going to scroll down here. And what's the opposite of golden yellow is rich royal blue. So we're going to want to go to that. I'm going to drag it all the way out so I can see really what's happening and move it around until I find a tone I like. Rich royal blue. Hold down shift and back that off. Now this layer, because I copied it, is only going to be for the butte. So I'm not concerned about the trees and how much I'm adding there. I'm just looking at the butte in the background. And so I'm going to take down the luminance and darken those shadows up a little bit. And then in terms of blending, I'm going to make it a little less gradual again. And then since we're working on the shadows, I'm going to prioritize the shadows just slightly. These are minimal movements in that. And I'm going to click OK. So now I have blue butte. And if I click off this, I have those golden yellow trees. So I want to do two things here. I don't want this sky. I want the sky from this one that's blue. And then I want the butte from this one. And then I want the trees from this one. So I'm going to create a mask. And with masking, white reveals and black conceals. So if I create a mask, down here, this little rectangle with a circle in it, it's going to be a white mask. So it's revealing everything on this layer. So I'm going to want to paint with black to conceal certain areas of this layer. Hold on. Let me make that a little smaller for you guys. Okay, so black. Black. Oh my goodness. Photoshop. There we go. Black. So I'm in black. You can barely see it down there in the corner. So I'm painting with black, and I want a hardness of 0, 100% opacity, because I want to completely get rid of this foreground here. So hardness of 0, I'm going to paint with a nice big fluffy brush, I call it, and just do a wash over here. 100% opacity. And then instead of clicking and dragging where the trees are meeting the butte, I'm just going to like dab, like one click. So click, click, and I make my brush smaller, click, so on and so forth. And I'm doing this really quickly because of time, but you guys would take more time and care when you're doing this. And then these up here, there was a little bit of sun hitting it, so I'm going to lower the opacity of my brush to say 20, not 200. And I'm just gonna paint that back in as well, slightly. I don't want it to be like super orange or draw so much attention, but I want it to look a little bit more natural. So if I click on and off this, you can see now I have a more blue shadows in my butte and the golden trees in the foreground. So let's move on to a different technique. Let's go this one. I'm going to do this one first. This is a predominantly green scene, and remember how I was talking about in predominantly green scenes, if you add saturation and brightness where the light is naturally falling, you create a lot of depth and dimension. So we're working with a two-dimensional format right here in photographs, right? It's not three-dimensional, but we're trying to convey a three-dimensional scene. So how can we add more depth and make that really look like you're there? And this is a really fun technique to do, especially in scenes where it's mostly the same color. So I have my image here, and I'm going to use a hue saturation adjustment layer. That one right here. There's a little circle that's half white, half black down here. We're going to click on that and click on hue saturation. And now I'm going to turn up the saturation quite a bit. And again, this is just to see where I'm going in terms of hue. And I'm going to move this over so that those blues are the greens are more towards the blue. Then I'm going to back off this saturation, and I'm going to brighten it up. Not so much, but just a little bit. Something like that. And then when you do a adjustment layer, you automatically have a mask added to it. So I said about masks, white reveals, black conceals. I don't want, this is revealing everything on this adjustment layer. I don't want this adjustment layer on everything right now. I just want it in specific areas. So I'm going to click on my mask, and I'm going to hit Command or Control I to invert it. So now I have a black mask. So it's not showing anything on the adjustment layer. I'm going to take my paintbrush. I'm going to paint with white. Again, a nice soft brush, a hardness of 0. I don't want a really hard line. And I'm going to just paint in where that light is naturally falling. And I'm going to use a much higher opacity here. There we go. And for time's sake, again, I would take a lot more time and care in this and adjust my brush, but I just want you guys to get the idea of just lightening up certain areas with hue, saturation, and luminance, just where the light is naturally falling. I'm going to leave this side alone because it's already pretty saturated. And now I don't want to paint where the light isn't falling, where there's shadows. For example, if I painted this log, it would look like there was a light underneath the log, and that's unnatural. There should be one light source from the sun. So I'm going to leave shadows and stuff like that alone. So if I turn my little finger painting on and off here, you can't really see it on the screen. But if you're interested, you can come up later. I'll show you the difference before and after. But it really just highlights those areas where the light is naturally falling and adds dimension. I'm going to jump over to a night scene because I have to include at least one night scene. And I want to talk about red rocks shot during blue hour. I shoot a lot of blue hour blends, so my foregrounds are mostly shot during blue hour. And when you're shooting red rocks during blue hour, what does red plus blue equal? Purple. So we don't want those rocks to be purple. We want them to have a blue tone, but we also want you to kind of tell they're already red. And in this particular image, this is just a quick edit. I haven't completely edited the whole thing. But this particular image, there's a lot of orange right here because it's red rocks, and there was some lingering sun left over when I shot it. So I want to also address that. I'm going to use a selective color adjustment to do so. And this is a big, vast tool. There's a lot of things you can do with selective color. Again, for time's sake, I don't have the time, unfortunately, to go over the whole thing. I recommend you try selective color and play with it, move the sliders back and forth and see what happens, and watch some videos and stuff because it's a really cool tool. But I'm going to do selective color, And I want this selective color adjustment layer to only apply to my foreground here. You can see I have my foreground and then my sky is down here. So I'm gonna hover over in between the layers and hold down Option, and you can see that little box with a down arrow on it. I'm gonna click that, and that clips that adjustment layer to my foreground so that this layer is only affecting my foreground. Now we're gonna be working predominantly with the reds, and we wanna kind of shift them to an overall blue tone and take out some of that red. So I'm gonna start with magentas. Confusing, I know, but red plus blue equals purple. So we're gonna start with magentas, and what we wanna do is we wanna take out some of the magenta, so we're gonna use this slider, and we're gonna move it slightly towards the left. So you can see this is now a negative percentage. So we're gonna move it slightly, and then we wanna add a little bit of blue, but there's no blue slider here. So the way these sliders work is whatever the opposite is of that on the digital color wheel. So when I take away magenta, it's actually adding a little bit of green. So if I take away yellow, it's actually going to add a little bit of blue because that's the opposite. So I'm going to take away slight yellow. If I move it all the way over here, I don't know if you can see up there because that's off for some reason, but if I move it all the way to the right, you can see that it goes really, really blue. So I'm just gonna take it a little bit, and then I'm also going to take away a little bit of the reds. So because there's no red here, the opposite of red on the digital color wheel is cyan, so I move it a little towards the left. And then I'm gonna do the same thing with the reds. So take away the red by adding cyan, take away some of the magenta, and add some blue. And let me add a little more cyan and take away a little more magenta. Okay, so now if I click on and off, if this were better, you would be able to see that that orange is completely removed from these towers up here, and the overall shift is from purple to blue. Finally, I want to talk about dodging with color. Are we familiar with dodging and what dodging is? Adding brightness, yeah. So you can actually dodge with color as well. And this is a really good example, I think, this image, because I had this beautiful alpenglow on this mountain, but the clouds were kind of white, and if I were lucky, I would have waited until the sunset happened and they would have shined golden light on the clouds, and I would have got those yellow clouds and blended it with my alpenglow mountain. However, I get no clouds rarely ever. So the clouds were all gone by the time that would happen. So I was left with just this shot with these white clouds. They have a little bit of yellow tint, but these white clouds and this beautiful alpenglow. So I want to add a little bit of color to those clouds, almost paint in a sunset that didn't happen. So to do that, I'm going to start by adding a new layer. And then I need to make a mask that just selects my clouds. The quickest way for me to do that, and this might be a little zoom, so watch the replay, but this is luminosity masking. If you're not familiar, we're going to use the channels to select those clouds. So we're going to go over to the channels, and we're going to click red, green, and blue. And what I'm looking for as I click through those is I want the clouds to be as white as possible and the sky or the shadows or everything else to be as black as possible, because in a mask, white reveals and black conceals. So I want the white to reveal those clouds and the black to conceal everything else when I go in. So if I click through these, red, green, and blue, red is going to be my best option. So I'm going to make a selection of that channel, and I'm going to create a new alpha channel. It's this little rectangle with a circle in it. I'm going to go down here and select my alpha channel. Now, if you're doing this with luminosity masks and you forget this step and you go back to your layers and your layers are now neon colors, it's because you forgot to create a new alpha channel. So if you don't do that, it'll actually mess with your image. So I want to further this contrast between the white of the clouds and the the gray black of the sky, so I'm going to use my levels. It's Command L or image adjustments levels. And I'm going to take this little white arrow and this little black arrow, and I'm going to move them together. And I'm going to move this over here so you can kind of see what happens. So I'm making those clouds as white as possible and that sky as dark as possible. Somewhere around there works. We're going to click OK. Just wait for it to come back. We're good. So we're going to command click this or control click it to select it. And then we're going to apply it as a mask, this little rectangle with a circle in it, to our blank layer. So we have nothing in this layer, but we have this mask. And it's kind of like when you're coloring and you color in the lines. Although you can't color outside these lines because it won't let you. So we're going to take our paintbrush and we're going to select a color. Come on. And I want to select kind of a yellow golden color, so I'm going to use, oops, hold on. You have to be on your little picture to select a color. Oh, you can see I already selected a golden color. So I'm going to use this color, but I just selected it from a cloud. And click OK. And then I'm going to go back here to my blank layer, paintbrush, 0 hardness, 100% opacity, because I can control the opacity of this layer over here. And I'm just going to do a little dab. And it's going to look crazy at first. Bear with me, trust the process. So just a little dab where the clouds are. But you can see if I dab here, it's not painting in the shadows of the clouds, it's only in the white. So I'm going to shift my blend mode of this layer to soft light. And now I have yellow clouds, like a sunset that never happened. And I can lower the opacity to my liking. And because my selection, if we look at this selection, my nice finger painting, because this also selected these highlights down here, I have 2 options there. I could just take them out of the mask altogether, but why not add some color to them too? Some color to those. So I'm actually dodging with color. It's brightening because it's on soft light blending mode. And then it's also adding that color in. So just a really neat way to add some sunset that didn't happen. You can also use this to paint an alpenglow if it doesn't happen. So alpenglow on the mountain. If you have light there, you can paint in color. I did that in Norway because I never got anything in Norway either. So now that we've learned those, that is the end of my presentation. Do we have any questions? I'd like to thank you guys for coming. Yeah?
Yeah, 2 things. One is, how much, the first question, how much does that, how you going to display, depending on the medium you display picture, whether it's going to be just fine print or glass print or it's going to be for slide print, how much does that affect what you do when you do?
So you don't want to like overly saturate things, but usually you have a profile, a color profile that you're working with. So you're getting into a different area there, and that's highly dependent on, because when you print something, you print it in CMYK, and when you're seeing stuff on the screen, it's RGB. And you get into what color profile. It matters mostly on the profile. So you're wanting to use, instead of sRGB, which is what you would use for like digital media, social media, website, etc., you would want to use Adobe ProPhoto or even further ProPhoto. But that's something better discussed with the print. Yeah, that's for print. So print is a whole different picture profile, and you kind of want to really talk to your printer about that, and they usually have picture profiles or proprietary software.
But you're creating the picture first, or you already have that in mind, and then you create.
I don't do a lot of print, so I edit mostly for web. But if I were to print it, I do think about that. So.
What about your and the other thing you said, just in case it doesn't show on this monitor, you have a monitor at home.
Yeah, so color calibrating your monitor is very, very important. It's mostly important for if you're working with multiple screens. And when you edit, you don't want to edit at full brightness. Edit at whatever the color calibration software tells you to.
So we saw you move the sliders from the H itself, right?
Mm-hmm.
What if you're looking for a very specific color here? You go to a color
Mhm.
It gives you like the code.
The numbers, that's in the color picker. That's where you would find that.
So you put in the color picker and it actually goes.
Yeah, it's not so much for the HSL sliders, but where I painted with the color in the clouds, that would be a good adaptation of using Adobe Color. Anything else? Well, thank you guys. It was nice seeing you all.
last but not least, what a day it's been, right? Day one is almost in the books. This last presentation is going to be full of inspiration. Desert Southwest, if you were just catching Miss Jess Best speak, she was doing the night skies, but our presenter here is going to be showing us all over Utah. I've gotten to know David Swindler through his conference, Outsiders. I was there last March. I got to mess around in Utah as well. Got tons of education, tons of inspiration. Please look up that conference. David will tell you more about that as well. Next March? Next March. Hopefully you guys don't have plans next March and you can come out to Utah. Be a lot of fun. Without further ado, David Swindler, everybody.
All right, thank you so much, Michael. I am thrilled to be here. And as he said, I'm going to be talking about the great desert Southwest and how to craft your photo adventure to this wonderful region. I'm going to be talking about locations, planning, and also a bunch of different photographic techniques you can use. So we'll all be able to learn at least some great tidbits, from this material. And if you look at this cover image that I have here, a lot of people wonder, what is this? You can't immediately tell exactly what it might be. This is actually a deep, deep alcove in the Navajo sandstone. And there's a bunch of debris that fell in the middle of it, forming that pile that you see the person standing on. And that pile is obscuring the opening of that alcove. And a bunch of light is coming in from the other side and illuminating the top of that alcove. So that's why it looks like there's like a flaming red sky up above. So we have these really unique type of locations that you can really expand your creativity in the Great Southwest. Now, why did I fall in love with the Southwest? Well, it all started at the age of 10. I went on a family vacation out west. I grew up in the great state of Iowa. And this is my first time that I had seen the Grand Canyon. And we camped overnight on the North Rim, and in the middle of the night, I had to get up to use the bathroom. And I got up to, when I opened that window of the tent and stepped out, I saw stars in that sky like I had never seen stars before. They were so crisp, so vivid. It took my breath away. And I felt like I could just reach up and grab them. They were so close to me. And I saw my grandpa sitting over on the picnic table also looking up at the stars. And we sat together for what felt like a long, long time, just gazing into the cosmos. And at that point, I realized how special this area of the world was. And I decided right then and there that this was a place I had to come back to. Well, I went on and then I studied chemical engineering in school. And then I ended up getting a job in research and development in the semiconductor industry. And my specialty was photolithography, which is a way, basically we use some very specialized photographic techniques to image nanoscale patterns onto silicon wafers. It's a fascinating technology. But after working in that for 10 years, I was out walking, doing a little backpack trip around Mount Rainier. The wildflowers were blooming. It was absolutely beautiful. And I said, you know what? After 10 years of doing this, it's time to do something different. And that's when I decided to quit my job. And I started action photo tours. And I returned to the place I loved so much, the desert Southwest. And I started it in Kanab, Utah. Now, many of you have probably never heard of Kanab. But I'm going to show you why I chose it in just a little bit. And now we offer a large variety of day tours and photo workshops in the desert Southwest, the Pacific Northwest, and beyond. And if you look at this photo here that I put on this slide, this is a place that we call the Great Chamber. And when I first went and saw the Great Chamber during the day, I walked in there and I was like, this is going to be the most epic place to shoot the Milky Way. No one had ever done it before. And so I came back at the right time of the year, went and took a Milky Way shot there, posted it online, and I actually called it the Great Chamber. It was a name that I gave it. And everybody was like, whoa, that's so cool. Kind of went viral all over the place. And we were able to keep the location under wraps for many, many years. Like, people didn't know where it was. And it wasn't until some locals took a team of photographers there from Apple that it ended up, the location ended up getting out to where exactly it was. And, this places like this are so special. And we have so many locations throughout the Great Desert Southwest that are just like this. You know, I just finished up a 6-day photo workshop with a bunch of our clientele. And during those 6 days, only on one of the shoots that we did we ever see any other people. There's almost no other place you can go in the U.S. where you're going to have that degree of solitude. So yeah, I invite you, visit our website, actionphototours.com, or connect with me on Facebook, Action Photo Tours, or Instagram is also Action Photo Tours. And I love sharing our photos and experiences from our many adventures. So this is why I chose Kanab. You can see Kanab is right there in the middle. And all around us there's basically not a direction you can go where you're not going to find an amazing photo location. You know, we have Zion on one side, we have the Grand Canyon to the south, we have the Wave, White Pocket, and the Vermilion Cliffs. We've got Lake Powell in Arizona, we've got Monument Valley, Bryce Canyon, Capitol Reef, so on and so forth. The other group, as Michael said, that I'm involved with is the Outsiders. And we love planning educational events such as this one, like this one, I should say. And, you know, we get bunch of like-minded photographers together, and it's solely focused on nature, wildlife, and landscape, also night photography. And so, you know, we kind of take out, like, you know, the portrait side, the commercial side, that sort of thing. It's focused on nature photography. And the 3 pillars of the Outsiders is to connect, capture, and conserve. And this year we had great presentations by Paul Nicklin, who's a National Geographic photographer, and he was joined by Christina Mittermeier. And we had about 15 other fabulous speakers, some of which you have heard here at B&H Optic, like Sapna Reddy and Jess, who was just before me. She presented the year before. So yeah, we invite you to come join us at the Outsiders, outsidersphoto.com, and we are getting ready to release our dates later this month for 2023. And I'm really excited to say, too, that we have a fabulous keynote speaker. He's actually one of the keynotes here at this event, believe it or not. So as far as exploring the Southwest, I'm going to, first of all, talk about planning your trip. And then we'll go over types of shooting. And there's so much types of shooting you can do there. You know, from big views to intimate scenes to slot canyons, aerial shots, night photography, and one of my favorites, storm chasing. And then I'll get into the seasons. You know, what are the pros and cons of visiting in winter versus spring versus summer and into the fall? And many of you have seen this shot before. This is the Wave. It's one of the most coveted photo locations to go to in the Southwest, and it's regulated by a very competitive permit system. And if you get the lucky number and you can go to the Wave, take it, because it is absolutely fascinating. You know, it first came into vogue, you know, when they started using this as screensavers, you know, on the PC and Mac computers. And when you get some rain, these pools can fill up with water and reflect these beautiful sandstone formations. So as far as planning goes, the first question you got to ask yourself is, you need a vehicle. The public transportation options in this area are pretty much nil. You're going to have to be able to drive yourself. And so you need to decide, do I want to get a 4-wheel drive vehicle or a 2-wheel drive? And sometimes people make the mistake of thinking, oh, I'm going to go get a Suburban or something, and turns out that the Suburban they get is only a 2-wheel drive vehicle. I will say that most of the car rental agencies in the Southwest are not going to have 4-wheel drive vehicles in their stock fleet. If you do want a 4-wheel drive vehicle that's going to be able to handle the crazy roads we have out there, you're going to need to get it from somewhere that specializes in that type of vehicle, like a Jeep rental place or a 4x4 type of shop. So don't get yourself into trouble. Don't go drive in the deep sand with your 2-wheel drive Suburban, because the towing bill can be quite hefty. Second of all, you have to decide camping versus hotels. We do have hotels in all the little towns around there, but if you really want to be close on location to some of these places, being able to camp overnight will greatly expand your options, especially if you like to do night photography like I do. because being at a hotel that's an hour away from where you want to be, it may not be the most convenient way to shoot it. And then there's national parks, and then we have tons of what we call BLM, or public land. Utah's done a great job advertising their Mighty 5 national parks. Everybody knows about the Grand Canyon and Death Valley and all these other places. Those tend to be the more crowded locations unless you really know where to go. But there's so many hidden places out on the BLM lands. They're also public areas, but you're going to find far fewer crowds in those locations. But you might have to do a little bit more research to figure out where to go. And then you have to ask yourself, what degree of hiking am I comfortable with? Now, I will warn you ahead of time. Hiking in the desert is not as easy as hiking the manicured trail back behind your house. So people often get so caught up in the distance, like, well, how far is it? And I'll tell them, well, it's 4 miles. Well, it's not your standard 4 miles walking on a flat trail through the forest. You know, in the desert, we've got sand, we've got rocks, it can get hot, you got sun, you got everything else, and you also got altitude. You know, if you go up to Bryce Canyon, you can be at 9,000 to 10,000 feet above sea level. Trust me, if you come from sea level, you're going to feel it when you try walking around. So just make sure you know that your fitness is going to be adequate for what you intend to do. But there's also many places where you can just drive up to a place and also shoot. And then, this is a big one. It's far better to concentrate on one area rather than waste time driving all over. I can't tell you how many times people will call us up, be like, oh, I'm planning this big trip. We've got 4 days. We're going to start in Moab. Then we're going to go to Monument Valley. Then we'll do Zion. Then we're going to drive to Bryce, and then we'll go home. I'm like, do you guys realize that you're going to be driving most of your trip? You'd be lucky to see one little spot in each place because you're going to be so exhausted from driving 5 to 8 hours a day. People don't realize how spread out these areas can be. So rather than try to do it all in one whirlwind trip, you're going to be far better off saying, hey, I'm going to go to Zion and we're going to spend 4 to 5 quality days and really see the amazing sights that they have there. And guess what? Your trip is going to be far better and far more productive. So as far as the types of shooting, I already talked about these a little bit, big views, intimate scenes, slot canyons, aerial shots, night photography, storm chasing, wildlife, and more. And so let me give you a few examples. I love views like this. And unfortunately, this screen does not look anything like my computer screen looks. I apologize in advance. But this is a very remote spot in the Grand Canyon. In fact, I was standing out here just maybe about 5 days ago. And one of the very few places where you can look right down to the Colorado River. And you get amazing light that comes in, especially if you get the right storm conditions and everything. This is a place that we went to on one of my workshops. And the great thing about these multi-day workshops is that we have a whole list of places that we can go. And we study the weather so much. And we say, okay, well, based on this and that, this spot over here looks like it's going to give us the best chance for a sunset tonight. And so we keep our itineraries really flexible. And we'll run out and we'll go shoot that spot and hope for the best. And so, yeah, you got to have some degree of luck. But luck also favors the prepared. And that's what we all concentrate on. This is Lake Powell. This is a viewpoint called Alstrom Point. And so many times I take people up here and this a really rough, crazy four-wheel drive type road. People will be like, hey, don't you wish they would improve the road out here? And I tell them, heck no. Because if they did, it would turn into another horseshoe bend where everyone and their dog shows up and it gets really crowded. But instead, it's one of those places where you can still go and you might not see very many people, if any at all. And it's just amazing views out over the lake, especially if you get like a full moon like you can see in this type of shot. And then I love some of the areas, that we have on the Native American lands. I have lots of friends that are Native Americans, both Navajo and Hopi, and they can get us into some just amazing places that the general public can't go to. But, this classic view of Monument Valley is so special. But I planned this shoot carefully because if you look in that middle butte there, you see the inverse mitten shadow. That only happens 2 days out of the year. You got to know which days those are. And when I showed up at the parking lot on this particular day, it was pouring rain. It's like, man, I don't even know if I should get my gear out. Well, then I noticed that the rain was starting to let up, and all of a sudden a break in the sky happened. Got the shadow, got the rainbow, everything else on top of it. I was a happy man. But let me tell you, that doesn't happen every time you go. If you really want to get the good shots, you have to be willing to go back to locations again and again. And guess what? Everyone that I've had that comes out to the desert Southwest for the first time, they get hooked. And they want to come back again and again. Then we have all kinds of like intimate scenes, I call them. You know, this is an example of a little canyon there in Zion. And I saw these cool stripes running out of this little fern, you know, just from the water runoff. I was like, you know what, that's going to make a very interesting shot. This one here on the right, this is down in the Grand Canyon, a beautiful waterfall. Did a long exposure on it to really kind of lengthen out or kind of get that ethereal effect of the water flowing down. But this is another one of those spots where it's not going to look like this every time you go. This happened to be the right time of the year when everything was super green, the water was flowing, and so forth. Or just shooting something like mud cracks. This is a really neat place that we found where the light actually comes in from both directions. So this isn't some kind of Photoshop or editing trick. This is really what these mud cracks look like. And you can see I didn't shoot exactly straight down because I wanted to show how curled up the mud cracks were. And in order to do that, you know, I had to do a small amount of focus stacking, if you're aware of what that is. And that's where I took one shot focused on the nearest foreground and kind of moved the focus back step by step. And then in Photoshop, I can combine those together for the best possible depth of field. And then moving on to slot canyons. One time I took one of my friends into this slot canyon called Buckskin Gulch, which is the world's longest slot canyon, and it's actually near Kanab, Utah. And when we first started walking into the deep, dark, moody narrows of this canyon, he started looking all around and he's like, oh my goodness, I think this is the most beautiful place on earth I have ever seen. And truly, slot canyons are a world of their own. If you've never been inside one, they will blow your mind. And if you've been in one, you're going to want to come back and explore tons more of them. And so the way that you have to photograph these slot canyons is you follow the light. There's not like one spot that you go to and you can practically see the tripod holes in the ground and everybody shoots from the same place. No, that's not the way they work. You walk through them, and as you undulate through the different curves, just how the light comes in at particular times of the day and at particular months of the year, it changes every single time. They are such dynamic environments. And as you walk around, eventually you'll find places where the light comes in just right and it creates reflective glow on the wall, and everything is just like really nice contrast for the camera sensors. Sometimes you'll get the light beams that come in. That's when you stop and you take your photos. Such as this case where this light beam came in and I was able to get a person right in that shaft of light. Sometimes I'll get creative in slot canyons. This is a very popular spot in Zion called the Subway. And instead of taking the subway shot that everyone else does, I decided, you know what? I'm going to change it up. And my friend and I, we hiked in here at dusk, and we shot it in the middle of the night. And so I took one light and I shined it down the tunnel, and that actually does happen during the daytime, by the way, if you're there at the right time. And then I went in the water and planted several lights in there to kind of illuminate that, and I had another light bouncing around the front just to eliminate some of the harsh shadows. By the time we had it all set up, which took a while, but by the time we did have it all set up, it was almost like it could have been the set for a Budweiser commercial. We were just missing the girls in bikinis sitting around there drinking. But you know, we can do so many fun things. And then, of course, we love the light beams. You know, as I was saying, in in the slot canyons, we follow the light. And one of my instructors was with us on this outing. His name is Nicholas Warner, fabulous photographer. And we were all shooting a different area, and he comes up and he tells us, guys, the light is coming in up here in this other part. We got to move. So we quickly grabbed our stuff. We ran in there, and we got in position just in time when this beautiful light beam pierced through that small crack and illuminated inside. So yeah, you have to be quick sometimes. You have to be flexible to be able to capture some of these more unique moments. And there's a lot of people that think, oh, you have to go to Antelope Canyon to capture light beams. Well, I'm here to tell you, you don't. Because I know of many canyons in the Southwest that are going to have these kind of light beams, and you don't have to fight the crowds in Antelope Canyon. And then there's other canyons in the Southwest that are so green, so verdant, that I almost think I'm somewhere like in Hawaii or New Zealand. And it's crazy just how the desert environment can suddenly transform before your eyes. Now, how many of you own a drone? Just by raise a hand. So let's say maybe about 30% of you. Drones are a very cheap and easy way to get the aerial perspective. And, I had some people pass by my booth today, and they looked at this shot, and they said, what is that? I don't recognize it. And they actually thought it was maybe like a macro shot of something. But no, this is a wide angle landscape shot from way up high, looking down on these striated badlands. Now, badlands are just these really soft soil formations, and there's so much mineral content and clay content, silica, all that stuff, that plants don't grow in it. And because it's so soft, it erodes very easily when the rain does fall. And so all those different cracks and stuff that you see in there, in those lines, those are erosion channels that are happening from the water runoff. And so with that drone, I'm able to get up there and get these perspectives that I would otherwise totally miss. This is a slot canyon that's carved through the Navajo sandstone. And again, the only way you could get this is with that bird's eye view. And you can see just how twisty and contorted this canyon is as it meandered its way through. And there's like a little river down inside of it. And in order to shoot this, I couldn't get up high enough with my drone to get it as a single shot. Guess how I had to do it? I ended up having to shoot this as a double row pano. So I flew along the bottom row. I'd take one shot, I'd fly over to the side, take another shot, fly further over to the side, take another, and then I'd go up and do the next row the same way. And then I just hoped and prayed that it would stitch together when I brought it into post. And thankfully, I overlapped enough, all my shots worked, and it stitched together nicely. Here's another example of just getting up above everything. Now, this is 700 feet up in the air or so. This is a place that's called Factory Butte. It's in central Utah. And another place that has just fabulous badlands. As you can see here, it's almost like an alien landscape in a way because you don't see any plants growing. There's no trees. There's nothing else that connects you to this earth. But it's so otherworldly. I love it. And you get up there with that drone, and yeah, you can get all these different perspectives that you just can't appreciate from ground level. Here's another spot showing some different types of colored badlands. Here I'm looking straight down on it, and just seeing the earth, from that high angle perspective, just really opens up your creative juices. Now, one of the reasons, as you learned early on in this presentation, that I fell in love with the Southwest is because of our dark skies. And the dark skies out there, they've done some light pollution measurements all across the lower 48. And when they came back and analyzed all the data, they said, you know what? The darkest skies that we really have here are over in Utah's Grand Staircase Escalante. And yeah, when you're out there, it is so dark. There's so few light pollution sources out there. And so people come and they've never seen the Milky Way with their naked eyes before, like you can see it out there. And it really just, it kind of changes how they look at things. It's really fascinating. And so this is an area I love going to in Lake Powell called Reflection Canyon. And it lines up with the Milky Way, at the right time of the year. And in order to take a shot like this, sorry that the contrast on the screen looks so horrible. Hopefully you can look at the replay, which I think won't have these same replication issues. But yeah, I definitely want you to go see what this looks like, when we have proper contrast. But yeah, I have to take a shot at blue hour, which is before it gets totally dark. And that allows me to get more detail on the landscape, but I can still see some of the stars in the sky, which is why I can get the stars reflecting down in the water below. And then once it gets totally dark, then I can take another shot for the sky and really capture the essence of the Milky Way. This one over here on the right is taken in the Grand Staircase Escalante. And again, I love finding these odd geologic patterns and formations that can give me like really neat foregrounds. And again, I did this the same way, where I took the shot for the Milky Way. It was probably like 4:30 in the morning when I took this. And then I waited till about 5:15 in the morning when the sun started to add a little bit of light to the landscape. And then I took my shot for the foreground with that great three-dimensional style lighting. And then it's not just about Milky Way. We can do star trails where we can do long exposures and capture the movements of the stars. Or you can do it in the stacking method, where you take multiple shots and then stack them together. I ended up shooting this one as just a single image that was a 1 hour exposure with an additional 1 hour of long exposure noise reduction. So that way I wouldn't get the hot pixel noise that happens when you really heat your sensor up like that. And then there's also the moon. I love doing moon shots. And you can see this example right here. I took when the moon was only about 15% illuminated. But because everything else was so dark, the landscape, the stars, and everything else, that moon blows out and it looks like it's actually a full moon. As you can see here, just because the camera sensor does not have the dynamic range to be able to expose the moon properly against that sky. But I love the effect that it had. Or you can get shots where you get the full moon with it and bust out that telephoto lens and really compress landscapes together. I'm always looking for these types of opportunities. Moving on, we've got storm chasing. Now with storm chasing, it's a whole different animal. It's all about where are we going to find the most dramatic weather, and then whatever we get for a foreground, well, guess what? That's what we're going to get. And so it's all about, finding those dramatic skies where the sun's going to break through, or where we're going to get the best lightning, or we're going to get the best supercells building up. And I remember this particular experience. We got to this spot, and there's this huge double rainbow appearing, and it's just epic, but then the rain starts to hit us. We're like, crap, we got to move. We can't shoot in this rain. And so we start hauling up the road, and we go about maybe 10 miles away, pull off the road, and we look back, and the rainbow's still there. We're like, hurry, hurry, hurry. Everyone's grabbing their gear and running, and we get all set up. I've got my lightning trigger up on top of my camera, and the rain starts. It's not bad yet. It's just a few drops here and there, but it's enough to kind of get on the front of your camera lens. So I'm just out there furiously blowing off the front of my camera lens with my rocket blaster, and every once in a while the lightning trigger fires because there's like lightning dancing all across the sky. And I'm just hoping and praying that when I capture that bolt, my hand is not going to be in front of that lens blowing off all the water droplets. Well, I was so happy when I got back and saw that I got the rainbow with the lightning, and my hand wasn't in the way. So that's this part of the adrenaline rush of storm chasing. You start out every day with a clean slate, and sometimes you get some really, really amazing stuff. This is another one of those kind of moments. This is a full frame capture. This wasn't cropped or anything. And again, I had that lightning trigger on the camera. The sunset is going like crazy. And man, these were bright bolts, let me tell you. And the reason why you need the lightning trigger for this type of shooting is because when it's brighter outside before it gets dark, the ambient light can be so strong that if you do a long exposure, the ambient light will wash out all the lightning bolt. And so we can't expose for any longer than 1/4 of a second in order to capture daytime lightning. Well, unless you've got incredibly fast reflexes, there's no way you're going to react in time when you see that flash to push the shutter button and capture it within 1/4 of a second. Now, there's sometimes, yes, I can get lucky and take enough shots where that can happen. But if you want to get repeatable results, then you have to invest in a good quality lightning trigger. Don't buy the El Cheapos because you get what you pay for. Here's one from the Grand Canyon. You know, I saw this huge storm starting to roll in, and the lightning bolts were dropping, and I got all set up, but this was after sunset. So I could actually do long exposures here. And so this was about a 10 or 15 second exposure, and what I would do here is I would just shoot back to back to back. That way, any lightning that would happen during that time I have the camera shooting, I would capture. And sure enough, I got a few bolts that I really liked, and then I hurried and packed up my gear, and as I'm walking back, I just get hammered. The storm just starts unloading on me. I got so wet. But you know what? I was happy as could be by the time I got back. And then we've got wildlife. The Southwest isn't always a place people think of to come and shoot wildlife, but we have great opportunities. Here's some baby great horned owls nesting in the sandstone cliffs. Sometimes you find owls in the slot canyons. We also have like a bunch of desert bighorn sheep. I've seen them in so many places, up in Zion, out at the Wave, hanging out in White Pocket, over in Lake Powell, so on and so forth. Now, this is a species that some people may not consider to be wildlife, but we have a lot of free-range cattle out in the desert. And one time I was with a group out at White Pocket, and this amazing sunset was happening, and I hear this noise behind us, and I turn around, and there's this cow that just walked up on us. And the cow didn't quite know what to think of us. And I said, "Hey, everyone, let's turn around and photograph our visitor." And the cow just stood stock still. This is about a 1 second long exposure. Cow didn't even move. And so I thought that was a really unique thing to capture. And sometimes you find stuff you don't even expect at all, like an alpaca in the desert. And turns out these alpacas came from some Navajo that had brought them in, and they realized after a while that they were kind of bad behaved and they didn't really want to take care of them, and so they ended up going wild. And they actually do very well in the desert conditions, and sometimes you can find a wild alpaca out there. So let's talk about when to visit. We have winter season. And what do I like about winter season? Well, this is the least crowded time to come. And because it's least crowded, you also can get really good deals on lodging. Now, I will put a caveat on that. This does not pertain to the holidays. If you try to come during Christmas to New Year's, it's probably going to be as crowded and as expensive as it ever gets. So plan accordingly. And then you also have easier access to permits. Like if you really want to get that permit to go hike to the Wave, well, there's going to be far fewer people there competing for that same permit in the winter as there will be during the spring and the fall months. And then you have that possibility of snowy landscapes. There's a few things I like more than just that super white snow against the red rock landscape. Oh, it's gorgeous. And then you have the cooler daytime temperatures. What are some of the cons? Well, the dirt roads may be impassable because some of those roads have a clay base to them. And when that gets wet, there's no one that can drive on those roads. That mud gets so slick and slippery, it's very, 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 very scary. And then cold temperatures are possible. I've been up at Bryce Canyon in the wintertime when it's been 20 degrees below zero. So people always think, oh, the desert's hot. Well, let me tell you, the high desert is not hot. In fact, even just a month ago, we still had temperatures below freezing at night. And then certain locations may not be open. Like the north rim of the Grand Canyon, for example, it closes, from December 1st until the middle of May, just because they get so much snow up there. And they don't want to pay to keep the road plowed. And then the deciduous trees are probably not going to have any leaves. But when you do get that snowy landscape over someplace like the Grand Canyon, let me tell you, it is all worth it. Here's a time when White Pocket really lived up to its name. Got a lot of snow that day, and it coated all the rocks totally white. And this is one of the trees that we really like out there at White Pocket. Yes, question? That is a lot of snow for a place like White Pocket, yes. Yeah, if you're from Iceland, that is not a lot of snow. But I will tell you, somewhere like Bryce Canyon, you can get 1 to 2 foot dumps up there because it is high elevation. Yep. Actually, if you're really lucky, you can get the northern lights this far south. But it takes a KP index between 8 to 9 in order to see it that far. And I have friends that have been out at White Pocket, and they have actually photographed the northern lights. I'm like, really? From that far? Oh, no way. But that would just be incredible luck if you happen to capture that. And you know, Bryce Canyon is incredible in the wintertime. You get all the fog that rolls in. This is the best place to go if you really want to see the snowy landscape because of the high altitude. And this is one of the most famous features out there. This is Thor's hammer, you know, surrounded by the snow and everything else. This is over in Zion, you know, after it snows. Zion is a little harder to get because it's lower elevation. But when it snows, you got to go right away because it can actually melt pretty fast too. And for this type of shot here, again, I apologize about the weird contrast, but I took this as a stitched pano. And I didn't know how well it would work because we have stuff that's moving here. The water is moving. But there's no other way I could really get the wide view of this waterfall. So what I did is I put it on the camera and I overlap each shot by about 50%. And because the water flow was so laminar here, it ended up stitching perfectly. And now if I had a very turbulent flow going over this, it probably wouldn't work so well. But just kind of keep that in your back pocket, that if you have a very consistent laminar type flow, you can shoot stitched panos even with moving water. This is one of my favorite shots I've ever taken in Bryce Canyon. And it's just to show you how subjective photography is. You know, I went and showed this to one of my clients that I had out there and I said, hey, the light's perfect right now for this tree. You need to come over and take this shot. I showed it to her on the back of my camera screen. And she looked at that and she said, nah, I don't really like it. But to this day, it's one of my favorites. So everybody sees things differently. And don't think you have to go and shoot the same thing as everybody else. Yeah.
Is that the original sky?
Yes, it's the original sky. Yeah. And so, you know, when I go out to shoot, for me, it's all about trying to get things in the moment. You know, I like to shoot real places with real conditions that I've actually experienced. But great question. So when to visit? Springtime. The pros of spring is that the Milky Way becomes visible starting in early March. And actually, if you got the right moon cycle, you can even see it at the end of February. And so it's great for panoramics in the early spring because it's horizontal, it's low to the horizon and everything. In the spring, too, you still have some cheaper lodging compared to the summer months. You have much more pleasant temperatures. You get some of the wildflowers in the late spring. And, you know, I was just out at the Wave a week ago, and there's all these beautiful yellow mule's ear daisies blooming out there. But this basically, we're getting to the tail end of our wildflower period now. You also get baby wildlife and also low precipitation, which can be good for slot canyons. Now, the cons is that you can get lots of blue skies. But the benefit to blue skies is that it's really good for the night photography. So you can't have it both ways. sometimes I get people that want it that way, and they're like, oh man, I hate all these blue skies, but then they're happy when we go out and shoot the Milky Way. And then other times they're like, oh, we love all these clouds, but man, we can't shoot the Milky Way. So the best thing you can do is just plan several days into your trip, and chances are you'll get a mix of conditions. But the other thing about spring is that it can be crowded during the spring break periods. But then one of the things about spring is it can be very, very windy. I tell you, this spring was probably the windiest I've ever seen it. I couldn't believe how windy it was just so often. And this was a problem, all across the western U.S., this year. And then there's no leaves on the trees until late April. And then some of the water hikes, like if you want to do like the Zion Narrows or something, some of those hikes may not be accessible because of excessive spring runoff. But when you can go out and shoot those Milky Way panoramics over these southwest landscapes, it is phenomenal. And if you look at this shot here, you notice how the landscape is actually lit up. And no, I did not charter a helicopter to go shine a big old beam out there. The reason why this is lit up is this is close to Page, Arizona. And Page, Arizona is putting out some distant light pollution that is actually lighting up my landscape. So here I actually put the light pollution to good work. It's not always a bad thing. And then here's a shot from the wave. The wave is a great hike to go do in the spring months because it's not so hot. Trust me, when it's 100 degrees in the summertime, it'll feel like 120 degrees when that heat reflects off the rocks. And that's a very difficult time to do a hike such as this. And then you get the spring or the wildflowers that can grow out there. This is, every year you're going to have some amount of wildflowers. But maybe one in every 10 years, you're going to have what they call a super bloom. And if you're lucky enough to be there when a super bloom happens, then you just got wildflowers galore all over the place. And that was the case with this type of year out at the Factory Butte. Here's an example from a slot canyon. The springtime is a great time to plan slot canyon trips just because it tends to be the drier time of the year in the Southwest. The last thing you want is to have one of those flash floods come ripping through, and that can be very, very dangerous. And then, like I said, the Milky Way is horizontal. It allows you to get shots like this where you can frame arches and other things that align well with the Milky Way. So now let's move on to summertime. During the summertime, the Milky Way is visible most of the night. And you get the late summer monsoons. People ask me, when is that monsoon period? Well, typically it's going to happen, especially in the southern part of Arizona, starting around mid-July. And then it's going to go until about mid-August in the southern part of Arizona. But as you get more into like southern Utah, the monsoon period starts more like beginning to mid-August and goes until the first part of September. And so during the summer, that's when you're going to have get more of the chances for lightning and rainstorms. And then the trees are very green. Most of the roads and the parks are accessible. And there also is a lot less wind in the summer than what we have during the spring. The cons are that it can be very crowded in the summertime, especially in the popular national parks. The lodging tends to be at a premium, and you have the potential for hot temperatures and very strong sun if you don't have storms that roll in. And then you'll want to make sure you carry lots of water for any hiking. And you also have long days during the summer, which can be brutal on a photographer's schedule. When you try to get up super early to capture that sunrise, and then you want to stay out to capture the sunset, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh man, there's Milky Way tonight too. When am I ever going to sleep? But when you go out like at White Pocket and capture that Milky Way here, it is truly worth the sleep deprivation. And then this is another thing I like about summertime is that when those monsoons do come in, it fills up all the water pockets out there, and you get those brilliant reflections and everything going on. It's also a fun time to do some of the the cooler slot canyon hikes. Like you can comfortably hike the Zion Narrows in the summertime without any cold water protection. But if you try to hike that in the fall season, well, you probably better have a wetsuit or a dry suit because that water is going to be very cold. And then this is a shot I actually took, while everyone else was out shooting the solar eclipse, I was down in the southwest and we got this incredible rainbow over the Grand Canyon. And, that was my consolation prize for missing the eclipse. But summertime is the best time if you ever want to get like rainbows and dramatic clouds and that sort of thing. But at the same time, you can also get clear nights in the middle of the summer, and that's when that Milky Way gets very vertical. That's a shot over Zion Canyon. Again, apologize for that contrast on your screen. And the way I ended up shooting that canyon shot was I timed my dates very precisely to where I'd have about a 20% moon that would illuminate the canyon. And then as soon as the moon set, the Milky Way would be in the perfect position and I would take my second shot. So that's how, I was able to get enough light there to help illuminate this very deep and dark canyon. And then there's more examples, of the moody skies that you can get like at this confluence point in the Grand Canyon. This is, many of you have been to Bryce Canyon. This is an example where had lightning storms moving through. And I was actually driving home from a different workshop where I was not intending to do any storm chasing. And I saw these clouds moving over Bryce Canyon. I was like, holy cow, time to divert. And so I ran over to Bryce Canyon, got everything set up, and hooked up the lightning trigger. And I was really happy when I was able to capture a few bolts at that incredible sunset. So now let's move on to fall season. The pros there is we have cooler temperatures. We've got early evening vertical Milky Way. So if you want to do the night photography, guess what? You can actually have more sane hours. You're shooting Milky Way at 9 p.m., 10 o'clock at night. You can be back before midnight. And it's also the best time for overnight camping because we don't have the wind to deal with like we have in the springtime. The temperatures are much cooler. And then when we start getting into fall color season, and then we also get a lot more variable weather conditions, where it's not just like blue skies every day kind of thing. You start getting more interesting clouds that come in and so forth. And it's also a great time for hiking. It's not so hot during the day. The cons is that it can be still be crowded, especially September. September can be one of the busiest months. The weather can change quickly. I've been down there shooting when it's been 60, 70 degrees and balmy, and all of a sudden the next day it's like snowing and 20 degrees. So you have to be prepared, for quickly changing weather conditions. But so in certain months, like especially in like late September, early October, that's when you can get a lot of the really nice blue skies for the night photography. But the fall colors out there are just stunning. When the cottonwood trees turn yellow, or when the little willow trees, turn red and orange and so forth. And then there's certain compositions that work perfectly, for that fall Milky Way alignment, such as like this arch near Kanab, Utah that I love taking people to. Another example here from the Badlands where we get those cottonwoods that just go completely yellow when we get to the fall months. And this is kind of a funny situation where, I took this shot well after sunset. And there's kind of this period that happens where, you get good light at sunset, then it kind of goes dull. And then maybe 20 minutes later, all of a sudden this glow kind of comes back. And sometimes that can be the best time to shoot. Everyone else already has their stuff all packed up. In fact, all our workshop participants had everything packed up. And I looked out and I saw this glow starting to happen. I said, guys, you got to get back out there. We got to go shoot. And everyone's like, no, we're tired. Let's go back. I'm like, no, seriously, you got to get your cameras out and go shoot. And so they got their cameras out and they started doing these 30-second long exposures. And all of a sudden they were astounded by what they saw in the back of their camera screens. They're like, wow, it really is glowing. This is way better than anything we got before. I said, yeah, that's being able to shoot that early blue hour when you get that glow can really be worth the effort. And then you can do hikes like in the Zion Narrows, where you start getting those fall colors changing. This is one of those cases where we had some moody clouds moving through and fog kind of coming in and peak fall colors. That's going to happen, as you start getting into November there in the Southwest. And then this is Capitol Reef National Park. Oops. Again, with the beautiful fall colors and those cottonwoods, again, happening, more towards the end of October. So just in summary, I touched on, how to plan your trip, the types of photography you can expect to do so you can kind of plan which season is going to be best for you. And then we talked about, which seasons to visit and why you'd want to visit in one season versus another. And so, I really hope you could come and join us in the Southwest. That QR code will take you to our website, actionphototours.com. And, I just want to open it up now to see if you guys have any questions I can help answer.
So you sold me, right? I'm going.
Okay.
So I'm planning my trip. If I do like a 4 or 5 day trip, how many areas realistically can I see?
So his question is, if I have like a 4 or 5 day trip, how many areas realistically can I see? And I would say no more than 2 to 3. 4 to 5 days, I'd say, yeah, you could probably do Zion and Grand Canyon and be able to see quite a bit, without wasting all your time driving to and from. Yep.
Are you using a medium format, a full frame, APS-C to take these type of photographs?
So his question is, are you using like a medium format, an APS-C? What am I using for these types of photographs? And so I am a Sony shooter, and I shoot with a Sony A7 R3. I've got an R4, and they're wonderful cameras for doing the landscapes, high resolution, full frames. And the reason why I like a full frame camera, 35 millimeter format, is that it allows me to really push the ISO for shooting night skies. And so for shooting night skies, you've got to be ISO 6400 or higher to really capture the brilliant Milky Way and all the stars therein. And so if I'm on a crop sensor camera like an APS-C, well, it's going to be harder or much more difficult for me to get those brilliant, bright night skies. I may only be able to push my ISO up to 3200. Now, there are some exceptions to that rule. Notably, Fuji has some great crop sensor cameras that I would have no problem pushing to ISO 6400. But yeah, I really like the full frame format because of its low light sensitivity and also just high quality pixels that I get in the end. And some of these shots you've seen up here, I've done like 8-foot large prints, and they look beautiful because I want to be able to have the resolution for that. Yeah. And so he said his question was, with your full frame sensor, it looked like he had some really wide shots. And indeed, one of my favorite lenses in the desert Southwest is my Sony 12 to 24 millimeter. That lens is incredible. It allows me to get just like really neat foregrounds, being able to get up really close to foregrounds and being able to focus stack that, or being able to just capture this huge wide angle field of view. And if I can't get the wide angle I'm really after, then I can always shoot a panoramic stitch. Any other questions? Uh-huh. So I took a couple different passes there. The one I ended up using was a vertical panel. So I had the camera oriented vertically. And I ended up taking about 5 shots and stitching those together. Yep.
Some of your groups when you're going out where it's more difficult to get to, how many people are typically in a group? How many photographers?
Yeah, so his question is, when you're getting out to some of these locations, how many people are in your group and how many lead photographers? So our golden rule is that we have no more than 5 photographers with 1 instructor. And that's where we like to set the cap at. And that's because we really want there to be some individual attention, because there's a lot of things we're trying to teach. Night photography is not easy the first time you go out and try to do it, try to get focused on the stars and everything else. So we just want to make sure everyone's has a good composition, you're going to be comfortable shooting and so forth. Any other questions? Yes?
Post-processing, since you commented a number of
So he's asking about typical post-processing. I will tell you, raw files by themselves do not look very good. And if your goal is to be straight out of camera, well, your photography is not going to catch any attention. And, I even know some photographers that, they try to do all this crazy stuff to be able to capture something that looks good in camera. But I like the flexibility of shooting in RAW because it gives me the highest quality afterwards. And so, yeah, I do a lot to make it look like the way I remember it. I'll be adjusting the contrast, I'll be adjusting the colors. Just because the camera white balance says this is how I took it, doesn't mean that that's the real colors. And I can tell you from experience, having a Sony, a Canon, and a Nikon next to each other, even with the exact same white balance settings, they look completely different color-wise, one camera to the next. And so for me, my post-processing is about achieving my artistic vision. And dodging and burning, localized contrast control, localized brightness control, and so on, is something that I do all the time. Now, someone asked, do I replace skies? Well, no, because, for me, photography is about portraying real places under real conditions that I've actually experienced. And I wouldn't feel very good at trying to sell a fake photo as an invitation to come take a workshop with me. Because if someone shows up and they realize I composited the whole thing, they're probably not going to be too pleased with that experience. Yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. So that one actually didn't require that much processing because the light was already so good. It wasn't a high dynamic range image or anything like that. For that fall color shot where it was like the 30-second exposure, after the sun had gone down, basically I just had to do just a few contrast tweaks. And I think I applied just a little bit of Orton glow to that as well. And that really made the shot come alive. Yep. Anything else? Well, you guys, thank you so much. It was a pleasure to be able to speak to you today.
Well, that concludes day one. Thank you all for joining, especially you guys that came here in person. We still have the box dinner that's happening over at B&H. Definitely pick that up and come head over to the Edge if you got those tickets. Tonight, the fun just started. We still got some stuff going on tonight. And if you joined us from home, thank you guys so much for joining. It's not too late to sign up for tomorrow. You can be here in person with all this great action if you are somewhat in the tri-state area. So thank you for joining online. Thanks for all those comments. We saw them coming in. We saw all that great feedback. And as soon as this ends, it's available for replay. So that's the beauty of it. So if you get kicked out of the stream, just come right back to the B&H page on YouTube and click play and scrub around and re-listen and pixel peep onto Scott Kelby's images and, check out those fake skies. Just kidding. But thank you all for joining, and we will see you tomorrow.